right, Super Street racers starting to make their way to the lanes. We need you there now. We'll be ready to start round number 1 in, well, hopefully 5 to 10 minutes. Super Street, make your way there. Stock, you're on standby. The next category we're going to call, and we will be calling you fairly quickly. As soon as we get a good portion of the Super Street field in, we will call you to the back of the lanes to be paired. But Super Street, make your way to the lanes now, please.
Ultronics, the leader in performance electronics. Racers know and depend on their state-of-the-art systems every day. Perform Air Pro and Perform Air Eclipse are the racing industry standard, high-tech, easy-to-use weather systems. Power-Light lithium batteries, the super powerful lightweight energy source for your machine. And the Data Quest Power Quest, the most innovative data recorders and touchscreen switch panels you can find. Check out ultronicsinc.com for these products and more. Ultronics, the choice of champions.
Hey y'all, Emily Volkman here from Service Department Solutions to talk to you automotive dealership principals, service, and parts managers. Service Department Solutions is an automotive consulting group who can help you maximize your service and parts operations and your bottom line. We will submit a factory warranty request to your OEM for reimbursement of labor and parts markup according to your individual state statutes. We've dealt with all manufacturers and know how they will treat you. No dealership is too big or small. We handle them all. Maybe your guys need a little extra training and some new processes implemented. We've got them and can provide that extra push to help your winning team. Stop by the trailer and see us. Visit our website or call 412-651-2356. We're here for you 24/7.
With customer service and technical support second to none, FTI Performance Converters and Transmission give you the winning edge. Just ask any of our customers, like 2014 IHRA Top Dragster World Champion Kevin Brannon, or the 2014 IHRA Super Rod World Champion Mike Ruff. We are real racers with real experience. Call us today at toll-free at 866-726-8358, or visit us on the web at www.ftiperformance.com.
Racing is a risky sport. Don't take risks with your racing operation. On or off the track, protection from LODRS Motorsports Insurance is not a risk. Get your quote today at LODRS Motorsports Insurance.
is broken in the paired categories. Please come let us know in the timing tower any of the racers that are broken. Top dragster. Tops. Yeah. All right, we are about ready to get started with our racing, and let's go with our opening ceremonies. We'll begin with our invocation. Chaplain Rich Trimmer with Racers for Christ.
Thank you, Rick. Let's pray. Heavenly Father, we thank you for this absolutely beautiful morning to go racing. We had a great day yesterday, had a wonderful track, beautiful sunshine. We thank you for that. And as we get ready to race today, Father, we thank you for all that you do in our lives. And we ask that your hand be upon this day with a great day of racing, some good competition, and mostly your hand keeping it a safe day of racing. And Father, we also ask that we never forget that we have the freedom to be here because of our servicemen around the world that are giving us the rights and protecting our rights to be here. We ask that you bring each and every one of them home safely, and that we never forget that we live in the greatest country in the land. In Jesus' name we ask this. Amen.
All right. Thank you all. Thank you to Terry Allen. And bring them on. Let's get started. Round number one of Super Street. Attention in the pits. Stock eliminator. Stock eliminator to the back of the lanes for pairing, please. Stock eliminator to the back of the lanes pairing. Round number one. Stock eliminator to the back of the lanes, please, to be paired. Going into Super Street 1090, the number on the scoreboard. We are going for real today. Greg Dreher, his Mustang is in the Toyota lane. That's the left lane all weekend long because the scoreboard says so. Rick Fleets from Galt, his Chevelle in the O'Reilly lane, right side, 1090, target number 5/10 Pro Tree. And Rick Fleets, red light by 9 thou. Greg Dreher in the Toyota lane. His Mustang is your winner. He'll go 1088, 133 miles an hour. Fleets after the red light. It's a 1085 at 125. Dennis Paz Performance, his 41 Willys pickup. He's in the Toyota side. Bo Hicks, the 67 Camaro. Well, he's got to be in the O'Reilly lane. I didn't need to tell you that because if you can look at him, you can see which one's a Willys and which one's a Camaro, and most of us can tell the difference. Again, stock eliminator. Make your way to the back of the lanes for pairing, please. Stock eliminator. Back of lanes to be paired. They are rolling. We got green lights. Double breakout, and Dennis Paz in the Willys truck closer to that 1090 index at 1087. He's under by 3. Bo Hicks at 1086 under by 4. The win goes to Dennis Paz, closer to the index. Ron Shield, Oregon City, Oregon. His Mustang paired with Gary Erickson, the Stark Street Pizza Ford Probe from Vancouver. Wow. All Ford, like bodies and engines and everything this time. And it is Erickson in the Probe. O'Reilly side your winner 1109. Ron Shield. Don't know what happened at the starting line, but, well, it wasn't good for Ron. Fred Murphy, Scott Carpenter up next. Fred in his Vega wagon. By the way, Unc wants one of those Vega camback wagons for a streetcar. Scott Carpenter, the O'Reilly lane, his Camaro. ATFAB mobile service. That's a lot of initials. I guess you couldn't put all of it on the same side on the back of the truck. Carpenter from Lake Havasu City. Murphy from Fountain Valley. Playing at the other end, Fred Murphy's 1108 at 118 takes the win over Carpenter's 1112 at 120. Nobody wanted to take the stripe, so, well, Murphy did, and it's a good thing. Kevin Diamo from Napa, right over there. B&G Tires. Is White Nova paired with Ted Seifel. The Hoosier Healy. Small block and all. Ooh, small blocks both sides. Lights are green. Well, one light's a lot greener than the other. Seifel, 1095 at 116. He beats Diamo's 1094 at 115. All goes back to the starting line. Ted's first number was round, and Kevin's was straight. Straight first numbers don't work. Crooked first numbers are worse. Jessica Opperman and Dwayne Daniel paired this time. Opperman, her 69 Camaro in the Toyota lane. Dwayne Daniel, the Nova, would then be in the O'Reilly lane. And attention, stock eliminator, your first three pair. Pair number one is going to be Gray and Calvert. F-stock automatic and factory shootout A automatic. Pair number two, Gibson C automatic, Summerton K automatic, and pair number three, Metter D automatic, and Ellen W automatic. So again, Gray and Calvert, first pair. Gibson, Summerton, pair number two. Pair number three, Metter and Ellen. Win goes to Jessica Opperman. Her Camaro, 1098, takes out Dwayne Daniels, 1096. We keep seeing starting line like a fairly important part of drag racing. Dan Olson. Well, not that one. His Nova paired with Steve Wellman. That Nova, Wellman the green 63. Olson, the orange 72. And it will be Steve Wellman, 1097 at 122. Olson also 1097, this at 143. His reaction time started with a crooked number, and, well, that's all we need to know. Herman Chan comes down from Vancouver with his Charger with a Chevy under the hood. He's in the Toyota lane. Brian McCullough from Petaluma, another one of those short distance racers. Small block 67 Camaro. Herman and Brian. Brian and Herman. Camaro and Charger. Camaro, Brian McCullough, 1094, 124, 1092, 130 for Chan. Taking the numbers from this end and that end. Margin of victory for McCullough, 8 ten-thousandths of a second, .0008. Mark Downing, Sean Elig. Mark Downing, the Malibu. In the Toyota lane, Sean Ealing, his Corvette. Keep wanting to say El Camino, but it's a Corvette. It really is. Ealing, small block Corvette, Downing, big block Malibu. And the win stays close to home. Sean Ealing, Roner Park racer, in his Corvette 1092, 2 over at 130. Mark Downing tried to catch him because he was a bit tardy and he went too quick, running at 1088. Brian Morris, Gordon Bovin paired this time. Morris, Toyota side, his Chevelle from Mesa AZ. Gordon Bovin from Boise. Bovin's Barracuda from Boise. Number 67 finished 7th in Division 6 last year. Even though we've got a Chevy and a Mopar on the outside, we've got a pair of big block Chevys under the hoods. And unless something changes, this was all decided on the starting line, and it will be Bovin and the Barracuda from Boise. That's easy to say. He's the O'Reilly side, 1096. Morse 1092, but again, reaction time started with a straight number, and that's not very good. Scott Brown, M&M Development, 66 Nova from San Ramon. Small block again. Toyota side, O'Reilly lane. That is Mark Yeager, West Coast Assembly. His 69 Camaro with 565 cubic inches. Chevrolet, he's under Hollister, and I bet we get a mile an hour difference in this pairing as they go down there. Well, as they kind of finish the run, since that's where MPHs are registered. And it will be Scott Brown, 1085 at 131. He broke out by 500. Mark Yeager at 1080 in the Camaro at 148. He broke out by a tenth, so closer to the index, Scott Brown. Steve Lowe and Kenny Snow. That rhymes. Lowe from Langley, BC, Trick Racing, 68 Camaro. Kenny Snow from La Habra, Able Wire, EDM. Remac transmissions. Chevelle, 600 cubic inches under the hood. Steve Lowe, the Chevy says it's 396, so that could be anything up to really big. And it'll be Kenny Snow, 1091 at 142 in that Chevelle, the O'Reilly right lane, as Steve Lowe broke out by a foul. Yeah, 1089 with a 9. Stock Eliminator, we've told you the first 3 pair you should be pulling up, and the remainder of Stock Eliminator should be in the lanes being paired right now. Bill Gee from Oregon, his Vega with the big block, Toyota side. Mike McBrayer, the plumber that sometimes lives in Napa, sometimes on the boat in the islands, his red Pennzoil Corvette. Double breakout. The win goes to Bill Gee, 1089, under by a Hun at 149 in the Vega. Mike McBrayer had him off the line, but then runs a little too quick. He's under by 5 Hun. Double breakout, Gee closer. Ryan Harum and Jeff Scales. Harum, Canyon Country, the Mosier, FTI, Goodyear APD, Camaro, paired with Jeff Scales from Turlock, his 94 S10, big block there. Says he's a retired truck driver, but it looks like he's in the seat of a truck driving now, so he maybe recently retired. We don't know. Whopping the throttle, and it worked for Ryan Harum. He took the win, 1099 at 125. Scales goes 1108 to 108. Better reaction time, but did not run the number. James Ernest and Dustin Martin this time. Ernest in the El Camino from Bacaville. Left side, right side, Martin's 67 Chevelle. G&M Honest Performance from Burien, Washington. All Chevys. It's like a small block under the hood of the El Camino. All the generation of big block powering Dustin Martin's Chevelle. Wow. James Ernst was late with an 11. Dustin Martin had a 2. Ernest said, I'll go ahead and take it. I run a 1089. I'm under by 8 thou. Martin runs a 1086. He's under by 4 hun. He's gone, and Ernest takes the win. Dave Gotts.
He takes the win in Ernest?
From Ernest.
Oh, from Ernest.
Dave Gotts. Can-Am Filters, Lucas Oil, Camaro, left side, right side, the Nova. Federal Way Auto and Radiator. The boat captain. That's Alan Makeup. A boat captain. What kind of boat he captains? Big boat? Like a fishing boat? Recovery boat? Not sure. But he just said boat captain. Well, problems for Dave Gotts. He slows. And Alan finally slows a little bit. He goes 1099 at 128. I know we're going to see it sometime this weekend. Somebody's opponent is going to break on track, and they are going to zip through the lights and see the breakout number. It's going to happen. So Dave Gotts. It's the other thing, you've seen cars make strange moves on the racetrack, and then a guy comes out and asks, what happened? It sent a brake, and he said, yeah, the steering wheel in my hands. And you can't stab the steering wheel back on as quickly as you think you can. No matter who tells you that, they're lying. Peter Biondo and Joe Greco. Should be a pretty good matchup. Well, should be, but we've got all kinds of people looking under that Nova that Peter is driving, and we see the starting line crew pushing him back. So Joe Greco driving the Pinocchio Vega while the nose is grown. Ted Kellner, I think, is the owner of that car now. Ted has won in it. Multiple people have won in it. If you look at it, that's why I call it the Pinocchio Vega. Its nose has grown. Joe Greco from San Jose. For years we were familiar with he and his AMX, but that is no longer. So driving the Vega this time, he goes 1088 at 147 with the bye run, and that Nova from Maspeth, New York is being pushed back. Don't know what happened, but it was not a good thing for Peter. Gene Clark, his Camaro from Bakersfield, self-serve pet spa of Bakersfield. His Rare and Morrison tribute. Congratulations. And he is paired with Dave Kiesel from Desert Hills, AZ, Racing Dirty. But it's not. He's washed the Vega, I know. It's an orange Vega. There we go. Small block versus big block. Gene Clark had the car for a while. And a brake line broken on Biondo's Nova. And, well, he's got the go part of it, but the whoa part is not working. Yeah, we're doing the cleanup. Got the moppity-mop and all the other good stuff that we pour on it and try and get it up, because if the brake line is leaking, that's probably brake fluid. That's good for making a car stop, but it in itself on the racetrack makes a gooey mess where some of the rubber is. And hopefully that all the people crawling underneath the Nova, they're going to be able to get it taken care of, so they'll be able to get back to the pit area okay. and be ready for race number 2 starting tomorrow. But again, Peter Biondo's day is done due to a leaky brake line. Gene Clark, Dave Kiesel pulling up now. Camaro and Vega. Aaron Morrison, Lee Shepherd tribute paint job on it. Of course, it's added that self-serve pet spa Bakersfield, and Unc and I were talking about it yesterday, and all they need to wash our pets is like 14 people to hang on and hold them. I was talking about one of the kittens. The dogs are all gone. And you got to be quick enough to catch them to get them anywhere close. Ooh, and it's going to go to Dave Kiesel in the Vega, 11:23 at 107, 11:45 for Gene Clark. Things were not right, man. And again, talk about reaction times, and when they start with a big crooked number, it ain't going to work, and that's what happened. Chris Bracey, former division winner, Vallejo Coin Exchange, Quartertech Racing Electronic, crew chief, Doug Bracey keeping an eye on her, paired with Karen Rizzoli. I can't tell where to get out. I don't know whether it's Kyle or Jim out there working as crew chief for Karen. Looks like Jim. Racing families. And these are wives and moms that are out there. Crew chiefs, husbands or dads are watching in this case. Now Karen took a finger off the button, the thing went up in the air, and that was, well, it was neat to watch, but I don't think that's what they had dialed, and they did not. How about this? 10.901 for Chris Bracey in the white 67 Camaro left side. Right side, Karen Rizzoli at 10.906. So Chris takes the win by all of 5 thousandths of a second. Good racing for Chris and Karen. Jeff Broussard. And he's driving his Sonoma in Sonoma in front of the Sonoma grandstands. That's the GMC little truck. And Bob Richmond, Glendora Glass and Mirror, that gorgeous 1950 Ford with his big block Chevrolet. He's a previous divisional winner. Is it going to be the S10 look-alike, a Sonoma, or is it going to be Richmond's Ford? It is the Sonoma. Jeff Broussard, Toyota left side, 1091 at 118, 1115 for Richmond at 129. So whatever the numbers were, it did not work for Richmond. Ray Carlson from 100 Mile House, BC. Carpe Diem Racing, his Corvette, paired with Todd Sims from Puyallup, his 66 Orange Nova. Carlson, 100 Mile House. They used the mile designations, and those were the delivery routes, basically like the Pony Express. I'm thinking that I read that correctly, and I tried to. But I won't get to tell you any more about it because Ray went too quick, and Todd goes 10.96, takes a win in the Nova O'Reilly lane because Ray had a straight number to start his reaction time, and Todd had a round number. Round numbers are really good. Jim Laronis, gorgeous 1933 Ford, big block Chevrolet under the, well, where the hood would be if there was one. John Bycroft, Phoenix, his 69 Dart. Bycroft, W.W. Williams Super 8 shootout winner in Famosa, or out of Fontana. Earlier, Bycroft winner again, 008. Good things happen, 1093 for the Dart at 132. Laronis tried to catch him. He had a good line, I think his best line of the weekend, but went 1085, which is 500. Well, too much. Greg Ventura and Brenda Briles. Ventura, number 72 on the glass from Corona. That's 66 Nova. And Brenda Briles from Clifton, Colorado. I guess we can now call it one of the suburbs of Grand Junction. We drove through there last year coming back from Vegas. It has grown immensely. Went by the racetrack, but they weren't racing on a Thursday morning. I was surprised. We were going to go visit. I'll tell you about when they finished their run. They finished their run. They were both 15, so it was a who can play better. And Ventura's 11:12 at 115 was much quicker. And Brenda Briles 11:44 126. Greg Ventura, your winner in his 66 Nova. Justin Cooper, Left side, his white 67 Chevelle. Number on the window, 61, the defending D6. Super Street champion is paired with Eddie Plaisir from Edmonton, Alberta, his Firebird. I bet these two have met in the past. They could have done that a lot closer to home, but they wouldn't have as much fun as they do here at Sonoma. Now they'll stage. Now they're going to stage. All right. They're supposed to stage just as I finish talking. We don't always coordinate that correctly, but we try. White Chevelle, black Firebird, and it will be White Chevelle. That's why he's the D7 champ, D6 champ. 1088 with a 7, under by 13 thou. 1088 1 for Plaisir, under by 19 thou. So Cooper, Chevelle, your winner. Ryan Ciccone, 71, his Thunderbird, on board. He's from Glendale. Chris Cannon, II. Well, that's what it says. Both hail Washington. His 69 Nova. So we got big Ford, big Chevy. Ciccone and Cannon. Round number 1 to Super Street of race number 1 of the Sonoma weekend. Stock Eliminator, if you're still waiting for your opponent, this would be the request for all those opponents in Stock Eliminator. Get up here and meet the other guy or lady because they are waiting for you. If you're running first round of Stock Eliminator, to the lanes now, please. Ciccone and Cannon. Cannon, Ciccone. It's the Ford. It's the Chevy. It's the Chevy. Chris Cannon. Double breakout. He breaks out by 8th thou in the Nova. 1089.9. Ryan Ciccone. 005 light. All for naught. He breaks out by 14 thou. He's done. Anthony Broussard from Mount Acca. Got a neat card. 61 Impala. Bet it's got a one-piece drive shaft, though. He is paired with Rodney Lee, the 64 Fury. And attention in Stock Eliminator pits. John Gray, this is your last call. You're in the first 3 pair. We're ready to run them, and you ain't there. John Gray, final call. So a 61 Impala and a 64 Fury, both with big block Chevrolets. Broussard comes from Mount Acca. Rodney Lee from Portland. I kind of like that 61 Impala. That's a neat car. Put any power to it, you automatically lose both pieces of the other. Wow. Now, what wow means is Rodney Lee took the win, 1093 on 1090. His light was a 60. Broussard was a 006, and he goes 1084, under by 6. I think he took too much of the stripe, nearly as I can figure out in a racer term. Harlan Tucker from Miranda, number 77 on his Daytona, former division champion. Francesca Giroux from Slave Lake, Alberta, her 85 Camaro. And looking at all the information, Harlan Tucker is older than Francesca Giroux. See, most of the ladies do actually put their ages down, but announcers learned many, many years ago in our infancy that is a number that is non-spoken.
What, that you were 29 3 years ago?
See, there you go. Now, that was Unc said that. I never did. I always try and be polite because then we get a hug or a piece of the anniversary cake or a birthday cake, anniversary cakes, birthday cakes, whatever. Harlan Tucker, red light. See Francesca, we talk about it. She gets the win. She goes 1087 at 149. After Harlan's red light, he goes 1102 at 136. Come on. Randy Chen, Rod Hartzell. Randy Chen from Huntington Beach, his Nova, left side. Rod Hartzell from Modesto, the El Camino. Right side, small block Nova, big block, like a big one, Camino. Says these Stock Eliminator cars wandering by. It's the first round. You had all night to fix it. We called you at 8 o'clock, told you to warm up, get all your running around done. Stock Eliminator. Make your way to the lanes if you're not already there. If you are there, thank you. It will be Rod Hartzell, the El Camino, 1102 at 117. Chen a little bit quicker at 10:98 at 1:15, and well, we won't even talk about that. I've mentioned that starting line thing before. John Dexter from Surprise, Arizona, his 68 Camaro, left side. Right side, Andrew Olson from Sacramento. EFI Expert 70 Camaro. Big motors both sides. Well, interesting watching the timers on this one. I think somebody left it on too long. I think I'm right. Andrew Olson, 11:03 on the right side, took the win, 111 miles an hour. Starting line advantage to Dexter, but 11:64, 101, and it looked like he was on the stop a long way down the track.
That's your two-time winner this year out in the opening round.
Two-time winner out opening round, but Bye gets another shot starting tomorrow morning. Mark Simonian, driving his 89 Firebird, Toyota Lane. Hugh Muller from Carmel Valley, Maverick. Simonian, lots of stories to go with that Firebird. Now we got to an ET Finals at one time, and it will continue on. He had a 10 light, then goes 1096 at 132, 1095 for Muller in the Maverick at 128 miles an hour. And now we're stuck with a Studebaker and another Maverick. We say that because the Studebaker is Larry Scarth, Zeke's Automotive. 1090 is our index for the final pair, just like it's been everybody else. Dave Adams from Valley Center, that Maverick with Ford. Multiple time event winner, all-star representative. Can't go through one round with our representative Studebaker. We'll have more. Yes, we do. We've got an orange one, at least that I'm familiar with. Double breakout win goes to the Studebaker, Larry Scarth, 1088. 1077 for Adams. Adams like under by a bunch. 23 under. That is R1 of Super Street. And so look at them rolling out in front of us, those first three pair, and the remainder of the stock eliminator field. I'm going to stand up, get out of this easy chair, and hand the microphone over to Bob Unkefer.
I think we need to work out a deal with Lazy Boy.
Talking about that, have you ever done the monster trucks and the unique driver of some of the others that had the Crazy Boy jet-powered recliner?
I've missed out on that.
I got to do him 3 different times. Let me tell you, it's a comfortable seat till he lights that thing. Your adult beverage would spill right out of that baby.
Well, that's not a good thing then. Can't have the adult beverage spilling. Good morning, everybody. Glad to have you here at Sonoma. Our event being brought to you by the fine folks at Corbell and everybody listening in on dragracer.tv. Tip of the cap to Phil Unruh and his Industrial Electric Corp for making the dragracer.tv program available for you this weekend as well. Stock Eliminator, round number 1. Boy, we go from qualifying yesterday to getting real serious today to qualifying again tomorrow morning to getting real serious again tomorrow. Hot diggity, boom diggity. We are ready. Looks like we're getting everybody lined up. Got the pairs set to go. Stock Eliminator, if you're not in the staging lanes paired up and ready for round number 1, well, I don't know what you're waiting on. Christmas gifts are not going to be sent out for another several months yet, and if you're waiting on Christmas, you're going to be way late. Stock Eliminator to get everybody up, get them motivated. Our first 3 pair are always designated. And we do end up every once in a while with a pair or 2 that aren't able to answer the bell for the first 3 pairs. So we end up with a competition buy. And it looks like that's what's going to happen with John Gray's F-Stock Automatic. 72 Demon. It's Johnny Calvert's Calvert Racing Mustang. They had some problems yesterday with the car. Rather than continue on in eliminations today and see what they can do, I think they're taking the wiser move and taking the day and the opportunity to look at everything, get some repairs done, get it set up for race number 2 this weekend here at Sonoma Raceway, brought to you by Corbell, California Champagne folks. So John Gray gets it easy right into round number 2. Vacaville based 340 Demon working his way down the racetrack and into the next round. Gets a free tune-up run this morning. Goes 11:04 at 117 miles an hour. Again, do want to remind everybody, do need to see dial-ins on the right-hand side of the car, please. Car numbers and dial-ins on the right-hand side of the car. Doug Gibson, C-Stock Automatic. Big block, 396 Camaro left side. Going to be trying to chase down Darren Somerton. K-Stock Automatic, 4-door yellow Chevelle. I still say we ought to put taxi cab on the side of that car. I mean, it's yeller. It's got 4 doors. It can get you there in a hurry. Darren had some problems at Indy a few weeks back. The Lucas Oil Drag Racing Series event there. See if he's got them ironed out. Somerton off and running on a 1265 dial. Gibson a couple of seconds behind, giving chase, reels him in. Both drivers under. Doug's under by 4. Darren's under by 20. Take the 4 mile from the 20. Let me see, Sally, let me borrow your toast. Okay, 16 thousandths of a second margin of victory for Doug Gibson on that double breakout. Jimmy Metter taking on Derek Elam. Hell you go. How about a 6-second handicap start? You ready? Just be green. Just be green. Everybody green. Let's make a race out of it. Elam, the little W stock automatic Pinto wagon. Metter up the 396 Camaro. All right, Elam's green. 1665 the dial. Jim's got to wait and then go. Ooh, baby. Look how far that Pinto is down track. Here comes Metter. Has he got enough? Has he got enough racetrack? No, he does not. 1664. Break it out by 5 thousandths of a second. This is Derek Elam. Metter tried to chase him down, was a little tardy leaving the starting. Well, neither driver was exactly spectacular, but Jim was a little bit later off the line than Derek and cost him at the other end of the track. Dave Rose and John Irving. Irving's in the I-Stock automatic machine. Norm Weber, the C-Stock automatic Corvette. Handicap start, not quite 6 seconds. Would you believe 1? John Irving over here on the right-hand side, out of Boulder City. 400 cubic inch, 73 Plymouth Satellite. Going to be off and running. There goes John. Here comes Norm. Norman, big block Corvette, coming, got him. 1048 on a 45 at 123, 1151. Irving on the 1156 dial. Can you say missed it by that much? Well, he didn't miss it by that much. He missed it by that much. So Irving's out. Norm gets the win. John Irving, need you back to your car, please. John Irving, need you back to your car. The other John, not that John, the other John. And there goes John. So John's coming. Gary Hummerkaus taking on Doug Holder now. The small block Camaro right side. The big block Camaro left lane. Gary out of Stockton. Holder coming out of San Dimas. Big block taking on small block. Handicap start. About 7/10. Going to the mouse motor. I want to say good morning to Doug and Sherry listening in. Are they still in North Carolina? Chad, yes. Chad, I'm sorry. Still in South Carolina. I did. Well, he's all the way over there on the east side of the country. I mean, you know, Just one of those things. Hi, Chad. Hi, Jared. Sally's here. 1188, Doug Older gets the win at 104 miles an hour. Humrick House comes up 12 thou short down at the other end, and that might have something to do with Holder being 005 on the reaction timer, and Gary being one later than that. Jerry Kramer, Roger Hall come rolling in now. Roger at the wheel of his big block, 68 Chevelle right-hand side, 1047. Jerry's going to give up a second and a half. There goes the Chevy. Here comes the Copo. There goes the Copo. Red light start, and Roger goes, woohoo! Jerry Kramer's going to look at Roger's reaction time and go, why did I do that? But he did. It is. It's in the books. Roger Hall gets to come back and play round number 2. Jerry has to sit and wait till tomorrow now. Sandy Kimball's 390, 66 Fairlane comes rolling in. He's going to work his way through the gearbox. Out in front of Steve Watt, Mr. 413 and the 62 Plymouth Fury. Watt's A-stock automatic dialed in 10 flat, exactly a second under. Kimball dialed in a 1082 on the 1165 E-stick class index. So Kimball gets the handicap start. He'll be working his way through the gearbox. Should be into third by the time Steve leaves. Well, doesn't make any difference now. Red light start Kimball. 6 thou too quick. Juan kind of relaxed on the tree, and he'll be upset with himself for doing that. 1028, 98 miles an hour, stepping off the throttle down at the other end. Juan will be back. Kimball's day is done. Chad Logie comes rolling in now, the 440. 70 Plymouth for the Logie clan. The California Missile there on the left-hand side, 1045 the dial. Dave Mueller over here on the right, 1244. So a couple of seconds. Handicap start. A little 283 Malibu. It's green. 1, 2, go. Thank you. Logie trying to reel him in now. 440 cubic inches of Mopar. Breathing heavy. Top end of the racetrack. Got him. 1045 on a 45, dead on the dial with a 3. There were 5 thou difference off the line. Muller gets down to the other end, goes 1240 on his 1244, punches his own ticket out of here, and say goodnight to the Malibu. As Debbie Hughes comes rolling up now. D-stock automatic, 429 Mustang. 71 body style, one of my favorites. Taking on Jerry Stein, C-stock automatic, 440 Dart. Mopar car over here on the right-hand side. Gives up 4/10 handicap. Debbie brings up the RPMs. The Mustang does a 2-step on the starting line and rolled right on through the beams. Jerry Stein says, well, thank you very much. And then Jerry goes dead on 5 on his 1049 dial. 122 miles an hour. Jerry's like, hey, my wind light's on. Might as well figure out what today's air is. Because today's air is a little bit different from yesterday's air. Chris Whitney, another stick shift. Early model Fairlane, this time with a 427 and a 66 body style. Taking on Karen Comstock, a.k.a. Blondie for Lucas Oil. Here comes Blondie. Whitney out in the gate, already into high gear. Blondie in the Cobra Jet. Tapping the brakes, tapping the wind light. 895 on the 888. 132, Blondie's good for the win. Comstock will be back, 1064 by Whitney. 1064 and a 1049, and those numbers do not compute in stock eliminator. You can't be 2/10 of what you prognosticate you're going to run. John Shaw's classic 63 Savoy. Mr. 426 there on the left-hand side. Taking on Cliff Hansen's A-stock automatic. So you got a double A-stock automatic. Taking on an A-stock automatic. This ought to be fun. 974 for Shaw, the dial left side. 1021 for Hansen over here in the right lane. Green lights a pair. Okay, here we go. Green lights. That's green. That's green. Super Cop needs you to the lanes now, please. Super Cop needs you. To the staging lanes, please. Round number 1. Load them up, boys and girls. Super Cop to the lanes. Hanson, 55 on the tree, takes 5 thou stripe, wins with the 1023 on his 21. 977 by Shaw at 133. He was 54 on the tree. Good old drag race. Has advertised 5 thousandths of a second difference between them down at the other end of the racetrack as Jared Jordan and Mike Cotton come in. Man, you want to talk about a couple of families long associated with Mopar. Wow. Julie, Jared, fortunately the late Harry. Jared goes red by 4 thousandths of a second. Mike Cotton's going to be your winner. Mike and Paul are longtime campaigners of the Mopar brand as well. That was an unfortunate first round pairing in my book, but that's the way the ladder broke out. Cotton goes 11:19, 96 miles an hour, cruises into round number 2. Jared is 4 thou red, runs 11:34 at 114, and it's good to see the car fixed and ready for race number 2. It's Dustin Ward's G-Stock Automatic, 340 68 edition CUDA left side. Derek Grossi over here on the right, 426 64 Fury. Another B-Stock Automatic entry. 1.2 second handicap start. Going to go to Dustin Ward. Side of the tree will come down. It'll be a couple of bumps and just a little bit more. Dustin's going to be off and running. Then Darren's going to set sail for the other end of the racetrack. There goes Dustin. Here comes Darren. Ooh, another good race shaping up. Out of the gate, separated by a scant 7 thousandths of a second. 1042, dead 1 by Darren Grossi at 122 miles an hour. 1165 by Dustin at 102 miles an hour. And I think, methinks he may have turned Darren loose at the stripe, and Darren by 46 thousandths turns around and says, well, thank you. Thank you very much. Derek Johnstone's 66 Impala. 283 Q-Stock Automatic, taking on Nanette Stein's O-Stock Automatic. 302 Bird. Couple of body styles that in a class filled with Novas and Chevelles and Camaros you don't see a lot of. One of them is going to round number 2. It's going to be the 66 Impala of Johnstone. 1340 on a 1337. 12:28.6. Nanette got down there, took the stripe by 31, and broke out by 4. Dang it. Gave it a good run. Made it a good race. Phil Mandela taking on Cal Method. Ooh, this should be fun. Phil left side, 11:08 to dial. Cal on 11:44. They're green. They're gone. Mouse motor, Nova, Cal Method working his way down track. Mandela with the big block Chevelle. Give a chase, close it in. Not going to get him. Method's your winner. 11:46 at 107. Taking 15 thou stripe for the win. Mandela cruises through 11:08 on the 11:08. Cal had the better light, parlayed it into the win light down at the other end of the racetrack. Kim Kakuza rolls in now. The California Muscle Cars. Small block 69 Camaro left side. And Scott Logie. Look at that Logie family race up. Scott goes red. 9 thou too quick out of the gate. He's going to get a tweak of an advantage off the starting line. Tried to tweak it a little bit tighter and, well, missed. Kim Kakuza gets the win. 11:36 at 114. And Kim, well, he'll be back. 11:63 by Scott on the 11:45 as he's driving down the racetrack after the red light start. You could hear words like, golly gee, son of a gun, gosh darn it. And I think he even caught a dag nabbit coming out of there. As Jeff Jerome takes on Scott Hilton now. Another 4:27.67 Fairlane. Double-A stick car hanging the front end high. There goes Scott. Here comes Jeff. Classic muscle affair. 67 Fairlane right side. 63 Plymouth left. Going to be the Mopar car getting the win. 10:30 by Jerome on his 10:20. 10:47 by Hilton on his 10:20. That wheel stand may have made a nice picture. Unfortunately, cost him a little elapsed time. That's something you can't give away here in the sport of drag racing. Mike Hackert, San Jose-based runner now, the Hackert and Hughes 67 Fairlane left side. Another 4:27. This time a B stock automatic combination. Tom Brown's K stock automatic, 74 Pontiac Le Mans, 400 cubic inch Pontiac. Off and running with the hint of green. Hackert now giving chase to Fairlane. Again, Super Cop, round one. Need you to lanes, please. Super Cop, round one. Need you to the staging lanes, please. Come on down. Tommy Brown had the better light. Turns it into the wind at the other end. Cruises through 1191 at 108 miles an hour. 1119 at $114 by Hackert. As he comes up short, he'll have all day to prepare for race number 2, which will start tomorrow morning, about 24 hours from now, as we'll get rocking and rolling on the second event of the doubleheader here at Sonoma Raceway, brought to you by the fine folks at Corbell. Michael Williams, 350. Williams 350 over on the left-hand side. Tina Summerton, their Oldsmobile here on the right. Michael trying to do a Paul Bunyan imitation. Chops the tree down with a 002 light. Goes 11:15 at 108 miles an hour. Takes the win and the stripe by 32 thou. Tina goes 11:58 on the 11:54 at 107 and comes up those 32 thousandths of a second short. Mopars a pair one more time. Errol Farmer's 340 CUDA right side, the D-Stock automatic entry. 1075 the die. Rick Colbert's Demon there on the left was on a 1072 dial. Colbert tried to steal a little bit at the starting line, got caught. Red lights go woo, 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 woo. Errol Farmer gets the win. 1080 at 119. The 340 CUDA will be back. 1132 by Rick. After the red lights start, is Carolyn Jimmerfield, the Pine Street Sports Bar and Grill entry alongside Jesse Loeffler. Loeffler's 340 Duster right side, another one of the fleet of F-Stock automatic cars here this weekend. If I had $1 for every 340 Mopar power plant, I could go have dinner and dessert and probably a cocktail or two. There are a bevy of 340 Mopars here this weekend. Jesse giving chase. Carolyn out in front. Jesse caught her. Carolyn goes 1185 on the 1189. Jesse let her have the stripe. Backs it off to an 1105. 117 on his 1099. The Adobe Electric 73 Duster will return. Carolyn can, she can go to her Corbell this afternoon. C.W. Hofer, the Mangus Racing, 73 Firebird left side. Justin Lamb, factory stock D Copo, going to be giving chase. About a second handicap start. There goes C.W. Here comes Justin. Copo out of Redback. Mosier, A1 Performance. Coming. 1,320 feet. He got it up. Yep. 977 at 130 miles an hour. 1102 for C.W. Is Justin. Well, just a little bit better reaction time off the starting line. Turned it into a win at the finish line. Again, Super Cop, round number 1. Load up your A game, boys and girls. It is time for eliminations. As Scott Burton rolls in, the Golden Colorado based runner. 428. Cobra Jet there on the left-hand side. Jeff Taylor on the right. Factory stock C cars a pair. Heads up. First one to the finish line, winner, chicken dinner. Out of the gates they go, Taylor. Hikes the front end up in the air, sets it right back down. Burton giving chase. Burton not going to catch him. 938 at 131 for Jeff. As JT marches on, 955. Best run of the weekend for Scott Burton. 137 miles an hour. They just didn't pump enough coals into that Cobra Jet to be able to catch Taylor down at the other end. Is Robert Pons, double A stock automatic, 427.64 Fairlane. And Jody Lang, the L stock automatic wagon. Jody on an 1190, Robert on a 987. I don't know about you, but the quick math tells me that's a 2-second handicap head start for the wagon. Going to load up the coolers, the ice chest, pack some groceries, set sail for the other end of the racetrack. Pond waiting on his side of the tree to come down. It's great googly moogly. We got a race shaping up, boys and girls. Who's going to drive that finish line stripe better? Because they're dead even out of the gate. It's going to be Jody Lang, 1196 on the 1190 at 102. 985.6. Pond gets there first and breaks out by 14 thousandths of a second. Jody backed off, let him have the stripe. Pond went sailing by, and unfortunately, that was all it took for the Sedona, Arizona racer to get to spectate for the rest of the day in stock eliminator. Larry Gilley taking on Thomas Marlowe. Marlowe, the young man out of Mesquite, Texas. Loaded up after the weekend in Noble, Oklahoma last weekend and followed the advice of Horace Greeley, who said, "Go west, young man." And Marlowe did. Here he is, dialed in 1023. Larry Gilley on a 1083. It's about 6/10. Little 340 dart. Former Indy champ, going to get to go first. Gilley left side, he's green. Here comes Marlowe, he's green. Ooh, one of them's more greener than the other. More greener? Where'd that come from? One light's going to go to Gilley. 1086 on a 1083 at a $1.19. Marlowe was 1022.2 on a 1023. Gilley, though, had 6/10 advantage out of the gate and added another 600 to it as they left the starting line. And you can't do that. You're in drag racing. Got to be ready when the tree flashes. And Marlowe, well, maybe it's the time change. Ryan Smith up on the, I don't know. Ryan Smith up on the left-hand side. Richie Pauly right. C-Stock automatic, 428 Mustang. Richie off and running. 1055 the dial. Ryan Smith's Malibu for W.W. Williams. On a 13 flat dial. Richie pedaling as fast as he can down at the other end of the racetrack. Just didn't pedal fast enough. 1056, 1, 2, 3 the speed by Richie. But he's 11 thou short against Ryan Smith, who goes 13 flat on his 13 flat at 85 miles an hour. And again, pretty much dead even out of the gate. When you run on your money, on the money, honey, it's pretty much going to help you move on to the next round. And it did there for the W.W. Williams team. Brian Phillips, D-Stock automatic Firebird. 400 cubic inch poncho. Taking on the 396 Camaro. Billy Cremo. Billy goes red. Turn out the lights. The party's over. Brian gets to move on. Billy's day is done. He becomes a spectator. 1070 on a 1069 by Phillips. 121 miles an hour. And stock eliminator round number 1 marches on. So we whittle the field in half. Here in the opening round is John Irving. Taking on Brad Burton now. Irving at the wheel of his in-stock automatic wagon. Once again, go to load up the coolers, the ice chest. Get everything ready to rock and roll. Head for the other end of the racetrack. Brad Burton says, "Yeah, I think I'm going to catch you." And the runner out of Snohomish, Washington for Lucas Oil with Goodyear and Trucktown. Spots the wagon. Burton sits and waits. Turns on the green bulb for both of them on this end of the racetrack. Now they're moving towards the other end. Burton, womp, 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 1074 and 117, 1248 by Irving. 99 miles an hour, 25 thousandths of a second, the margin of victory for Burton. That 455 cubic inch Pontiac was sure talking down at the other end, wasn't it? Whew. Randy Burcell's H-Stock automatic. 76 Plymouth, Mimi Roadrunner. And Jimmy Durham, another one of those 340 Dusters. Like I said, there are a fleet of them here this weekend. Again, Super Comp, round number 1. Load them up, A-game, boys and girls. Need your lanes, please. If you're not in the staging lanes and you have a Super Comp car and you are relaxing in your chair back in the pit area, the only thing I can tell you is this. You need to hurry up and get on down here because we're fixing to start Super Comp and we're going to go with or without you. Durham off and running, Purcell off and running. Ooh, looks like Randy's got a problem. Jimmy says thank you very much. He'll cruise on through an easy 11:09 win. Purcell, you could see that 76 Roadrunner having issues and laboring to get down the racetrack. 13:38 on 11:49 dial is generally not going to get you into the next round. Ryan Mangus and Earl Snow. Yeah, this should be good. Snow Performance, small block Malibu, right-hand side, 11:67 to dial. Mangus at the wheel of the 70 Camaro over on the left-hand side. And that car's been driven by, well, basically everybody in Stock Eliminator except for me and Rick Carlson. It has been through a bevy of owners, drivers. Ryan seems to be happy at it, though. Earl Snow, trying to give him something to think about, though. Oh, didn't do it. 1085 on the 1085. Mangus was 12 on the tree. 1172. Earl Snow was perfect. I mean, triple, zipple, 0-0-0 perfect. And he let Mangus have the stripe down at the other end because he didn't want to break out. He's going to look at that time slip, and there might be a bad word or two said. Golly gee Willikers comes to mind real quick. John Rodriguez G-Stock automatic entry. Yeah, right. And Timmy Seymour's factory stock B Copo. $9.22 to an 11.08. There goes Roderick. Here comes Seymour. Oh, hang on, Timmy. Copo stood up, did a little wiggle. Oh, that may not be good. Seymour staying with it, though. Nope, not going to get there. 9.33 on a 9.22. That wiggle cost him about a tenth. Roderick goes through 11.11 on the 11.08. Got to the finish line first in his 350 Camaro out of Thousand Oaks. He'll get to come back and play for round number 2. Tim Seymour crawl underneath, check the rear suspension, make sure everything's where it's supposed to be. He'll get ready for mañana and race number 2. As Jimmy DeFrank gets ready to take on Mark Kirby's F Stock automatic. Another one of the fleet of the 340 Dusters. Kirby on a 1086 dial. DeFrank on a 990. There goes Kirby. Here comes Jimmy. It's Jimmy. It's Kirby. It's Kirby. It's Jimmy. Kirby's out in front. Jimmy's chasing. Kirby's out in front. Jimmy's chasing. Kirby's out in front at the stripe. 1087 at 110. Good for the win. 993 by DeFrank. Comes up short. Kirby laid a couple of hun on him on the starting line and cashed in 3 hun at the finish line. Jimmy DeFrank was pedaling hard at the other end of the racetrack, and he didn't get there quick enough. All right, everybody, I want you to check for your phone and give me a call. Okay, you got your phone? You got your phone? All right, you don't have your phone? It might be the one we had turned in. Pete Lanciers and Leo Glassprint are working their way down. Leo, the Remac Trans. Copo Camaro on the right-hand side. Ooh, it's going to be Lanciers 340 Duster. Those 340 machines just keep on kicking, don't they? 11:01, 117, taking a stripe and a win by 7 thousandths of a second. Lanciers was 008. Leo was 35 on the tree, and that's a respectable reaction time. Just not against the 008. And in that particular pair, Leo comes up short those 7 thousandths of a second. Chris Hall's B Stock automatic, the 40270 Camaro right-hand side. Dialed in 1045. Lindy Lindholm on an 1135. The Firebird out of Remac over there on the left-hand side. 400 cubic inch. Bird working its way. Here comes Chris. 400 cubic inch big block. Pumping hard at the other end. Got him. 1048 on a 1045 at 122 the speed. 1138 on the 1135 by Lindy. Lindy comes up 21 thousandths of a second short. Down at the other end of the racetrack. It's Justin Jerome and Kyle Rizzoli, our final pair. Race cars. Rizzoli's B-Stock automatic, 396. Jerome, hey, it's a 360, not a 340. The E-Stock automatic, 74 Duster out of Southwest Processors. Justin's going to see if he can process Kyle right on out of here in round number 1. Have been a few upsets this opening round. Some gentlemen spectating for round number 2 that weren't exactly planning on it. Green light, and away we go. Jerome on the left, Rizzoli on the right. Should be good at the other end. Who's going to be better at the stripe? Going to be Jerome, 1095 on the 1084, 1132 by Kyle. 106 miles an hour, Justin way out in front. Kyle with issues. Kyle was also laid off the starting line, and Justin just kind of ran away with it. Wayne Scheitland should be taking on Greg Luniak, the Tri-City competition. Motown Missile Challenger, but there's no Challenger. Well, was on a trailer last night hooked up to a truck. That's not a good sign for Greg. For Dwayne it is. It means he gets the competition by run here in round number 1 of elimination. Shiloh's 440 cubic inch Mopar machine, the 70 Challenger, goes through 1038 and 99 miles an hour. Whew. Stock eliminator. Round number 1 in the books. You want me to do part of Super Comp, then you do part of Super Comp? Okay. Rick's taking a break. Super Street wore you out? All right. 890's up on the scoreboard. Cut a light, run the number. B-double-O, take double-O. It's as simple as that. Well, Sean Hart, Ed Howder, and the rest of the Super Comp drivers make it look as simple as that. It really isn't. It's tough to do, and do repeatedly, and do religiously, and do it for 6 or 7 rounds of eliminations. Be able to stand on the stage at the end of the day and hold the Wally. Sean Hart, Ed Howder are going to set their sights on the Wally. One of them is going to have their sights cut short here in the opening round. Sean on the left side, 21-year-old youngster out of Utah. Out of Washington, making the toe down with his Spitzer chassis machine. Ed, locked, loaded, away we go. Cut a light, run the number. Both these drivers cut a light. Sean Hart runs the better number, 893 at 166 the speed, 885 by Ed. 163 miles an hour down at the other end of the racetrack. Young CJ Spurnack, Marysville, California. Met CJ yesterday morning. Gave me a great big old hug. Sweetheart of a gal. 572 cubic inch Ford in her dragster over there on the left-hand side. And Travis Richardson out of Castaic. Victory chassis car over here on the right-hand side. Making sure everybody's clear on the top end. Okay. It's good. We can go. Line them up. Head them down. CJ may be in trouble. Yep, 898, 170 miles an hour. Richardson goes 893 at $172. Travis rolled in, double bulb. They backed him out so both drivers could stage, and then pre-stage and then stage the way it's supposed to be done. Courtesy staging. CJ just a little bit late when her side of the tree flashed though. Pete Serta, Billy Weber. Billy over on the left-hand side. Kingman, Arizona-based runner out of Sherway Automotive. Race Tech chassis car. Serta out of Elk Grove. Out of Irish Construction and Tattoo. Boy, there's a formidable pair of businesses. Irish Construction and Tattoo Inc. I guess your home really gets tattooed when it's built up. Sorry, Chad, Sherry. It was there, I had to use it. 896, 166 for Billy Weber, 895 for Pete Serta. Just as long as they tattoo the house and don't use the wood from the construction business to try and tattoo you. Yeah, that'll work. Whew. Jay Roper, Zach Mazier. What happened to your arm? I got tattooed by a 2x4. Mazier on the right hand side. I think I need some more caffeine. Roper out of Woodland over on the left-hand side. Got the 32 Bantam mouse-motored car. Little 383 combination. Sits up a little bit higher, a little bit shorter wheelbase. Mazier over here on the right, the Mazier, Lucas Oil, FTI. Hot rod out of Escondido. It's Jay. It's Zach. It's Zach. It's Jay. Top end winner picker says give it to Mazier. 926 at 132. 947 by Jay. Excuse me, gents. We're looking for 890s, not 9-second runs. But for Zach, that 9-second run was a winner, and he'll be back for the next one. Kevin Wright out of Colorado. There on the left-hand side, the DK Interiors Mollis chassis car. Taking on Nick Shepard over here on the O'Reilly side of the racetrack. Runner out of Oregon. American chassis race car out of RC Collision. Nicholas, an accountant by profession. Obviously, he wants to balance the numbers in his favor. I just got warned to slap his head for the second time this morning. Here I am. You missed me and so he had, didn't you? Kevin Wright goes 007, 894 to 173 for the win. 893 and a $1.74 for Nicholas as he comes up a little bit short. Kevin, though, able to use that 7 foul reaction time and parlay it into a win by 10 thousandths of a second down at the other end. Paige Lundeen, the Noise, out of Murray, Utah, diversified design. Taking on Joey Garbiso, San Diego-based runner in his Yancher chassis car. Paige is in, Joey's in, green flash is green. Stars headed for a decision maker, 1,320 feet away. Decision maker says give it to Paige. 896 and 169. Joey got there in a hurry, took a 10th stripe, runs 882 on the 890 number. That doesn't work out so well. We'll be sending Joey a free Burlington Northern Santa Fe Railroad conductor's cap for the train length he took down there. Dave Alves and George Garbiso, another Yancer chassis car. You can tell that because it's got the spats on the back, the fenders. A ZG installation, Mickey Thompson tires. George on the right-hand side. Alves out of Princeton, California. For Fusion trailers. Lined up on the left. Big block Chevrolets everywhere here in Super Comp Race. And Dave goes red. 11 thousandths of a second. Too quick on his side of the tree. Garbiso gets the win, 895 at 174. He'll march on into round number 2. Dave will have a little bit of time to think about what he should have, could have, would have done. Had he not been 11 thousandths of a second too quick. But you know what? It'll be a short-lived memory because we're going to do it all over again tomorrow. Comes Lori Warden. Lori out of Santa Ana. RB Paint and Body. Bunch Johnson alongside out of Seligman, Arizona. Another Yancher chassis car with the spats, and yet another red light start. This time 10 thousandths of a second too quick. So Lori gets the win. She runs dead on 8, 18 on the tree. 26 thousandths package for Lori. She moves on, 894 to 170 for Punch. A little OP Enterprises machine. We'll see him next come tomorrow. Mark Potts and James Warden. our next pair of contestants here in Super Comp Round 1. Come on down, the price is right. Warden and his American Machine, right-hand side, Potts on the left. Ed Quaid chassis car. And again, the proverbial big block Chevrolets. Very, very careful to stage. Potts is in. Warden's in. Green lights a pair. And we're off. That, by the way, was my very poor Elmer Fudd impersonation. Heard a whop whop down there. Mark Potts gets the win, 894 to 169 miles an hour. 896 by Warden. Warden was 007 on the tree. Hung on until that little last foot of the racetrack. Comes up short by 18 ten-thousandths of a second. As Howard Johnson, Hojo, out of American Canyon. His dragster over on the left-hand side, taking on Paul Darrow. Paul, who's been down track more than once in his car. See what Paul can do over here on the right-hand side, the runner out of Oregon. Paul's about to get counted out. Wow. That was close. Paul rolled in and Hojo gets the win. 907 at 145 miles an hour. Nero, who had issues going down track, slows to a 961 at 122. And the winner of that race might just be Karma, as Hojo moves on to the second round. Lloyd Coker and Damon Bustamante. Whew. That was interesting. Bustamante right-hand side, the young man out of San Dimas, 16 years young over here on the right. Coker on the left. The Moon Saloon out of Glendale, Arizona. Sounds like a good place to me. Lloyd can, head for the Moon Saloon or wherever he wants because that's a red light in his lane. Damon gets the win, running dead on 3. 8903 was 13 on the tree. That's a 16 thousandths package. That's the best we've seen so far. Justin Morgan's and the DeNova Homes. K&N, Redline Oil. Runner over here on the right-hand side. Logan War there on the left lane out of Pete's Diesel. Spitzer chassis car. This should be interesting. They leave the starting line separated by a scant 3 thousandths of a second. Justin Morgan in the DeNova Homes entry gets the win by 12 thousandths of a second. 92.3 beats a 93.2 by 12 thou. And the DeNova Homes entry marches on. Cody Weber and Madison Payne. Madison over here on the right-hand side, another young driver in our Super Comp category. Everybody wonders about the future of the sport. I got news for you. Look around at all the 16, 17, 18, 19-year-old, 20-year-old drivers. There are a plethora of them. The majority of them coming out of the junior dragster ranks. You realize we're sitting on 500 national event winners that have come out of the junior dragster ranks. 500 national event winners. come out of the junior dragster ranks. I don't know that Madison did, but I would say probably. Rick Carlson says, yep. Cody Weber's 21 over on the left-hand side. Sure way engine and machine, and I'd be willing to bet Cody. Came out of the junior dragster ranks as well. Eastern Conference Finals going on this weekend over in Bristol. 893, 174. Cody's your winner. Madison goes 6 thou red. Runs 897 at 163 miles an hour. Giving it a pretty good run down at the other end of the racetrack. But all for naught after the red light start as your reigning Division 6 champion, Randy Beck, comes rolling in. Randy was able to finalize and clinch that championship last year. Did so at the final Lucas Oil Drag Racing Series event of the year down in Las Vegas. We'll be there in November. Rick Mangill over on the right-hand side, the heavy equipment operator. Well, don't you know driving this dragster's got to be like, you know, cakewalk for him? Pushing around a big cat or dozer all week long. Back on the left. Mangill on the right. One of them's going to light up the scoreboard. It's going to be the reigning D6 champ. Randy Beck getting the win, 892 at 170, 888 by Rick over here on the O'Reilly side. Randy had the better light. He was 12 to Mangill's 22. Glenn Kern. Michael and Roel going to do their thing as they head down track. Super Stock, round number 1. Need you to lanes, please. First 3. Designated pair and Super Stock. Need you to the lanes for pairings, please. First 3 designated pair and Super Stock. Need you to the lanes. Michael in rally. Twisted. Rolling. Rally. Roll. Michael in. And Michael in for the win, 892, 204 miles an hour. 14 thou stripe over Glenn Kern, goes 895 at 166. As High Gear Harem comes rolling in to take on Barry Willoughby. Willoughby out of Kuna, Idaho. Idaho and Utah, 2 states I have not yet been to that are on my bucket list. Got to get there. One of these days, I'm going to make it up to Firebird and Boise. And yep. I could have ridden out here with Warren. And I'd seen a whole lot of Utah. High Gear Harem, left-hand side. Willoughby over here on the right. One of them's going around number 2. It's no high gear. 9 flat, Barry Willoughby gets the win by 15 ten-thousandths of a second over Harem, who goes 901 at 176. So kind of like in Stock Eliminator, some of the big dogs getting kicked off the porch early. Michael Woodard, the Woodard Vineyard entry over here on the right-hand side. Got to think the vineyards are enjoying a day like today. A little moisture on the grapes. Ed Cox goes red. Another one of our Idahoans. Unfortunately, Ed not going to get to play any more of this race. He'll have to wait till tomorrow. Ooh, and then Ed runs 8.902. 2 thou red, dead on 2. Misses a perfect run by 4 thousandths of a second. And Michael Woodard gets the win with a 9 flat. Boy, sometimes life just doesn't seem fair, does it? 174 miles an hour from Michael. As Trey Vetter comes rolling in. Young gunner out of Henderson from Matco Tools. Goodyear on the left. The Lillard Motorsports entry. Ray Lillard at the wheel. Out of Discovery Bay. Ouch! How'd you like to have a 006 light leave second? 893.3 beats an 893.5. Lillard was 006. Trey Vetter was 001. Do the math. Man, that was a good old drag race from start to finish. As Kenny Stowe's getting ready to take on Greg Boutte for FTI, Hoosier, K&N, and the Blaster. American chassis car for the gunner out of Galt. Kenny Stowe out of La Habra. Kenny Brook Racing. Kenny Stowe. Is that Kenny Brook or Kenny Broke? Could be Kenny Broke. Womp, 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 womp. 8904, 22 under 3 by Boutte. Chases down Kenny Stowe, goes 887.9 at $1.64. Boutte whopped it a couple of times down there. Let Kenny take the stripe. Kenny took the stripe. But Greg takes the win. It was Nick Cobb and Chuck Babcock come rolling in next. Again, Super Stock, first three pair, and the rest of you, need you to lanes, please. Super Stock, first three pair, round number 1, need you to lanes, please. And when you come, get all the rest of your Super Stock friends and tell them to follow along, because we're going to have a party. It's called round number 1. Super Stock, need you to the lanes, please. Dick Cobb left side. Chuck Babcock right. Gunner out of Yorba Linda. Trying to hold on. Not going to get her done. 892 at 169. Comes up short against Cobb's whole shot win. 895 at 164. Cobb was ready when the tree came down. Chuck was almost ready. But that almost ready cost him the stripe by 13 thousandths of a second. Justin Cooper comes rolling in. Justin out of Medical Lake, Washington. Finished number 2 in the chase last year up in Division 6 to that number 1 fella we saw already get the win a while ago. Mark Darso out of Tempe. Another Ganser chassis car. Mouse motored entry. Darso doing it his way. Unfortunately, Justin Cooper had his way. 893 to 164. Justin Cooper gets the win. 894 by Darso. Gave it a good run. That was a good race. 15 thousandths the margin down at the other end of the racetrack. It's Tanner Theobald and Sarah Moldenauer comes rolling in. Sarah on the right-hand side. Another young lady at the wheel of a Super Comp machine. This one out of the Snap-on Tools sponsorship. Big block for the San Diego Zoo employee. Works for the zoo. That's a pretty good zoo to work for. Tanner Theobald out of St. George. Over the left-hand side. I think I'm about halfway through. You ready to jump in? Okay. You got your stuff? 892 at 156 miles an hour. Tanner Theobald gets the win. 895. Sarah was just a tick behind leaving the starting line and just a tick behind down at the finish line. And Tanner says, gotcha. Michael Lane, Keith Winters sliding in. While they do that, we're going to change voices here for a moment. How about to see if I can sound like... No, I can't sound like Rick Carlson because only Rick Carlson can sound like Rick Carlson. And here's Rick.
Where is he? Oh, here he is. There you are. Okay. Found him. Michael Lane, shafter, the farmer from Lane Farms, in the Toyota Lane paired with Keith Winters, Vegas. 3R Racing Engines, big speed. It's over there as Michael Lane was red by 2. Keith Winters has that big flashing line on the O'Reilly scoreboard. He goes 888 at 177, 892 for Michael Lane, but it was after that red light start. Super Stock should be on your way. First three pair. Be there now. Gabe Torres and Russ Stevenson. Gabe Torres, one of the younger members of the Torres Racing family, the brothers, Val Jr., and then Gabe. He's left side. Right side, O'Reilly Lane, Russ Stevenson. South Jordan, Utah. journeyman lineman, but he spends a lot of time at the races. Gabe Torres, remember when he started out and they put him in a front-wheel drive stock eliminator Cavalier? That didn't last very long. The family running the heads-up category, Super Comp and Super Gas, and got him into those things very quickly. So he started out in a Cavalier. I think that Cavalier now is in Virginia. Down there, heard somebody go whomp it. And it is Russ Stevenson takes the win. O'Reilly side 894 to Gabe's 894 with 2. 894 the 3 for Russ. Add the numbers from both ends. Margin of victory 16 10,000ths of a second. 2 thou apart on this end, 1 thou apart on the other end. Brandon Lundeen back racing after taking several years off and getting Paige started in her racing career. He's from Murray, Utah. Former, I believe, Super Gas Division champ many years ago. Paired with Steve Parsons, who has been there and won that from Ridgecrest. Starting to think maybe Charlie's going to want to give up the name Shake City Express and let go to Steve. Randall Lundeen, red. Steve Parsons, flashing lights, say he wins it. Parsons from Ridgecrest and let's see, 884, 173, goes ahead and runs it through 902 for Brandon after the red light. Bo Hicks from San Carlos, K&N Filters, Mickey Thompson. He'll be paired with Parker Theobald, part of the Theobald Motorsports family racing team from St. George, Utah. We're a little over halfway through round number 1 of Super Comp here at Sonoma Raceway. Elimination day for the first race of 2 this weekend. Later on today, as we finish this race, qualifying regional and alcohol dragsters and funny cars, and we'll run this to completion. Red light by Bo Hicks, Parker Theobald, then an 887 to 180. It's going to be redundant. We're getting red lights in the left lane and running under by 3 or 4. Hahn in the right lane. And they have the wind light. Let's go ahead and try and break that. Get both greens so we go racing down the track. Mike Cornelius from Cavita, retired electrician in the Toyota lane. Summer Richardson from Castaic, Swoop Motorsports. Marketing and social media. Got the Swoop. Castaic. It's about finish line and Sand Trap, Castaic. Just go over the road, up and across the golf course, and you are at Castaic Park in Lake Castaic. But while we're talking about that, we've got green lights. We are racing, and it will be Summer Richardson in the O'Reilly lane. She goes 891, Hunt over at 170. 907 for Mike Cornelius at 174, and they were just 2 thou apart off the line, so he gave it up. She said thank you. Nick Sadie's and Sadie's Racing from Sacramento, paired with Don Barton, one of the Todd Barton design cars. This is the dragster. Don Barton, as we have said throughout the years, former Disney employee. And anytime you've got a car with design on it by ToddBartonDesign.com or shirts by them, you've got some great artistry, color work. Nick Sadie's, the accountant. They are pre-staged. Now we got one stage. They're both in. We've got green lights, and we get a win light. Toyota lane. Double breakout. Nick Sadie's 886 at 164. Don Barton 883 at 174. He was 300 further under We look at the starting line. Nick Sadie's at 009. Don Barton, well, it started with that straight line. And you'd think, well, Nick could have just kind of pedaled a bit. But it's taking a chance when you run it all the way out. You've got that big a lead. Allison McCone from Clovis. She's paired with Travis Theobald. Theobald Motorsports. He lives in Washington, Utah. It's interesting to see Travis now 33 years old, when it seemed like we just put him in the big car. Allison, Super Cup champ, Phoenix a couple of years ago. Put her in there at just 20 years old. Travis has picked up wins also. Allison got the big wing on that car. None for Travis. Super Stockers, keep making your way to the lanes, please. We've got a lot of half pairs sitting up there. We can get the second half of those pairings. Probably work a little bit better. Allison, Travis, Allison. It will be Travis Theobald, 893. 169. Allison's 892 at 175. Travis, much better reaction time. Tanner Hyatt and Greg Krause. Tanner Hyatt, one of the younger members of the A&K Earth Movers and Hyatt family. He lives in Sparks, Nevada now, paired with, well, I think one of the high-level tech service guys at Mazir Enterprises, Greg Krause. 34 years in Super Comp. 5 national event finals, 2 national event wins, 2-time top 10 finisher. I'm going to ask him. We visited yesterday and a little bit this morning. I got to find out when he moved to Escondido. It's TNT Chassis Dragster. Well, we have time to ask him. He went red by 1 stinking down. Tanner Hyatt said thank you. He was 008, then went 889 and 182. Greg, 887 and 179. Need to find out how long ago he moved to the Escondido, North County area from Minnesota. Debbie Dolezal paired with Tanner Mazur. Tanner Mazur from St. George, one of the young Utah racers in the O'Reilly lane. Debbie, matriarch of the Dolezal family. Darren will be up a little bit later in his Roadster, I believe in Super Gas. And Debbie, a Race for Home Realty. He owns the realty company. If you're looking for property, homes, possibly even rentals, condos, anything in the Valley of the Sun, go online, Racing for Home Realty, or find Debbie in the pits and say, I want to move to where it's warm all the time. Not quite as humid as it is other places. Debbie and Trevor, it's going to be the win. Come on for it. Debbie Dolezal in her Toyota lane, 891 at 155, 895 for Trevor at 173. Debbie with a slight 5,000th advantage off the tree, able to parlay that into a win line coming on. Kazman, Steve Kasner, paired with Marco Paravalaris. Steve Kasner has had some good years. 2014 was one of them. He was the Super Comp champ, the ET champ. He's been as high as number 3 in the nation. Top dragster, former dragster champ, Marco Paravalaris, a young man. He came onto the racing scene about 4 years ago and has been successful, runs good numbers, and taking care of cars, making sure everything works fine, and they are happy now. Steve and Marco. Well, who's going to play better up there, because they were good here, and it will be Steve Kasner, 895 at 182. He was late with his 19. Marco, 897 at 182. He was 009. That margin of victory for Kazman is 0.06 of a second. Evan Kowalski and Dory Quigley. Evan from Riverside. Riverside Transmission Center, the young man spends his weekdays there. He is paired with Dory Quigley, the Quigley girls. At times it would be which one of the girls, or did Dory get in it? They'd either draw straws, or Mom and Dad say, I'll be in it. But Dory driving this weekend. They're from Walnut. Dory Quigley, your winner, 891. She was 009, 891 at 172. Dory in the Quigley girls car takes the win. Evan Kowalski goes 889.6. Fourth out on the wrong side of that 890 index at 170. He's out. Well, until tomorrow. Dory Quigley is still racing. Bob Van Poppering from Castro Valley. That green and yellow and purple car with a big wing on it, and he is paired with Mike Hyatt, one of the senior guys at A&K Earth Movers. Are on to their directing him. This TNT chassis machine, and Bob Van Poppering, one of the Harrison chassis race cars. Whoa. We'll talk about whoa in a minute. It will be Mike Hyatt. His 9 flat at 183 takes the win over the breaking out Van Poppering, 889 to 1783. Van Poppering was 12. Hyatt was 5 on the tree. Ryan Diosdado. Dylan Haug. Diosdado from Chula Vista, south part of San Diego. Former Rookie of the Year, and another one of those racers like Unc talked to you about that came out of the Junior Dragster program. I think the first time we handed him a division championship trophy, he was 9 years old. He has been doing well. Dylan Haug, that's 16 from Junction City, Oregon. He's been around racing for a while. Dad Brian and Mom Mindy Haug. Andy Morse helping, working with him on this car. So, racers experienced at very young ages. Which one's going to turn it into a win? Well, it will be Ryan Diosdado. Toyota side, left lane, 896 at 168, while Dylan went 895 at 165. Matt Woodard, Julianne Meloff. Matt, Petaluma, Woodard, Edelbrock, Rick Shaw. Julianne Meloff, Maple Ridge, BC, Canada, the kinesiologist. Wonder, we look at all the engine sizes which the racers put down. Most everybody puts fairly close to what engine size they had at one time, but occasionally we get, in this case, a 402 cubic inch. Matt Woodard. His is a big blocks. 402 may be where the block started, but nothing resembles that now. It will be Julianne Meloff. 890 with an 8. 890 with an 8 at 172 to Matt Woodard's 892 at 172. He had a hun on the tree, but she turned it into a win as he gave it up. She takes the win by 8 thousandths of a second. Julianne will continue on. Thomas Bear and Rich Pedersen. Thomas Bear, he's had his students out here racing. He helped them. Now he climbed into his car. Former division champ. Will be paired with Pedersen from Bakersfield. He's had good years and bad years. Sometimes he struggles and you're not always sure why. Well, he's not always sure why. Just like all of us. We wonder why that didn't work. It seemed like a good plan at the time. We thought we had everything set. I think he picked up a win at Bakersfield, or was it right up here? And after he made that one win, he ended up traveling the rest of 1 year. He is out first, and here comes Tom Bayer after the stop. He takes off, and Tom Bear, 898 at 151, and Pedersen still having difficulties. 1067 at 97 miles an hour. Wouldn't for bad luck, wouldn't have any luck at all for Pedersen. He's still making it up the hill and it's running. Lynn Welfringer from Paso Robles, Modelo Performance Products. Sponsor his machine, paired with Angelo Stanton from Guinda. And I have never seen that name before. Guinda, California. Gonna have to find that out. I'll get my phone out and take a look and see where that is if I can find the phone. Lynn Welfringer, for years in that purple Oldsmobile Power Street Roadster running in Super Cup, made the change to the dragster, and in this case, a successful one. Welfringer, Toyota Lane, 891 and 129 for the win. Angelo Stanton, 894 at 160, 30 miles difference between the two at the finish line, but Lynn had an 18 on the tree, and Angelo's reaction time started with a straight line again, which is kind of like a 1. Rich Lash from Queen Creek, Total Lubricants, left side. And he is matched with Kevin Motter from Anaheim. Kevin, another one of those youngsters that's racing. He's 21. Rich Lash, he was 21 at one time. Got good green lights each side. Going to take it on through, and it's going to be Kevin Motter. His 890 at 167 beats Rich Lash 891 at 163. That was just a pretty good side-by-side drag race. Val Torres and Martin Clevenger. Val Torres, patriarch of the Torres Construction Family Racing Team. Super Comp, Super Gas. Top 10, he's picked up titles. Martin Clevenger, this time goes red. Our team racing, Corona-based aerospace engineer, has gone after the red light. Val goes 885. Since he already had a win lane, let's see where we've got the car set up and see what we can do. He goes 885 at 181 miles an hour. Still not as good as that mile an hour from the Timid Tiger team, 204 miles an hour. Ken Mostowich. Let's see if the Camaro's running better today than it did yesterday. He and Charlie Marsh struggled with that. And he is paired with Maddie Whitten from Corona. She's 22, and she is one I know is dragster champ. She even ran those junior comp cars, got the motorcycle engines. Listening to those go down the track, it's like, wow, 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 wow. That makes 6 shifts in the 8th mile. No, I'm not going to make the noise again. We did that already. So Mostowich, Moss Fabrication in Calgary, 2-time JAGS All-Star champ, full-time national event winner, and Lucas Oil Series winner. Whatever at the Camaro yesterday, they hope to have it fixed, and well, Matty Whitten's going to find out right now if they did. They got green lights, and that Camaro is like farther under power than when it yesterday. Well, they went 9-11 at 172, so it is not quite right, or they don't have the setup there for Mostowich, but Matty Whitten, 898 at 160, will take the win. I think they're still struggling a little bit with the Camaro. They got most of it done, but they're going to now have to get all the electronics dialed back to where they should be. Katie Reyes and Don London paired this time. Katie from Tracy in Human Resources. That's a nice name for what we used to call personnel. Don London, general contractor from Newhall, be in the O'Reilly right lane. Both claimed 565 cubic inch Chev. But they're different. A race car on the left side, chassis the right side. Well, Don London went red. Katie Reyes says, I'm really glad that he did that. Well, she'll say that after she takes a look at the time slip, and it's going to be lucky or good, lucky or good. This time, I think the arrow kind of swings to the lucky portion of it, as she had a really late reaction time. Doug Johnson from Pleasant Grove, Utah. You can't say that like Pleasant Grove. It's got to be Pleasant Grove. His dragster, 632 cubic inch Chevrolet, pairs with Chris Cannon from both L. Washington, driving a 63 Corvette. Well, he's got the little motor with 565 cubic inches. Anyway, got another one of the short wheelbase cars, this Corvette. So far, we've had two of basically the door-bodied cars. One is one, his pairing. The other lost his pairing. Now we'll see what Chris does with the third of the cars. That is, if they stage before we go to tomorrow's race. Super Stalkers that have fired up and pulled around the... Now they're finally... We got a stage light on. Hopefully we'll get another. They're off. Dragster and Corvette and Dragster. Johnson or Cannon? It will be Chris Cannon. The Corvette, 894, 161, 888 for Johnson. Two quick runs under at 177. They were 3 thou apart. Times I wonder if today's weather has made a difference. I know they've all got their weather stations that they faithfully follow, sometimes with a little adjustment. But with the number of breakouts, we've got good hard racing is the cause of some of it, but I wonder if some of them have just missed a touch or two because of the weather. Hannah Huber from Sumner, Washington, pair with Hannah Cook from Novato in the right side. I can honestly say I don't think I have had a Hannah versus Hannah matchup in all the years of doing this. But, okay, Hannah turned on the red light, and Hannah's going to get the win. We'll explain that a little bit more. Hannah Huber left quite early, so Hannah Cook, the O'Reilly lane, takes the win, 889 with the 7, 3 thou under. Hannah Huber went 891. Oh, it's a good run. Numbers were good. She can use those tomorrow. We may not have the marine layer or clouds. Whoop. Steve Williams, Peyton Janwick. Well, Peyton has his work cut out for him. The young man, the 18-year-old from Las Vegas, Plan B Motorsports, is racing the guy that, besides the K&N filters, big decal on the side, has a number on it, and it is 1. He's your Supercom world champ, Steve Williams. And if you're 18 in one of your early races and you pair with him the first time, you either get really shook up or you have a good race. He turned on a red light, but this was not an oops or anything. He was just 3 thou. He just mistimed it. Steve Williams takes the win, 892 at a mere 193 miles an hour, while Peyton, after the red light, goes 896 at 164. And because nobody likes him, they're going to make Tom Clark run by himself. P.W. Clark Construction from Spokane. No, that was already predetermined, the potential buy. It's not because nobody likes Tom. I think, as a matter of fact, it's not a bad time to have something like a potential buy, the way the ladder came down. That's where he qualified. So Tom Clark, that lane chassis, 600 plus cubic inches Chevy, leaves the starting line with an 11 and finishes with an 891. So it's 26 thou package on a buy run. It's going to help a little bit. I guess we're going to go to Superstock. And as Superstock pulls up, he's had enough of a break. I think we'll put Bob back to work. See, he was nice enough to help me, so okay, I'll help you with Superstock. First pairing going to be Peter Biondo, Factory Super Stock B, Maspeth, New York. He is paired with Wayne Taylor from Chino. That's Sebring with the 318 under the hood. Taylor down to 1046. Peter Biondo, 877. Here's Unk.
And this will be interesting because Peter's had trouble getting down the racetrack in this car on his 2 runs yesterday. And Super Gas needs you to the lanes now, please. Super Gas needs you to the lanes. Round number 1. Come on, boys and girls. Super Gas to the lanes. Peter gives up the handicap start. See what the Camaro does. Peter's off and running. Wade Taylor's out in front. The Copo's got a whole lot of pedaling to do down at the other end of the racetrack. Coming. Not going to get there. 10:54. Taylor gets the win. 9:10 by Biondo at 147. And I got to tell you, their prognostication of an 877 run was simply that, a prognostication. Could not be for sure what the car was going to run. As Justin Lamb pulls in, should be pulling in, alongside the 64 Carmen Gia of David Stark. Unfortunately, after a couple of pretty good runs yesterday, David not able to answer the bell this morning. So Justin Lamb, the reigning world champ, gets just what he needs, a competition bye. It's kind of like, I'm sure Justin's sitting inside the Cobalt, not a Madcap race engine, it's a Goodyear, Silver State, saying, golly gee, shucky darn, and gosh darn it even, hate to take advantage of a free run this morning to get tuned up for the rest of race day. Yeah, right, 869 at 155. Name me one driver who doesn't like a freebie in the morning. Here's another driver who'll take a freebie. Jimmy DeFrank should be taking the Hemi Cuda of Alec Leskatoff on here. Leskatoff? Yeah, Alex should be in the left lane, and he's not, so we're going to concentrate on Jimmy, who kind of like Justin Lamb is sitting there bemoaning the fact that he has a competition bye in the opening round of eliminations. It's kind of like, golly gee, we get a free run to tune from for the rest of the day. Okay, you insist. The California Car Cover Company machine working its way down track for the multi-time winner and division champ, 874 at 153 miles an hour. So Jimmy marches on, Justin Lamb marches on, 2 of the top 10 in the world, but advanced to round number 2. Again, Super Gas, need your lanes, please. Super Gas, need you to the staging lanes, please. Roger Comstock and John Winslow. Our next 2 contestants, Winslow's Super J Automatic. Matt Perotti. 426.65 Coronet over here on the right-hand side. And a red light start by Winslow. Comstock's Cobra Jet out of Mail Terminal Services, Hoosier and Lucas. Oil getting the win. 877, 155 miles an hour. Dead on the money, honey. 877.3 on his 877 dial. Winslow goes 1046. But after the red light start, anything else going on down the racetrack was, well, all for naught. As Tom Ferrugia and Mike Logie get ready to do battle next. Ferrugia's new Copo Camaro. M&T Racing. .427 Copo on a 932, taking on Logie. Logie's Super M Automatic Cuda, the 340 edition over on the left-hand side. 11:49 the dial. There goes Mikey. Here comes Tommy. Mike out in front, looking over his shoulder, trying to size up that Copo, which is going to go flying by at the top end. And does just that for the win, 939 at 139. 1169 by Logie at 110 miles an hour. Probably lost the Copo there in the C-pillar of that Cuda. All of a sudden, Tom Ferrugia went flying on by. And into round number 2. This is Troy Olsanowski, your number 4 qualifier. 283 cubic inch, 66 Malibu wagon. It'd be a neat street car if it wasn't such a neat race car. Todd Ace giving chase. The 327-68 deuce on the right-hand side. 11:21 to a 10:59 on their respective dials, and Olsenowski takes the win in the stripe by 16 thousandths of a second. 11:24, 115. Ace goes 10:61 at 122. Both of them a couple hunt over the dial. Troy had the better light, parlays it into the win at the other end. This is Mike Cotton's Super J automatic. Number 10 in the world last year. Let's see if he can join Justin and Jimmy. Advancing to round number 2. To do so, he's got to get around Ed DeCat's 8 second, mid 8 second. Lake Havasu City based. Cavalier there on the left-hand side. Cotton off and running. Here comes Sir Ed. Nick Cat's going to look at his reaction time on his slip and go, really? I did that? Cotton cruises through easily, 10:15 at 125. Nick Cat a little tardy off the line, tried to make it up at the other end of the racetrack. He was rowing the boat in that Cavalier as quickly as he could get there, and, well, just a little too quick. Here comes Craig Shear. Gotta say, out of all the super stock cars here this weekend, Craig Shear's probably ranks right up there as one of my favorites. 402 cubic inch, flat hood, 4-speed, 70 Nova. 10:08 for Craig. 979 by John Winslow in the truck. 440 cubic inch Dakota. They are lean, mean, clean, and green. Leaving this end of the racetrack. Small advantage to the truck. Win light, though, to Craig Shear. 10:12 on his 10:08. 991 on a 979 by Winslow. The truck missed the dial. And my 4-speed, big block, flat hood, 70 Nova. Goes to round number 2. And I don't know about anybody else, but at least I get to see it again. And I like it. Thomas Marlowe, GTJ automatic, the young man out of Mesquite, Texas. Taking on Brian Brossert's Factory Superstock B Copo. At LineLifeFoundation.com, the 350 combination on an 830 dial. 10:38 by Marlowe. Marlowe's going to be off and running. He's green. Brian has to wait and wait. Okay, here comes Brian. Rowing, trying to get there. Top end, closing in, not going to chase down the kid. 10:42, Marlowe, your winner. 125 miles an hour, 836 by Brossart. 162, closing by at 40 plus miles an hour. Down at the other end of the racetrack, but left too much back here on this end to try and make up on that end. So Marlowe moves on. Dave Bendig wants to join him. Big David at the wheel of the 66 Superstock Volkswagen over there on the left-hand side. 1087 the dial for him. Lane Goldstein. Great googly boogly. 790 the dial for Lane. The Copo out of Fast Lane Racing. 350 combination, right-hand side. 790 to a 1087. Let's see, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yep, that's 3-second handicap start. Lane's got to be patient. Oh, and the bug goes red. And it's all over with crying, and the Copo rocks back on the wheelie bars. Upsets the rear chassis. He's not going to be close to that 790. Yep, 835 at 147, but his scoreboard's already flashing the red lights on the top, and he gets to come back and play. And Dave Bendig really probably just needed to turn it green against the Copo, and he'd have been into round number 2. But shoulda, woulda, and coulda are the 3 ugly triplets of drag racing. Because if you're talking about shoulda, woulda, and coulda, you're probably looking at a time slip that is a yellow piece of paper instead of a white one. Prosperity is Brad Burton. Bradley over to the left-hand side. Brad was able to sneak through round number 1 of the stock eliminator. See if he can do it here in Superstock. Yes, he can. 964 on a 963. 930 on a 934 by Faraday's Hemi Dart. Excuse me, 383 Dart. Used to be Hemi Dart. So Joe's day is done. Bradley staying alive in 2 so far. Tom Armanino The San Mateo, the Equity Eater. Small block Camaro, 970 the dial. West Kings, C Super, 304 cubic inch. You want to talk about a small motor? I think we got a 272 cubic inch Ford coming up as well. But right now, Wes has got the little motor crown. Hey guys, light's green. You can both go. Sheesh. They had reaction times that look like something I would cut. 10:06 by West King. Gets the win at 130 miles an hour. 975 by Armanino at 133. Or as Bob Fry used to put it, they unked on the line. They unked on the line. That's the way he used to put it. Randy Logie taking on John Irving now. 340s a pair. 72 Demon left. 71 Demon right. Telling you, this run is going to, with demons everywhere. Heads up, Super K. First one, finish line. Winner, winner. Because the other one's buying chicken dinner. Out of the gate they go, Irving. At the slower of the two cars in qualifying. Is he holding back enough to take out Logie here in this round? Negatory. 1046 at 124, Logie gets the win. 1093 by John Irving at 119 against Super Gas. Need you to the lanes, please. Super Gas needs you to the lanes, please. Round number one. Come on down. Here comes Der Panzer wagon. 2 out of our 3 Volkswagens making it to the opening round. Caitlin Setters, the young lady out of Red Deer, Alberta, wheeling her Pontiac G5 up on the right-hand side. Caitlin on a 934. Doug Colley's Volkswagen on an 1105. Another pretty good handicap start. Caitlin's going to have to be patient. And the bug just needed to be green. And Doug's not. Caitlin off and running. Scoreboard on the O'Reilly side, already flashing the winning red lights across the top. Got a 936 for Caitlin on her 934 dial. 1109 by Colley on his 1105, but when you light up the red light on this end of the racetrack, it's not a good thing. Jeff Taylor's Factory Super Stock H. The 396. Copo there on the left-hand side. And Schneider's Grass Valley, California based T-Bird. Schneider on the right-hand side, 351 cubic inches of FOMO Co, and it advances to round number 222. 10 flat at 132 on a 998, 982 on a 977 by Taylor. 31 ten-thousandths of a second, the margin of victory for Lynn Schneider. 0031, a little 351 bird, will be back. It's Adam Emmers. Stowe Performance, King Cylinder heads, small block powered. Pulls Cutlass up on the left-hand side. And John Irving, another Super K, 340 Duster. Out of the gate goes Irving. Gets the handicap start on the 1038 dial. Emmer on a 996, giving chase. Pulls up alongside. Just didn't pull up alongside soon enough. 17 thousandths of a second, the margin of victory for young Irving. At the wheel of the Duster. Over here on the right-hand side, 998 by Emmer. As Irving goes through with a 1042 lap. Casey Setters now taking on Mark Madison. Madison out of Seaside. The A.J. Madison Belvedere. Super Stock B automatic entry taking on Setters. GTF Cobalt. Wheels up, wheels down. Madison off and running on a 944. Casey pulling up alongside, trying to pace the Mopar at the top end. Mopar, though, gets the win and the stripe by 18 thousandths of a second. Madison, your winner, 951 at 132. 943 by Casey. 139 miles an hour down at the other end of the racetrack. Drivers, super gas drivers, check your safety equipment. Just had a pair of gloves turned in. Gentleman said they came out of a super gas Corvette coming down the road to staging lane. Super gas drivers, check your safety equipment. Mike Graham gets the win. 10:29 at 118, 9:67 by Chuck Rayburn. Comes up a little bit short down at the other end of the racetrack. Again, super gas drivers, check your gloves, check your equipment. We just had a pair of gloves turned in. Rick Carlson's going to take a walk over there, head towards super gas. But super gas, check your safety equipment. If you're missing your gloves, raise your hand. We'll see the white hand or the bare hand versus the gloved hand of everybody else. But super gas drivers, check your safety equipment. One of you is missing your gloves. Kyle Rizzoli and Chuck Stubeck. Chuck right side. Whoa, baby, hang on. 440 cubic inches of romping, stomping Mopar headed for the other end of the racetrack. That going to open up the door for Rizzoli at the other end? Yes, it is. 956 at 135. Stubeck stood the Roadrunner up. Kyle Rizzoli says, see ya. 957 at 134 to get the win by 16 thousandths of a second. Down at the other end is Rodney Stultz and Tim Hall. Come rolling in next. Stultz's Oldsmobile over there on the left-hand side out of Marysville. Hall Super Stock J Automatic. 360-74 Dart out of Glendora Dodge. And Hall's your winner. Stultz turns on the red beam. Again, super gas drivers, check your safety equipment. Somebody's missing a pair of gloves. They fell out on your way to the lanes. 10:27, Tim Hall at a $126 gets the win. Phil Kakuza trying to keep up with Kim. Kim won her opening round. Let's see if Phil can do the same. Ryan Mangus comes rolling in. The Lamb and Unruh Chevy Cobalt over here on the right-hand side. 427 cubic inch factory GTC entry. Mangus dialed in 897. Kakuza dialed in 979. Phil's in, waiting on Mangus. Mangus is in, tree starts down. Kakuza goes red. He just became Kim's crew chief for the rest of the day. Undivided attention crew chief, that is. 896.8 on an 897 by Mangus. Let's say that sucker might have been dialed right on. 976 by Kakuza on his 979. After the red lights start, Phil's day is done. He'll get to try all over again starting tomorrow. There's Joe Cohorst. Comes rolling in now. Joe, who got reacquainted with his wallet yesterday, thanks to a fine humanitarian here at Sonoma Raceway. Eric Bell on the right-hand side is Hemi Kuda for the former Major League pitcher, now baseball school owner. Bell dialed in 859. Cohorst dialed in 964. Joe's red, Bell's your winner. Harry goes 009 and Hemi Kuda. Hemi Kuda. 2 4-letter words that are very nice to say. 867, 151 by Bell. 972 at 135 by Cohorst after the red light start. And Tommy Gaynor rolling in. Taking on Sergio Crespo. The Pecavar race engines. Little 272 cubic inch E-modified Ford Mustang. 2 first-generation Mustangs in super stock back-to-back. Sergio's up first, taking on Gaynor. 950 the dial for the Mustang. Actually going to spot Tommy Gaynor's GTI automatic Cobalt. Not much, but a little. Super Gas, if you're not in the lanes yet, you're late. Super Gas. Need you to the lanes. Green lights spare, we're off and running. Gator looking out the side window now, trying to find the nose of the Mustang. Where is that Mustang? Here comes Sergi at top end, not going to get there quick enough. 957, 138 comes up short by Sergi, 980 on his 975 dial for Tommy at 128 miles an hour. Top dragster needs you to the lanes, please. Top dragster needs you to the lanes, and the first two alternates. Do know we've got a couple of openings. Need the first two alternates as well. Top dragster needs you to the lanes, please. Top dragster. Boys and girls, guys and gals, come on down. Top dragster to the lanes, and our first two alternates. Dennis Paz takes on Mike Keene in our second first generation Mustang. Here in super stock action, Keene trying to reel in the El Camino. It's her done. 1044 to 122 by Keene, 1182 by Paz. Paz comes up short, 47 thousandths of a second. Down at the other end of the racetrack is Rich Panatsky. Rich rolls in his GTJ automatic. 350 combination. Chevy Nova. Rich looks over and sees the front end of the reigning Division 6 champ, Jody Lang. GTO automatic, 327 Malibu. Jody's green, Rich is green. Who's going to be better down at the other end? Going to be Jody, 1095 on his 1087. 108 miles an hour, 1006 on his 10 flat by Panaski. Both drivers off their dial, a Scotia at the other end. Jody able to get to the stripe and get to the win by 21 thousandths of a second. How do you like your Heavys? CUDA style, 68 edition. Stock Eliminator style, 70 Challenger for Donnie Little. Michael Logburn up on the left-hand side in the AH. A little up in the Super Stock C automatic. Handicap start to Don. Red line start to Michael. 23 thousandths of a second too quick out of the gate by Ogburn. It's Don Little a winning time slip, and he goes 979. Dead 7 on the dial at 133 miles an hour. So Ogburn's day is done. Don gets to stay at least one more round. Lindy Lindholm's factory Super Stock E. Late model factory muscle car taking on early model factory muscle car Mark Vieira. The Glendora Dodge base 68 Hemi Dart. Wonder what the history books will look like when we look back about 40 years. As to the success of the Copos and the Cobra Jets and the drag packs. Will they attain the cult status, the Hemi Darts and the Hemi Cudas? Makes you wonder, doesn't it? Fortunately, I probably won't be here to look back on that, but again, you never know. They say that Fountain of Youth is down there in Florida somewhere. Win goes to Lindy Lindholm in the Copo, 943 at 140 miles an hour. Vieira lit up the red bulb on this end of the racetrack. Lindy just cruised on through. And into round number 2, Skip Loeffler's Hemi Dart over here on the right-hand side, taking on Mike O'Keefe's factory GT machine. Late model Cobra Jet 302 combination in an early model 98 Mustang. O'Keefe dialed in 1013. Loeffler dialed in at an 878. The Hemi Dart. Super Gas, if you're not in the lanes, you're very late because the first pair are already rolling up to the ready line. Mike O'Keefe off and running. Skip Loeffler off and running. Skip a little tardy off the line, cost him at the other end. 10-13, dead 7. O'Keefe 1013.7 on a 1013 dial. 876 on an 878 by Skip, as he's just a little quick down on that end of the racetrack. And Jerry Jenkins taking on Dave Edgecombe. Edgecombe Racing, Concord, California based. Super K automatic, 383 Belvedere. Jerry Jenkins, another Hemi, another CUDA. This is our next to the last pair. Super stock machines get ready to set sail. Red light start by Edgecombe. Jenkins stands the front end of that Hemi up. Great googly moogly. Rode that puppy out for a while, didn't he? Sets the front end back down, goes 881 on his 884 at 148 miles an hour. 1127 by Edgecombe at $1.15 for speed. But again, all of that negated by the red light start. And our final pair, number one qualifier, Tony Hughes up in his 69 Shelby. There on the left-hand side, 428 cubic inch Super Stock F automatic, taking on Jimmy Rouse. GT and automatic. Mustang, handicap start, second. Go to Jim Rao, 1058 to a 958. The difference between the two and their dials. It's two bulbs on the tree. 1 second advantage to the Ford. Tony Hughes sits and waits patiently in his Shelby. Now heads for the other end of the racetrack. Tony may be in trouble. Yep. Jim Rao stole it on the starting line. 1067 on a 1058. 962 by Tony on his 958. But Jim Rao's side of the tree came down and he reacted. Tony Hughes' side of the tree came down and Tony said, oh, wait a minute, I think I need to go now. And Jim Rao, by 10 thousandths of a second down at the other end of the racetrack, puts that GTN automatic 95 Mustang into round number next. Top dragster needs you to the lanes, please. Top dragster needs you to the staging lanes, please. Top dragster needs you to the lanes at our first two alternates.
Racing is a risky sport. Don't take risks with your racing operation. On or off the track, protection from LODRS Motorsports Insurance is not a risk. Get your quote today at LODRS Motorsports Insurance.
Ultronics, the leader in performance electronics. Racers know and depend on their state-of-the-art systems every day. Perform Air Pro and Perform Air Eclipse are the racing industry standard high-tech, easy-to-use weather systems. Power-Light lithium batteries, the super powerful lightweight energy source for your machine. And the Data Quest Power Quest, the most innovative data recorders and touchscreen switch panels you can find. Check out ultronicsinc.com for these products and more. Ultronics, the choice of champions.
With customer service and technical support second to none, FTI Performance Converters and Transmission give you the winning edge. Just ask any of our customers, like 2014 IHRA Top Dragster World Champion Kevin Brannon, or the 2014 IHRA Super Rod World Champion Mike Ruff. We are real racers with real experience. Call us today at toll-free at 866-726-8358, or visit us on the web at www.ftiperformance.com.
with sticker tires on the back. Obviously doing a pretty healthy burnout there, but sticker tires you normally like to get 1 or 2 or 3 or 4 runs in on, so you know how they're going to react, how they're going to work, and to show up for first round of eliminations. I got to think that Janice had a problem with one and had to replace the pair to get an even pair that matched. That'll give you a little something to think about. Janice right side, Kowalski on the left, 990's on the scoreboard. Ready, aim, fire. And away we go. Janice, 574 cubic inches of Mopar motivation. Underneath the hood of the little Vega. 1002 at 139, Kowalski, the Riverside transmission Corvette, gets the win, 995 at 158. And the Roadsters are 1, the door cars are 0. That's Kerry Cost and Ron McKenzie in a pair of Roadsters and a pair of Corvette Roadsters. Get ready to do battle next. McKenzie out of Washington in the concrete displacement business. Sunset Performance Power Plant underneath the hood body of that 57 Corvette. Kerry Cost wanting to give him a chance to think about displacing that concrete, but not going to happen. 992 beats a 995 by Kerry Cost, 18 10,000ths. The margin at the stripe, Kerry had the better light. Ron was better at the stripe. Take the 3, divide by 2, carry the 1. And the margin of victory, 18 10,000. Phil Huntington's Corvette. Ted Seipel's Spider Roadster. Small block combination for Seipel way out in front. Here comes the top end, big block charge. Huntington there on the left-hand side, not going to catch him. Seipel's your winner, 993 at 125 miles an hour. And again, a good race. 15 thousandths of a second. Bill Huntington was trip zip 0. There's Christie told me, triple zipple. 997 at 159 miles an hour. But all for naught. Seipel able to hold on for the win. Anthony Broussard up in his 69 Opel GT. Janice Swan back home in Indiana looking on, going, hey, that body style looks familiar. Rich Givens on the left, the state of California employee in the Ford Roadster. The Ford Falcon Roadster. The winning Ford Falcon Roadster. Well, you get the idea. Givens, 992 at 155. Broussard lit the red bulb back here on this end. Cruises through at 148 miles an hour. And he'll be back tomorrow. Rich Givens will be back today. Gary Esselbrock's Roadster over there on the left-hand side. The C5 body style Corvette taking on Randy Fabro's Mr. Red. The Pinto. Mopar powered Vega. We got a Chevrolet powered Ford. I'm telling you, just as long as it goes 990, that's what counts. Oh, Fabro goes 989.9 and breaks out by a thou. Hesselbrock gets the win, 991 at 152. Ooh, doggies. Hesselbrock by 11-10 foul. Your true margin of victory winner down at the other end of the racetrack. And again, top dragster. Top dragster, we need you to lanes, please. Top dragster to the lanes. And our first 2 alternates, if you would. There's Ray Nicholas in the Mopar powered Duster for the college instructor out of Reading. Taking to Ross Childers. Ross, who took on a field of roadsters last night in the W.W. Williams Super 8 shootout. Had a pretty good run through that field of roadsters, too. 9.901 by Ross. 33 thousandths package for the runner out of Gladstone, Oregon. Nicholas goes red on this end by 16 thousandths of a second, then runs 997 at 152. Jerry Staton's Cavalier out of Antioch Automotive Supply, and Kevin Griffiths up in the 27 Ford Roadster machine. 351 cubic inch Ford-powered Roadster. Headed for the other end of the racetrack, but all for naught after a 3-foul red light start. Jerry Staten's your winner. 985 at 152 as he took the opportunity to drive it out the back door. John Filippi and Ryan Zermino come rolling in next. Zermino's looming on the right-hand side out of La Habra. Zermino, who is a lineman for the county. I think there's a song about that, isn't there? I was a lineman for the county. He's too young to even know. Oh, the guy that sang the song, well, he doesn't worry about it anymore either. John Filippi gets the win, 991 at 155. Zermino goes 0-1 red. Now, that'll make you say words like, oh, golly gee willikers, son of a gun. Then Zermino goes dead on one. 2 thousandths from a perfect run. And one of them happens to be on the wrong side of green. Well, that'll have you spitting nails, won't it? Michael Boner and Pete Boff at the wheel of his Porsche. You have to say that properly, Porsche. 9909 for Pete, your winner. 146 miles an hour. 995 for Michael. 160 mile an hour lap over there on the left-hand side. Another good, tight race down at the other end of the racetrack. Don Cruz out of Las Vegas, the 01 Pontiac Grand Am. That has a sincere Greg Lair look to it. Old Greg Lair top sportsman car. Canyon, Texas. Greg Lair. Buick and GMC. Yeah, so far it's been about 14 Roadsters and 2 door cars. Rick took all the door cars in eliminations. I've got the Roadsters. We have wagered a large dollar on this. 9905, Todd Barton gets the win over Don Cruz. The Grand Am comes up 89 ten-thousandths of a second short. Down at the other end of the racetrack to the Shoebox Chevrolet. And that, by the way, is a gorgeous Shoebox Chevrolet. Steve Wellman, little 55 Austin Healey. Taking on Lloyd Coker's machine. The door car Mustang on the left-hand side. See, it means I'm rooting for Wellman in this pair, right? Yep, the Roadster. I got the Roadsters. Oh, the door car wins. Lloyd Coker, 995 at 152, and Rick Carlson Snickers in the background. 996 by Wellman at 150 miles an hour, 16 thousandths of a second. Difference between them down at the other end of the racetrack. David Ruff's Bubble Top Bel Air over there on the left-hand side. Larry Scarth, the Corvette Roadster. Love the 57 Corvette Roadster bodies. I mean, they just look good. They flow good. The painters do it. Just put some excellent paint work on them. I'm telling you. Dragster, if you're not in the lanes yet, you're tardy, because you're coming up next. David Ruff, the door car, gets the win. The Bubble Top gets to come back and play. Larry Scarth's day is done. Larry goes 993. David goes 992. True margin of victory, 20 thousandths of a second. Scarth will have the day to think about what he plans to do tomorrow for race number 2. It's Casey Plaisir. Comes rolling in to Stony Plain, Alberta. Rad Torque Systems. Taking on Mike Lang. Big news out of Rad Torque. They signed on with a funny car here this weekend. Chris Marshall. And that's big news. And the Rad Torque entry of Casey Plaisir gets the win. 988.9 beats a 987.7. You can do the math. 89 minus 77. Yeah, about that much. So Casey gets to come back and play for the Rad Torque team. Joe Galati and Marv Weeb. Weeb up in his Corvette on the right-hand side. Galati wheeling and dealing the Nova. Joe, if I remember correctly, was one of our shootout contestants last night. First edition Chevy 2. And to think that that little Chevy 2 was originally born with probably a 4-cylinder underneath the hood. .9906 beats a 9900 by 82 ten-thousandths of a second. Galati was 009, runs dead 6. Marv Weeb was 23 on the tree and runs a 9900. Don't think that'll have you staying doing double talk and all that kind of good stuff. Dan Bain, the Firebird down the right-hand side, taking on Jimmy Spurnack. Spurnak's Roadster in the left-hand lane. Bain's going to light it up for the door car team. 996 and 156. 998 by Spurnak as he cruises through in the Roadster on the left-hand side. All of a sudden, the Roadsters aren't doing so good. The door cars are winning. Carlson in the background going, yay, yay. Mike Utley, the Fisherman out of Penn Valley. Coming up on the right-hand side. Taking on Justin Strom. Strom's Corvette out of Novato. Pulling up alongside, looking over at each other. Strom says, thank you, sir. 994 by Strom beats the 996 by Mike Utley. Strom gets to stay and play. Utley will think about it. Cook some hot dogs and some burgers. Get ready for race number 2 come tomorrow. Shake City Express Machine of Charlie Wagner. Kurt Geese up in his Trans Am Roadster. Kurt, another one of our players last night in the W.W. Williams. Super Shootout. Charlie, you can go. In 03 by Kurt, 149 miles an hour. Wagner goes through 1180 at 103. Probably going to be one of the more what's the word I'm looking for? Unique time slips of the day? Yeah, that'll work. Unique. Bob Heffley out of Napa. Hey, hometown runner. Wonder if he knows any shortcuts to get to Vallejo that don't involve 37. Laureen I'm sorry. I left the track last night at 7:30 and I got back at 7:30 this morning. And I've been on 37 since. Yeah. Lorraine Rogers out of Little Opie. The Grand Prix over here on the right-hand side. Trying to take out another one of the Roadsters and gets her done. 991 at 159. 993 for Robert. This definitely goes marching down the racetrack, but only to come up 24 thou short. Tom Lindemann. The Corvette Roadster left side. Marco Parabolarvis, the young man out of Petaluma. Camaro Roadster over here in the right-hand lane. I still don't remember the Camaro Roadster being an option back in 1967. And yes, I was around then. And Marco's day is done. 982.9 beats a 982.4. Take the 9 minus the 4, and you can figure out the Lindemann won by 5 thousandths of a second down at the other end of the racetrack. So Marco bows out in the opening round. Mike Wibbleshauser taking on Ray Cordiero. Cordiero out of Goleta. For K&N Filters, Lucas Oil, and the rest of the gang in his Corvette Roadster left side. Wibbleshauser a transplanted Midwesterner, now living down in Laveen, Arizona. Is that Laveen or Laverne? Laveen. Wibbleshauser right. Off and running with the green. Cordiero left. Off and running with the green. I will guarantee you that a Corvette wins this race. It's going to be Wibbleshauser. 993 at 164. Takes out Cordiero's quicker 992 at 163. 12th out the stripe for Wibbleshauser. He was better off the line by 28. Cash did 12 of them down at the other end of the racetrack. And Xavier Zermino taking on Rick Cates now. Cates up in his Corvette. Xavier wheeling and dealing. The Grand Am over on the left-hand side. Two greens and we're headed for the other end. And it's going to be Cates getting the win. 992 for the Canyon, Texas-based runner. 159 miles an hour. 985 by Xavier. A $149 the speed. Diana Anderson up in her Corvette. Twin Falls, Idaho. Lonnie Wilburn's little Chevy Mons over on the left-hand side. Small block, 377 cubic inch combination. Wilburn there in the left lane. Diana goes red by 9 thousandths of a second. So Wilburn takes another door car into round number 2. Well, he'll be surrounded by roadsters. 993, 161 by Diana, but after the red light, that's all for naught. 993 at 130 miles an hour for Lonnie. That'll give him a tune-up to work with going into round number 2. And for those of you watching at home, the cloud bank has finally burned off this morning. Sun is out, crystal blue sky, a couple small little puffy clouds around here and there. But we are underway. Race number 1, Eliminations Day, race day, Crown the Champions Day, Qualifier Alcohol Fields Day. Kenny Mostowicz right side, Dennis Keck left lane. One of them's coming back for round number 2. One of them's going to get to concentrate on the Super Get car for race number 2. Mostowicz out of Calgary over here on the right-hand side. Didn't fare so well with the Cora Camaro in the opening round of Super Comp. Straightens up a little bit, gets a whole shot win. 991, take it out of 990 over Dennis Keck. 18 thou margin at the stripe for Mostowicz as his Corvette marches on. Steve Parsons' Corvette out of Ridgecrest comes rolling in. Taking on Gary Mignacca. Goodyear, Dalton Shocks. Gary goes red. Roadster does a little twist and shout off the starting line. The Roadster twisted, Gary shouted. A red light start by Gary took away any chance of fame and glory today for him. Steve Parsons gets the win after the red light start. 989.0 at 171 miles an hour. Mignacca 989.3 at 145. I'm telling you, the Roadster right there at the hit did a little Alamon right. Gary had to wheel it back into the beams. Johnny Perino taking on Rob Willis now. Another door car Roadster battle shaping up. Perino's 27 Ford Roadster machine over on the right-hand side out of Colleen's Hair Salon. Down Saugus way. Willis coming down from Edmonds, Washington. Giving chase down. Big Steve Schmidt powered. 92 Firebird. Rocking and rolling on the top end of the racetrack, trying to reel him in. It catches him 11 thousandths of a second. Margin of victory for Willis. His 994 162 is a winning run. Perino has the quicker run at a 993 at 143, but Rob Willis was triple zippo perfect. leaving the starting line. And that trip zip and a 994 parlays into an 11 foul margin at the stripe as Greg Neer in his Camaro door car taking on George Scott, the Turbo Technology Cavalier Roadster there on the left-hand side. Did you go over there and pay off the staging guys? Pair them up, door car, roadster, door car, roadster. No, you didn't do that? You wouldn't do that. Carlson wouldn't cheat much. 9906, the good win for Greg Ayers. He motors through. The door car Camaro gets the win over George Scott's Cavalier Roadster. George goes 994 after a 002 light, and he's 24 thousandths short down at the finish line. Then the Sato is Jim Schmidt. Schmidt over here on the right-hand side. His Ford Roadster is the winner because Dennis drops the top bulb. That constitutes a deep stage. That constitutes a red light. And that constitutes a win for Jim Schmidt. Whole lot of constituting going on there, wasn't it? So Schmidt moves on. Sato's day is done. Larry Bradshaw's Iron Eagle 2 Corvette. Good to see Larry being able to get the car repaired. Got the rocker arm he needed. Runner out of Yorba Linda, Darren Dolezal on the right-hand side, out of Auto Image and Paint. The guys out of the paint and body business that always have a solid black or a solid white car tells me one thing. Business is awfully good and they don't have time to paint their own cars. Dolezal right, Bradshaw left. Roadsters a pair. Headed for the other end. We're going to get to see Iron Eagle 2. Yes, we are. 10-15 at 142, 4 thousandths margin over Darren Dolezal. Larry won that one on the starting line. He was 12 on the tree. Darren was, what's the word I'm looking for? Later than that. Yeah, that'll work. 10-12 by Darren at 146. Kevin Wright's Colorado-based Corvette Roadster on the left, and Michael Boner over here at the right at the wheel of his Goodyear. Tired, 67 Camaro. Big block underneath the hood here on the O'Reilly side. Big block underneath the hood over there on the Toyota lane as well. Super Gas just about to come to a conclusion. Top Dragster, you should be in the lanes. Paired up and ready to go. Red light start, Kevin. 14,000 too quick. Michael 007. And the door cars take out the Roadsters one more time. This is becoming monotonous. 9905 at 166. Well, it is for me. I've got the Roadsters. Carlson's loving every minute of it. 1330 on a 95-mile-an-hour pass by Kevin Wright after the red lights start. It's one of those things that you just kind of cruise on down the track and take a good look around because it's the last time you're going to see the track until tomorrow. Damon Bustamante comes rolling in. Here's the kid. We saw him up moments ago in his Super Comp Dragster. He's getting ready to take on Pete Zach's Roadster, the Hot Rod Performance. Torrance, California based. Grocer over on the left-hand side. What made a trip to the grocery store last night? I'll take my prices back in the Midwest any day. Hot diggity. 997 by Bustamante, good for the win at 149. 993 by Pete, 159 miles an hour. The Stout now getting ready to take on Greg Martin. Oh, Ed, the high torque starters, Mickey Thompson tire. Heritage Series champ. Gonna see if he can dispatch Greg Martin post haste in the Lumina. Green lights a pair. This should be fun because they are separated in their green lights by 4 thousandths of a second. And Greg Martin dispatches Ed Stout post haste. 994 to 155. Martin's Lumina is your winner. 982 by Edward. He goes through at 134 miles an hour. And Steve Williams taking on the Kickin' Vega. I'm Mike Blodgett. Again, we are in Super Gas, round number 1. 990's up on the scoreboard. Everybody's taking aim at those scoreboards, seeing if they can hit the target. Down there at the other end. Come back for round number 2. 2. Williams on the left, the boss man, down at K&N Air Filters. Watch it on the right. And Mikey goes red. Oh, Mikey. That's a whole lot of red. Mike's light's so red, Rudolph's nose is going to be pink. 986 at 177, Williams your winner. 993 by Blodgett. 140 miles an hour. Rick Carlson says it's no wonder Mom likes Matt better. Whew. That was an ugly red. He yunked on the starting line. David Cook and Greg Harrison. Roadsters everywhere. Harrison right-hand side, the 63 Corvette. David Cook in one of the more unique Super Gas Roadsters. I love the 55 T-Bird, and it is all blue oval. 427 under the hood for the Mickey Thompson Lucas Oil K&N Hot Rod. But it's the last time we get to see the T-Bird today because he's out. 994 to 147, 992. Greg Harrison and the Harrison Customs Corvette gets the win. Karen Comstock and Val Torres. Let's see. Roger won, Super Stock. Karen won in her Stocker. Now she's trying to stay alive in the Super Gas entry. 57 Chevrolet. Karen's off and running. Val Torres, the 63 Corvette. I understand the Torres gang won the golf cart race last night. Don't know which one, but one of them. And Blondie gets the win. Karen Comstock, 25 10,000ths at the stripe. 993.6 beats a 994.0. Karen was 13 on the tree. Val was 11. That, boys and girls, was a pretty good old drag race. 25 10,000ths of a second down at the other end. Dave Mazier and Kim Will. Kim up on the right-hand side, wheeling her Camaro Roadster out of Santa Cruz and Steve Will's Trucking and Logging Industry. Dave Mazier, the Mazier Enterprises, folks. Down the left-hand side. Whoop. Dave Mazier goes right off the line. Kim Will goes down track to a 995 lap at 167. Mazier was red. The Cavalier lurched and then stopped. Dave Mazier sitting inside the car with the thoughts to himself right now. Only because he has on a full face helmet and we can't understand a word he's saying. So Dave Mazier getting a little bit of assistance as the car goes backwards rather than forwards. Ed Hutchinson and Daryl Mitchell come wheeling in as we're down to about the last 8 or 9 pair of Super Gas machines. Edward at the wheel of the 57 Corvette. Over there on the left-hand side, Mitchell obviously then at the wheel of the car in the right-hand lane because, well, simple Vulcan logic will tell you that if we had sent 2 cars down track side by side, if Ed's in one, Daryl's in the other. Firefighters a pair. Hutchinson out of Victoria, British Columbia. Mitchell out of Thousand Oaks. Let's say they both have probably chased a fire through the mountains or through the hills a couple of times in their careers. Hutchinson on the left-hand side, got the early model Corvette. Lots of red metallic, lots of flames for the firemen. But it's the last time we see Ed's car today, unless we cruise through the pits. Darrell Mitchell gets the win, 992 at 162, taking the win in the stripe by 19 thou. Hutchinson goes 993 at 159 miles per. Lindsey Meserve out of Theobald Motorsports. The young gunner out of St. George. And the former Rookie of the Year here in Division 7, taking on Barry Willoughby's Camaro. Ooh, two door cars racing each other. One of them gets eliminated here in the opening round. Willoughby on the right gets the win automatically. Lindsey brought the RPMs up. The car did that yesterday too. Just crept right on through the beams. Whatever wire they thought they had fixed, didn't fix. 988, 147. Barry moves on to the next round. Lindsey not on the line when the tree was activated because the car just kind of kept creeping and lurched forward. So Barry gets the W. Lindsey's day is done. Tanner Hyatt comes rolling in at the wheel of his Corvette Roadster. Steve Schmidt, not to be confused with Steve Schmidt. Steve out of Minden, Nevada. Tanner Hyatt, 991.7. Steve Schmidt, 991.8. Steve Schmidt lights up the scoreboard down there on the O'Reilly side, and he moves on to round number 2. Tanner, the A&K Earth Movers entry. This became a round 1 victim. Ricky Beckstrom, former division champ, former world champ, former Jegs All-Star runner, taking on Rodney Lee. Another one of the Corvettes out of Show's Auto Repair up in Portland. Rodney's green, Beckstrom's green. One of them just a skosh greener than the other. See who's better at the stripe. Well, Rodney had the better light. He was 007. Rick was 19, but at the finish line stripe, it's Beckstrom's 991 over Rodney Lee's 992 by 13 thousandths of a second down at the other end. Like I said, one of them was a little bit greener, but it depended on who was better at the stripe, and in that case, it was Rick Beckstrom. John McCone taking on Ed Olpen Jr. now. Open up on the right-hand side, the funeral director out of Utah. His Corvette Roadster here on the right-hand lane. Cone over on the left-hand side, his Corvette Roadster. Both of them 63 edition, both of them big block Chevrolets. Both of them green, but only one winner, and that's going to be McCone. 993.5 beats a 993.6. That was a pretty good old race down track, both sides. 24th thou, the true margin of victory. John basically put that in his pocket as they left the starting line, got down to the other end, shoved it into the coin receptacle and said, ka-ching. McCone moves on to round number 2. Joe Calixtro, 57 Chevrolet out of Nogales, Arizona, makes the toe up. Big block underneath the hood. And Josh Meloff at a Maple Ridge, British Columbia. The excavating contractor. Going to see if he can do a little digging here on Calixtro. Yep. Out of the gate they go, side by side. Dancing their way down the racetrack, and a 997 beats a 998 by 7 thousandths of a second. Josh had 5 of them in his pocket when he left the starting line. Picked up 2 more going down the racetrack. Josh will be back for round number 2. And our final pair in the opening round of Super Gas, our 990 category, Paul Weishman taking on Matt Blodgett. Remember, Mom liked Matt better because, well, a 107 red light might have something to do with that. Let's see what Matt does. Mike went red. Here comes Matt. Paul Weishman in his Corvette, left-hand side, says, I don't care, I'm going to kick them both out. Weishman on the left. For Mazier and Taylor Motorsports. Ooh, 988.5. Got down there, took the stripe at 147. He was banking a 006 light, leaving the starting line. That's why Mom likes Matt better. 993 at 143 miles an hour. Matt gets to come back and play. Mike's day is done. And Super Gas, round number 1, is down to history books. At least for race number 1 is John Rolandelli. And Baruch Limas out of Hermosillo, Mexico, come rolling in. It was difficult for me to say, so I'm going to turn it over to Rick Carlson and let him work his way through it. Round number 1, top dragster getting ready to come at you.
Oh, you made him to come back. We switched and they shut the cars off. They don't want me to talk now. Hey, in Super Gas, those door cars kind of cut the odds a little bit that round.
A little bit, not much.
No.
Not much.
So now I've got friends in both sides of cars, so it's just the way that you told me we were going to bet.
Yeah, now you're blaming me.
But that's okay. If a street roadster win or door, neither of us really care. We have favorites. Whoever's pulled up the starting line are our favorites. Right. But anyhow, we've just got that. Come on, door cars and Super Gas. Yes, we'll do that. I think we're ready to go. John Rolandelli from Oakley. He's dialing at a 701 left side. Toyota Lane, and Baruch Llamas from Hermosillo, Mexico. The 21-year-old got a Yankee chassis blaster, got those rear fenders that are one of the options you can get from TYRC, Tom Yancer Race Cars. I see very few of those in the eastern U.S. But when you see them, they are unique, and you know who the chassis builder is. Baruch Llamas, dialing at a 654, so we basically have a bulb head start. Going to go to the Toyota lane. All right, they're pre-stage. They're creeping in. Baruch in. Rolandelli in. On the starting line by 3,000. Red light by the Hermosillo, Mexico driver. And John Rolandelli takes a win, 705 on the 701, 188 miles an hour. Almost after the red light goes 654 on a 654 at 205. Michael Lynn Rowley, the Timid Tiger. She qualified number 24, and she with a 658, and she's dialing that 658. In the O'Reilly lane, we have Terry White, former Division 7 champ, Jegs All-Star rep, now living in Minden, Nevada. He has dialed at a 7 flat. So again, we're looking at about a 1 bulb head start, this time to the racer in the O'Reilly lane. Got a supercharged, blown big block for Michael Lynn, the Timid Tiger, Terry White, Friolo, 605 cubic inch engine, and a single carburetor. And, she did that. Terry White loses traction or something breaks in the car at about 100 feet and he slows down. Michaelyn Rowley, 32 on the light, takes off, and she got to about three-quarter track. Did not see or hear Terry, so she went ahead and shut it down, takes the win at 7:38, 126 miles an hour. Terry rolls through at 16 seconds. Phil Unruh in the left lane, dialing at 6:17, while Dean Hall, the Corbell dragster with his big bottle, nitrous behind him, is dialed at 7:12, so we're looking at a two-light head start. Dean, number 31 qualifier. Phil is 6:17 best during qualifying, and he is your winner as Dean Hall leads early on the red light. Under 6:20 at 2:26. Hall 7:14. They were both a couple hunt off their dial, but it was all for naught as the red light is glowing in that O'Reilly Auto Parts lane. Dan Provost from Abbotsford, BC, Canada, the Rad Torque system. Dragster, Sonny Leonard, big motor, well, not his biggest, but 762 cubic inches. He's dialed at 664. And Ryan Carlson from Maple Valley, he's got the Hemi with a blower on it. He's dialed at 614. He qualified number 4, just 100th off that number. So we're back to another bulb head start, this time to the Toyota lane, and that blown car is going to try and catch that Rad Torque Systems car. They're chasing at over 200 miles an hour, and it will be Ryan Carlson. He in the O'Reilly lane, 618 on the 14 at 221, 669 for Provost. The Rad Torque dragster, left side at 201 miles an hour. 10 light beats 26 light, and most of the time that'll happen. Sometimes we get changes on who has best reaction time, the way they drive down the track, but not in this instant. Cody Weber paired with Dan Naylor. Cody from Kingman, Arizona, the 21-year-old, brought to you by Ted Wiens Tire and Auto. Dialed at a 688. In the right-hand O'Reilly lane, Dan Naylor from Colfax, the engine builder, former ET Finals champion, a 4-time Night Fire Nationals Firebird at Firebird Raceway in Idaho, and former Firebird track champ. He is dialing at a 667. So we only get a half bulb this time. I think Dan Naylor, I'm looking at it, I'm trying to see, we have a turbocharged small block. I think that might be his. It's a mile an hour on that right side. Dan Naylor, 668 at 200 miles an hour, is your winner as Cody Weber, with not the best reaction time, tries to catch Naylor. He did not get there first and still broke out. 687, 193 for the mile an hour. Art Hoover and Tom Baer. Art Hoover from Concord, Matrix HG Incorporated. He's dialed at a 679. Tom Baer School of Drag Racing. Convenient to call your business with your name, and that way you can always find it when you look it up online. Cherry Valley, California. He is dialing at a 685. Lights are going to be much closer than they have been. Should be able to kind of watch. See if you can tell who leaves the line first. When we get close dials or in the heads-up races, if you really focus, you can see who will leave the line first, and you know they've got a head or a leg up on getting the win. Who do you think left first? Well, if you said Art Hoover, you're right. Art Hoover takes the win. Left lane, Toyota Lane 683 at 191. Tom Bear 688 at 189. Bear off by 3. Naylor off by, or Hoover off by 4. But there was 2 hunt difference leaving the line. Mike Mendenhall from Santee. He down at his 620 in the Toyota Lane. He was the number 8 qualifier. Stock car racing for 31 years, 38 wins at Cajon Speedway in street stock, and NASCAR Sportsman running the Southwest Tour. But Roger Comstock and Karen, well, they invite people to go fishing. They're from Fort Lauderdale, Florida is Roger Comstock. He qualified number 32 and dialed at a 667. See Roger's car? And I hope you look, because that's the last time you will see Roger Comstock in this car today. Mike Mendenhall, your winner, 624 on the 620 at 202 miles an hour. 671 for Roger at 199. And it was over when they left the starting line. You give up 700s. It is hard to make up. Dwayne Daniel from Hollister. He's down at 660 on the left side. Right side, John Richardson, number 3 qualifier at a 612, is down at 611. Maintenance Service Incorporated. He's from Santa Clarita. Now, he has been consistent. We want to make sure we get our cars around the top end. And I think we may have to go give them an assist. See if we get caught up in time to get them around and not have to shut anyone down. They are rolling, clearing the corner. We are ready to go. Dwayne Daniel left side, John Richardson right side. Daniel and Richardson that light the top bulbs. Richardson rolls in. Daniel's right there. The bulb's going to come down. And John Richardson, 621 at 195. He had almost a tenth on the line. 666 for Daniel at 206, but he was late. Richardson was not. Richardson takes the win. 621 at 195. Dave Morgan, James Warden paired this time. Dave Morgan from Concord, DeNova Homes, K&N, Red Line Oil. He'll down at 651, a couple of hundreds off his qualifying best. While James Warden, 685. He also dialing a couple of hundred off the qualifying best. Hoping they can cut the light, then they can play at the top end, knowing they've got a little bit of cushion to use. Huh. All right, they've decided they will stage. Dave Morgan leaves early by, well, it's not the worst red light we've had, but I think he missed by one bulb when he put everything in the black box. James Warden, your winner, right side, 687, 200 over at 193 miles an hour. Dave Morgan, a 652. After his tardy start. Mike McBrayer and Mike Coughlin. Mike McBrayer, the plumber who sometimes lives in Napa, Pennzoil, Pacific Coast Plumbing, down at 657. Mike Coughlin dialing at 617. And last weekend, he had picked up the win in Joliet and decided it's time to come cross country to try and take advantage of the double. And before Joliet, he was in Indianapolis, picked up the win there. So he's thinking, and I'm guessing somewhere in his plans are picking up a couple of wins here. But there are a whole bunch of cars between him and that spot, but he has done that the last couple of weekends, and no reason to really wonder if he can. And he gets through round one, 6:18 for Mike Coughlin on the 17, 211 miles an hour. McBrayer, 6:57 on a 57. Difference of 14 thou. Leaving the line and made the difference at the top end. McBrayer gave it a shot, but Coughlin says, I like coming back round after round. Of course, the crew says, I guess we do too. The more he can come back, the more rounds he gets, the better it is for us. We get to eat every single day then. No, they feed them once a day, whether he wins or not. Jennifer Weens, brand manager for Ted Weens Tire and Auto in Las Vegas. Jennifer, Toyota lane, dialing at a 6:32. Opposite her in the O'Reilly right lane, Mark Yeager from Hollister. His Mullis chassis in a Baron Morrison 7. Mark Yeager had tire shake. I don't know if Jennifer can take advantage of it or if Mark has it. No, Mark drove through the shake, takes the win at 681, 193. He was 001 leaving. It shook, drove right through it, and able to get down track for the win. Jennifer, 633, a hunt over her dial at 216. There was the difference that 001 light makes. Margin of victory ends up being 8 thousandths of a second. And attention in the pits, competition eliminator. Make it to the lanes, please. Comp eliminator. Make your way to the staging lanes, please. Comp, make your way to the lanes. Be paired. Tanner Theobald and Mo Trujillo. Tanner, St. George, Utah. He is dialed at a 689 Toyota lane, O'Reilly lane. That is Mo Trujillo, former D7 champion from Happy Valley, Oregon. He'll dial at a 653. Tanner with the lead. Oakland Ketchup. Can he? No, he cannot. Tanner leaves first, finishes first. 691 at 184 miles an hour. Your winning numbers. Trujillo is 660 at 204. And he'll be back tomorrow. Number one qualifier, Shane Molinari from Battleground, Washington S&T Truck Repair. Number one qualifier at a 610 at 224 miles an hour. He'll be chasing the guy with the number one on the car, Paul Nero, world champ from Eugene, Oregon. Dave Stickland and Rad Torque. He is dialed at a 693. Interesting looking at the way that they've dialed at 693 with what they've run. We'll watch and see how they play at the top end. The reason I say that, they're qualified at a 649. So would that be cushion? It doesn't matter. When Shane cuts a better light and then runs 614 at 224 miles an hour, Nero 695 at 190, but Shane Molinari had this from the starting line on. The guy with the number one on the scoop is gone for this race. Number one qualifier will continue to keep racing. Don Knobloch and George Prather paired this time. Knobloch, Toyota left lane, Sumner, Washington. He is paired with George Prather, retired funeral director from Sacramento. Baron Morrison 762. We've got a couple of 762 cubic engines so far. We also have blowers, Protronics, turbos, one or two carburetors, big bottles of nitrous oxide. Again, competition eliminator. Competition eliminator, make your way to the lanes. Competition eliminator. Should be well on your way to the lanes if not already there. Non-block. On a red light, George Prather will take the win. He goes 665 at 203. And 13 leaving the line, and 665 at 203, good for the win. Knobloch, 693 at 194, a little bit off, but he left a couple hun early. Turns on that red bulb. Craig Blaisdell paired with John Freer. Craig from Anderson, California, sees Candy and Newmark. He'll dial at 625. And a half second later, John Freer in the right lane is dialed at 672. We'll be out of there, and Craig's going to wait for that half second, try and catch him. Freer from Maricopa, Arizona. Says thanks to Bud Yancer at Mac Engineering. Bud, we lost over the winter, I believe. One of the most amazing people getting to visit with and talk to. I hope I did not get that mixed up. We'll find out. Somebody come correct me. Or send a text to Unk, and he'll pass it along. Freer, your winner, 676, 196 miles an hour. His 001 was late. Craig Blaisdell, trip zip perfect, then goes 631, so they played a bit at the top end, and Freer won better. That's it. You're 001 and you're late. There's not much more you can do to change that. You'll accept as many of those as you can get. Blaisdell, perfect, but did not play well with others at the top end of the racetrack. Steve Will and Brianna Weens. Brianna Weens in the O'Reilly lane from Las Vegas. Ted Weens, Tire and Auto. She'll dial at 659, the number 6 qualifier, right where she qualified. She is paired with number 2 qualifier, number 8 in the world, Steve Will from Fortuna. Steve Will's Trucking and Logging. That supercharged Hemi automatic transmission. Had a win at the Winter Nationals. Won in Chicago last year, number 2 here, 611. He was a Hun behind Shane Molinari. He's dialing it to 613. Competition eliminator. All the 2 times, we need you there now. Comp eliminator to the lanes. We see them being paired. There, and the win to Steve Will, 615 at 224 miles an hour. Brianna a little bit better on the tree. Well, 8 hun. She goes 663 at 203. 4 hun off the dial. Steve was 2. But you're at 203 miles an hour, and somebody's coming by another 20-plus mile an hour faster. Judging what do I do now? Let me just keep it to the floor. And it just didn't work. Tom Kanan from Tucson. He'll dial at 678 on the left side. Several years, he and Alicia were co-owners of the racetrack there that Jim Hughes has now. He is paired with Dan Lafferty on the Riley side from Wendell, Idaho. The Lafferty D&B drilling and blasting machine. 647 is his dial in. It's good. They are side by side looking at each other, figuring who's going to do this, who's going to do that. Well, Lafferty did the right things. He wins at 648, a hun over at 205 miles an hour. 682 hun over was Kanan. They were 1/1000 apart leaving the line. At the finish line, Lafferty got there 0.005 of a second quicker. Geneva Nash driving the Gambler, paired with Steve Kasner, the CRE. Kasner Racing Enterprises drives Kasner right side. Former division champ, Jake's All-Star rep, and the Sonoma National winner. We'll have that opportunity next weekend. He's down at 682 in the O'Reilly lane. Geneva with her supercharged Spitzer car. Penelope, 588 cubic inches, and the blower on top. She'll down at 647, exactly where she qualified. Kasner dialed 100 quicker. You know, earlier when he had the marine layer, folks in the eastern part of the country thought that would be clouds. But here it's a marine layer, and you can see that as you come in. I can see dialing a little quicker, but I think we've gotten about yesterday's. Steve Kasner, red light by 8. Geneva He'll win it. 6:53 at 208 miles an hour. 6:93 for Kasner at 169. Just leaves early. Car's reacting pretty well. Ed Olpen, Kenny Upton. Ed Olpen, defending division champ at 676. But that's not the whole story there. He was paired with Kenny Upton, the Ken and Son dragster from Garden Grove. He's down at 635, ran a qualifying best of 633. But Ed Olpen, that 678 came in the last opportunity. Earlier it was a 13-second pass. The car did not look like it was running well. In qualifying, it was not right. They made changes, ran to 678. He's dialing there, so that apparently is where he's comfortable. The car is going to run consistently. Well, the D7 champ is going to have to get to find out right now, as he'll be leaving first. Kenny Upton's going to be changing him, or chasing, going after. Chase with an S, chasing him. Well, Kenny was chasing him but couldn't catch him. Elliott wins it. 676 on a 676. I guess they were confident of what it would run at 195, so they were a couple MPHs down. Kenny Upton goes 642 at 211, but he was late, and like really late. Reaction time starts with that straight number. It's not a good thing. Todd Jackson, Bobby Ray McMahon. Todd Jackson from El Dorado Hills. It's got to be a neat place with a name like that. He's got the Mopar power plant. Bobby Ray, right side from Lodi, BCM Service and Engineering. He'll dial it to 629 out of the number 10 spot, 672 the dial for Todd Jackson. Bobby Ray McMahon taking your win, 628, with one of those reaction times. It's okay this time when your opponent goes red. Todd's going to look at the time slip and say, that was 2 thousandths I could have done without. Didn't need that much. He went 673 on a 672 at 185 after a 002 red light. Bobby was 156, and then he goes on. So, Todd Jackson, hey, attention in the pits. Mike, Sportsman Motorcycle. You can make your way to the lanes, please, preparing for round number 1. Sportsman Motorcycle. I know they're ready because when I said that, Tom Medlin just jumped straight up in the air and said, I'm ready to go. No, he didn't. I just thought he'd say that. Taylor Vetter, left side, 620. Taylor's dial at Matco Tools Machine. Steve Cook from Idaho, the Dolphin Machine Racer, the 660 dial in the right lane. Well, Steve Cook didn't wait for any of the lights to come down, so it's a red light. Taylor Vetter takes the win. Taylor, 621 at 225 miles an hour. You kind of wonder, because you look at qualifying best of 631 at 196. They apparently knew that they were going to run like 1,100 feet in qualifying. It worked. Taylor Vetter, 621 to 225. Steve Cook saying that, rats, shucks, I wish I wouldn't have done that. All right, bikes are on the way, so attention in the pits. Top Sportsman, make your way to the lanes, please. Top Sportsman, make your way to the lanes. Jeff Connolly and Jeff Havens. Jeff in the left lane, that's Connolly. From Mesa AZ, the Landmark Iron Dragster, 618. Jeff Havens from Yakima, delivery driver. Jeff dialing at a 668, the O'Reilly right side. So Havens pulling in. And I'm going to ask the bike guys, because I think well, Jeff's got it. Jeff didn't say that then, but now it'll be Jeff Havens. He was 005, goes 690 at 165 miles an hour. Jeff Connolly was late, and then he slows it down going down the racetrack. 641. Well, he must have spun or something, because he ended up still at 225 miles an hour. But Havens was not watching any of that. He took off, and it was all going on behind him when he went 690 at 165. Ryan Pretty paired with Paul Gladden. Ryan from Chino, Mountain View Performance, big motor, Mountain View Performance, 632 cubic inch power plant at 679. Paul Gladden, he's the one with the little Ford, well, 824 cubic inches of Ford. He's got a blower on top. He's dialed at 640. Here's number 14 qualifier to 637. Pretty coming out of the number 38 spot. Now that qualifying spot, all it does is give you an idea what kind of numbers the cars can run. When you don't turn on a red light like Paul Gladden did. 681 at 197. Gladden 635 at 217 miles an hour. But again, over on the starting line with the red light by Paul Gladden. Jennifer Hoffman from El Sobrante. She's down at 704 in the for sale red dragster from Hoffman's team. And Jack Sadler from Henderson, Nevada, the fixed speed dragster with the blower on it. He is dialed at 644. And it's interesting. He's dialing a couple hun up. Jen, 1 hun. The Hoffman car. See, they got the shoe polish out and put the for sale sign on it. Don't know if they're on the bigger and better and what kind of field it's going to be. She's going to have to get that car staged. There, she's got it in. I'll tell you about in a minute. Jennifer Hoffman, 001 light, and she ends up as the runner-up. Jack Sadler, 647 and 644, 3 hun off at 212. Jen, 712 on the 704. She had everything going for her, but could not run the number. So Jack Sadler takes the win, and that will wrap up. That will wrap up round 1 of Top Dragster Competition Eliminator coming up. And we'll change voices. Just a reminder, Sportsman Motorcycle should be in the lanes, and Top Sportsman should be on your way to the back of the lanes and get paired. Here's Unc.
We're going to change voices. Does that mean I have to use this one this time?
Oh, okay, all right.
Person to person, we didn't have to use different voices. Because doing an entire session in the Mickey Mouse voice would be just
Yeah, I'd definitely trying to save vocal cords. 4 races in 10 days. Doubleheader here this weekend. Off to Topeka next weekend.
That's in Kansas.
That's in Kansas. Out in the middle of the country as we go into Comp Eliminator round number 1.
I'll be in Elm Creek, Virginia.
I'll send you my regards.
Okay.
All right. Wayne Williamson, beat Nostalgia Dragster, should be on the left-hand side of the racetrack. And here he comes. Front motor style, slingshot style car. Taking on Tom Metler's Pro Stock Truck, Dodge Dakota. 354 cubic inch combination out of Patterson Elite Performance. And I do believe that that's Todd's old truck from back in the Pro Stock Truck days. As we have not 1, not 2, but 3 trucks in our Comp Eliminator field here this weekend. In fact, we got a pair of them going to run each other in the next round. Or run in the next pair. Metler's Pro Stock Truck, 797 the index. Nostalgia Dragster on a 756. Wow. Those look like a couple eliminator lights. Either a little tardy or red. And we started off with a pair of tardies. But Mettler gets the win, 754 at 155 miles an hour. Williamson goes through 808 at 164. Wayne's best run of the weekend with the B Nostalgia car, but when the index is a 756 and you're only cranking out 8-second runs, you got a little bit more work to do and some thrashing to do. 754 by Mettler, 155 miles an hour. Randy Jones comes in. He's got the V6 powered truck over there on the left-hand side for the Alpha Omega Swiss Boss Man. And Kurt Hugger, another Pro Stock truck. Been trying to remember all weekend whose truck this is, and I can't do it for the life of me. It's been since 2001 when the Pro Stock trucks last competed on the NHRA circuit. Hugger on the right-hand side, the commercial refrigeration contractor and the Hugger Motorsports entry. Pro Stock trucks. 35 of them per event. 358 cubic inch, small block. Can put on a show. Kurt Hugger goes red. Randy Jones gets the win, so we got two trucks advancing. Both of them via the red light start. Jones goes 843 at 128 miles an hour. Hugger with a 933. 99 mile an hour lap. So Kurt's day is done. Randy moves on, as does Tom Mettler. Dean Carter's Nostalgia Dragster rolls in. Carter out of Peoria, Arizona, with Baldy Floors and Lucas Oil. A Nostalgia Dragster getting a little help from a guy quite familiar with the A Nostalgia Dragster category, Craig Bourgeois, who's been right at the forefront of the Comp Eliminator World Championship chase this year. Bourgeois jumping on a plane over in Nolans, rolling into San Francisco, here to help out the Carter gang this weekend. Ryan Water, who coming off win up in Mission, British Columbia just a few weeks ago for K&N, Mickey Thompson Tires, Brow Bell Housing, the F Super Modified, 300 cubic inch power plant underneath the hood of the 92 Camaro body. Ryan, your number 5 qualifier. Carter, your number 11 qualifier. The Bourgeois rolling in overnight, lending out a little expertise. Let's see if he's helped Carter get anywhere. Carter, now set sail, trying to chase down Water. You can hear a little blip out there. That's going to open up the door for Ryan Water to just cruise right on through. 919 at 113. They were virtually identical leaving the starting line. Carter was 18 on the green. Water was 19. A couple of pretty good Comp Eliminator lights there, but Ryan gets the win. Easing off the throttle, 113. Dean Carter goes 8:37, his best lap of the weekend, at 127 miles an hour, and still you can hear that little blip out there once they left the starting line. Joe Moseris, B Econo Dragster, out of Advanced Automotive. Fritz chassis car over here on the right-hand side. Your number 3 qualifier in our Comp Eliminator battles. Brian Massini, out of Redwood City, out of Mountain Mike's Pizza. Well, if Mountain Mike's Pizza uses delivery vehicles like this 2015 HHR, their pizzas get there and they still hot. I mean, 308 cubic inches, a rompin' stompin' Chevrolet and the G-altered automatic. Chevy HHR bodied entry. Very unique Comp Eliminator runner. Brian, your number 9 qualifier. The handicap start. Here comes Moserus. Moserus a little tardy leaving the starting line. That opened up the door for Brian. Nope. 7:13, 157 miles an hour. Moserus able to track him down. 8:63, 156. If Brian had run in this first round of eliminations, what he ran in qualifying, we might have had a completely different outcome to that pair going down the racetrack. Tony Mandela's A Supermod Automatic, the Alfa Omega Swiss. Randy Jones Racing Operation. And a Phil Mandela's Chassis Shop. Should be taking on Justin Wake's Pro Mod entry over here on the right-hand side, but, well, you can tell there's nothing there. Either that or Justin Wake's got a heck of a camouflage paint job on that car. One of the two. I'm going to go with A, the latter, not B, the A, the former, not B, the latter. Justin was your number 1 qualifier. He was number 1 on the ladder. But that was ladder, not latter. Okay. Glad we got that cleared up. 8:31 at 124 miles an hour. Mandela gets to come back and play as the number 1 qualifier, a no-show. Scott McClay should be taking on Doug Lambeck. And much like your number 1 qualifier, Lambeck no está aquí. The D Supermod Automatic Pontiac Sunfire bodied entry, not here. As he broke on his first attempt in comp, put him on the ladder. Unfortunately, unable to answer the bell. Sportsman Motorcycle getting ready to come up next. Top Sportsman, round number 1. You should be in the lanes. So Scott McClay, the C Econo dragster out of McClay Engineering. 304 cubic inch Mopar power plant. The Mike Boz chassis, or Mike Boz machine over there on the left-hand side. McClay's parked this automobile in the winner's circle before on more than one occasion. Done it divisionally, done it nationally. Number 6 qualifier, he was 6,200 to 719. He got that Pro Mod run. Wake put him in the number 1 spot. Pretty good field of comp cars. McClay a runner down track, shut it off to 796 at 120 miles an hour. So Sportsman Motorcycle, round 1 getting ready to come up. Top Sportsman, round 1. Going to be right behind them, and then we're going to go straight into round number 2 of our Super Street, Stock, Super Comp, Super Stock, Super Gas, Top Dragster, Comp, Sportsman Motorcycle, Top Sportsman. Should take us up to our first qualifying session for Alcohol Dragster and Funny Car along about 3:30 this afternoon. Our 2-wheel competitors coming out, Tracy St. Germain and Larry Mota. Going to do their battle, and since Rick knows the sportsman bike guys here on the West Coast a whole lot more better. Whole lot more better.
We're not changing voices either.
We're not changing voices either? Okay. All right, well then here's Rick.
Trace St. Germain, from San Jose, turns on a red light, left side. Larry Moto, the defending D7 champ with that sparkly 71 on the bike, takes the win. 903, 400 the dial at 145 miles an hour. So the Cowies out first. 960 for Trace after the red light. Kirk Walton from Salt Lake, his Kawasaki, talked to him. He doesn't drive it on the street anymore, but he decided he better come racing. It's a no-bar bike. He's dialed to 1010, and Manny Taylor from Bakersfield going to be chasing him on his GS. So we got a ZX14 left side no-bar bike dialed at 1010. He'll be rolling pretty well down the track, and Manny with 77-77 on the side of that GS. We'll try and run him down. We will have a combination of those bikes that use the Pro Tree. Some use the Sportsman Tree, where it goes blink, 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 one at a time. And we are able to put those together on either side of the track as the racer needs. Walton is out, and here comes Manny Taylor. Manny Taylor trying to catch that no-bar Cowie. Cannot do it. Walton, your winner, Toyota Lane. 10:27 on 125, 9:11 for Taylor, 1:42 reaction time. give up a tenth on the tree, it will not work. Denny Alves. He will be in the Toyota lane. His Kawasaki, the underwater welder, dialing at a 788. I always say that, and Unc does too. That's just an amazing occupation. Don Caesar, California State worker. His Gexer, right side from Citrus Heights. He is the no-bar bike. He will lean a little farther over. He's dialed at 904. When you got the wheelie bars, you can sit a little more upright because the wheelie bars will keep the bike going straight. No-bar bikes, you've got to get all that weight forward over the handlebars so it does not come up and over. When they qualified off reaction times. And you'll see helmets turn around. They're looking at the other guy, Here comes Denny, and it will be Denny Alves in the Toyota lane. Goes around, takes the win. 792 on the 88 at 152 miles an hour. Caesar 907 at 152. Not able to hang on to his handicap start. Miles Hauer in the left lane, number 61. Division 6 Sportsman Motorcycle Champ from Camano Island, Washington. His Suzuki RF dialed at 782, while Cahill Woods, the number 1 qualifier. Las Vegas, his Gexer. He had a 002 reaction time first time, then was perfect. Former Las Vegas champ and former Lucas Oil champ. Ooh, we got us a race. Kahia out. Miles Howard doing the chasing. Can he catch him? Can he do it? Yes, he can. Miles Howard, 783, a hun over. They were only a thou apart leaving the line. 783 on the 82 at 164. Kahia, 3 hun off. 843 at 149. Well, he qualified number 1, and that'll get him the opportunity to re-qualify tomorrow morning. Miles Howard will continue to round numero dos. Now here it's Ron Alves from Calusa, Alves Farming. His Kawasaki, former Division 7 champ, dialed at 822, and he's up against another former Division champ, Pete McClett from Garberville. His Busa. Pete and Janet, Jordan, seeing if he's helping. He ended up the Super Street car. McClett dialed at 865. He's rolling. Here comes Alves. Alves has his work cut out for him right now. McClett turns and looks. McClett hangs on. 868, 3 hun over at 133 miles an hour. Too quick. Ron Alves trying to catch him with an 818 at 164. He was just flat out late leaving the line. And there is no way to make up that handicap start. All you can do is get close and push a little bit and hope you can make the other rider break out. Didn't happen that time. Cody Compton from Vancouver, Washington. His boost had dialed at 952 in the Toyota left lane, O'Reilly right side. Sean Connor from Boulder City driving GSXR. He's dialed at 853, and Sean's bike has a tendency to move around the track. When it does, watch him. He'll slide back and forth on the seat, getting control, and he'll move the bike around just like that. It's interesting to watch. Compton out. Here comes Connor, and it will be Cody Compton. They were 3 thou apart leaving the line. Compton, 956, 400 over his dial at 134, 859 for Sean Connor. He was 6 over at 149. Need a light? Got to run a number, and I guess that's the story of all the categories in drag racing. Top sportsmen should be in the lanes. Most of you look like you're there and paired. Here's Leo Shaver, left lane from Las Vegas on his Ninja. Former ET champ, former Las Vegas track champ. He's paired with Clayton Howie from Lemoore on his CX-14 down with 891 in the right lane. Yesterday, reaction times all over the board, but today they're staying close. Clayton Howie, your winner, 899 at 130, 896. Leo Shaver well off the dial at 136 miles an hour. That made a huge amount of difference. You can't run the number, you don't have any hope of winning. Terry Turner from Bakersfield. This Katana. Dial at 885. In the left lane, right side, Don DePeel from Gladstone, Oregon. His 74 Cowie will dial at 837. They're in. Now move forward and you'll hear them twist the grip. Huh. We'll talk about a huh in a minute. I have a tendency to make funny sounds when I leave the line, then want to explain later. It's Don DePeel in the O'Reilly lane, 840 at 155, 901 for Terry Turner, 139. He did not run the number. When both racers start with crooked numbers in the reaction time, it's one of those that, well, let's have it all together because somebody else take advantage. And here they did. DePeel gave up 11 hundredths on the line and was still able to make up the differences. Terry Turner did not run his number. Rick Newport, 72, finishes runner-up in Division 7 last time. The Matco Tools distributor from Bluffdale, Utah, former Rocky Mountain Raceway champ, former Las Vegas champ, former Division champ. He's down at 795, paired with Brian Jennings from Martinez. Oh, that's Martinez. I forget. There's one in Georgia that's Martinez. This is Martinez in California. His Gexer will dial at 899. We got something on the track doing a little bit of cleaning. They do that. It's one of those things from, depending on which end of the country you're on, the way they pronounce things differently. When I moved east, I'm talking about the place where Bruton Smith has another track in outside Charlotte, and I called it Concord, and it was quickly corrected to tell me that it is Concord there. It's Concord here. Then doing a boat race in Georgia, I called the town Martinez. I was told it's Martinez. And then in Virginia, there's a place called, well, I called it Buena Vista, and they said, what's that? And they said, you mean Buena Vista. I'm like, oh, well, okay. Then they complain about my accent. Anyway, where am I? Well, whatever we had spilled up that left lane, they are working really hard. Right there on the starting line, something went, and it looked like we saw the scraper there too. So we're taking a couple of minutes. It's a busy 3 more days remaining. I'm going through the schedule with you. Going to go through 2 rounds of eliminations, and we hope around 3:30 or so that we'll get qualifying session number 1 for top alcohol dragster, followed by the top alcohol funny cars. Rick Newport takes his bike over to the wall, trying to find a place to lean it. They don't have kickstands on most of the bikes. Sometimes you hope the slick is wide enough that you can walk away by yourself. When you look at some of the Pro Mod style bikes up through Top Fuel, they've got a big enough tire, they just leave it sitting and walk away. Helmet's coming off.
Because they're dragging the track.
It's here going to be a while. I don't know if I drink the water that Gary Oakes gave me. Bikes are always fun to watch, particularly when we have something like the event here at Sonoma that's a double, because we get many of the bikes from Division 6 and many of the bikes from the Salt Lake area and Utah area that, as Rocky Mountain Raceway had its final races last year, and they're kind of now racing at Las Vegas. A couple of them go to Grand Junction at times. But getting everybody together, Division 6, Division 7. I'm surprised we didn't have any of the D5 guys come over this way, because we usually get some of the Minnesota racers that show up. Well, they show up when it's... Oh, because they'll be at Topeka next weekend with the double. So Division 4 and 5 will have their racers at that event. Must have been some of that synthetic oil or gear lube down on the track and synthetic stuff. That's right up there with local races, and they lose antifreeze. Zamboni going to make another lap or two. Maybe, or it's going to go home and put it away. I think I might want to move out of the water box. He's bigger than I am. Really, really. One of the things about track prep, if you get a spill or something in one lane and you take a while, it's a bit of time in that lane that they're working on it, and we go out to drag the track, we try and make sure that we drag both lanes so we can get an equal amount of heat on both sides. Zamboni made up of used tire carcasses. And with all the tracks here at Sonoma, there's an opportunity for all kinds of used tires. Put the treads there to drag, keep it dry, warm. It's very well because since it's race tire carcasses, you get the same type of rubber that you get off the slicks. All right, you got your own water now, it's safer. Yeah. We complete one race today, along with qualifying for the alcohol categories. And then we go to tomorrow, and we have one round qualifying into W.W. Williams shootouts and Super Street, Super Comp, Super Gas. We'll let the sportsmen have one round of qualifying, then shortly, early on Saturday afternoon, we go to eliminations in the alcohol categories and start race number 2 with the remainder of the categories. Whatever's remaining when we hit the curfew, we just stop right then and continue on Sunday. Go. We're ready. Rick Newport, left side. His Suzuki. Brian Jennings, right side. His Suzuki. Farrah Gexler's GSXRs. Both bikes with slicks and wheelie bars. Brian Jennings, right side. He lit the top bulb. Rick Newport is right there with him. Jennings out rolling, and here comes Rick Newport giving chase. Painter chased by the Matco Toolman, and it will be the Matco Toolman. Rick Newport, Toyota lane, 795 on a 795, 147 miles an hour. Brian Jennings, 901, a couple hun off that 899 dial at 140, so Newport will continue on. Dave Wheeler and Gary Oakes paired. Dave Wheeler, 77, finished 7th in this division from Murray, Utah. His ZX14 dialing at 899, while Gary Oakes from Las Vegas, KZ Kawasaki, dialing at 866. Now, Gary Oakes' bike is slick and wheelie bars. Dave Wheeler, a no-bar bike. Better numbers than we've seen reaction time-wise. Oakes out first, Wheeler chasing him, and not able to catch Gary Oakes. Gary Oakes, 875 in the O'Reilly lane at 141 for the win, 922, 127 for Wheeler. Both running well off their dial. Now the final pair, it's going to be Eric Jaquith, Queen Creek, Arizona's Hayabusa, dialed at 920, and he'll be chased by Tom Medlin on his Gixxer, the black with flames, multiple-time division champ. Jessica helping him. He's dialed at 804. both of the bar type bikes, but they are down. They are getting in a swooping position. Whoa, red light by Jakewood. Tom Medlin going to take this win. How close can they run to the dial? Medlin dialed 8:05. He goes 8:20 at 162. Jakewood, 9:20 to dial. He goes 9:39 after the red light, and that is round one. Sportsman Motorcycle, the top sportsmen make their way out. Craig Blaisdell is up here. Whoa. It's always neat. They get some of the neatest cars that we get the racetrack around. Blaisdell rolls out. Now we'll get our 57 Chevy set up. Woo. We're not going to change voices because we both decided we do that. We'll go to the top sportsman, Craig Blaisdell. And while we get the burnout, let's go ahead and have Super Street. Super Street, make your way to the lanes for pairing, please. Super Street, round number 2. Make your way to the lanes for pairing. Craig Blaisdell, his Camaro, the Seas Candy Newmark Camaro, running all by himself. He was paired with Sam Blaylock. Sam Blaylock in the new Jaws 15 Camaro. Broken motor toward the top end of the racetrack, and they could not put all that back together. So they are not here. Blaisdell. Blaisdell. He has a 693, but it doesn't matter. Once he stages, he pretty well go into the next round. But my gosh, you got a car that goes quick and fast. Why not make it go quick and fast? Blaisdell having to drive it away from, steered away from the center line as it pushed that direction, and he goes through the 694, 198. Not a bad place to start. He pretty much knew where he was. Now we've got that 1957 Chevrolet of Chris Esrick from San Bruno, big Chevy. He's down at 725 in the left lane. Jeff Gillette from Benicia, Indigene Reserve. Yeah, I could say it the first time. Jeff and Debbie and Barry Pauley and Darren Seeley out there, either assisting or causing trouble, depending on which one we talk about. Gillette dialed at a 687. GTO WRE 637. So we're at 630s on both sides. Engine size 725 dial for the pretty much non-aerodynamic 57 Chevy. Well, the swoopy looking GTO will try and chase him down. It's supposed to punch a smaller hole in the air. The big motors, doesn't matter. Oh, Esrick, a red light in for win for Gillette. Gillette on that 687 takes it through at a 688 at 200 miles an hour. Esrick, he was one hunt off. Esrick after the red light, 727, a couple hunt off, 186. They look good going down the track if we could ignore that red bulb glowing in our face, but we can't do that. Frank Rodriguez from St. Helena. His Camaro, left side. Pro mod looking car, dialed at 736. And he's paired with Steve Galileo from San Francisco, the 63 split one to Corvette. Here we go, even pairs, 632. He is down at 692, the Corvette. Right side, 736, there's a bulb, head start. Gonna go to Rodriguez, number 37 qualifier, and Galileo, number 14 qualifier. It's a bunch of numbers in that little bit. Crew chiefs say you're lined up where you're supposed to be. We check the tire heat. Go racing. So they did. We are racing red cars and green lights. Camaro and Corvette. Flashes bike. For Steve Galileo in the Corvette. Double breakout. He's 691 with a 600 by 4 thou. 199 miles an hour. 634.7. Frank Rodriguez. And the Camaro under by 13 thou. 734 to 181. Steve Galileo in the Corvette will return. Joe Rubicek. His gorgeous 68 Camaro. Rubicek Racing. He's dialed to 662. Toyota line and Mike Ferderer, the Ford. It's K&N Special Pontiac Grand Am, dialing at 707. Both racers familiar with the winner's circle. So it is among the multiple races that will be outstanding today. One of them will stage. There we go. Ferd is in. Rubicek there. Got a race. There's the Pontiac. Here comes the Chevy. And it's the Pontiac. Mike Ferderer, 708 to Hunt over at 193 in the right lane. Joe Rubicek, 661 with the 3/7 out. Too quick. He breaks out. Good lights. Good runs. One of them just too quick. Carl Hagan, not Sagan, from Bakersfield, his Dodge Avenger. 754 the dial, left lane, right side. Chris Newman, runner-up in Division 7 last year in his GXP. He is dialed at a 697. Brought to you by Wayne and Dave's Automotive. Wayne explained to me there really was a Dave. And we believe him. Woo! Big rumble from Brian LaFlamme and his Mustang coming right in front of the timing tower. Hagan leaves first in the Mopar, and here comes the Pontiac. And he catches him, but went too quick in doing so. Carl Hagan, 755 a Hunt over, takes the win in his Avenger. Toyota side, Chris Newman, 796 with a 9. That would be a breakout of 1/1000th of a second. Brian LaFlamme, number 1 qualifier with an uneven number of cars. He will take the single pass. Brad Anderson, Hemi, and 67 Mustang, LaFlamme Motorsports. Brian and Tyler, Brian Betts, all helping. 67 Mustang, yellow with black trim, and it is on the ground. I mean, it is lowered. Get that big Hemi underneath. Cool looking car, and it's fast. Nary a wiggle or a wobble right down the center of the lane. He goes 620 at 226 miles an hour. 620, quicker than where he qualified at 626. Interestingly enough, his mile an hour was down a couple, so it may not have been a full quarter-mile pass. But he hooked it. He went right down the center of the lane doing all the things he wanted to, and he will be forced to be reckoned with throughout the rest of the weekend. Doug Crumlick and Doug Bracey this time. Crumlick, his 63 Corvette. Dial at 689. And before we talk about Doug Bracey, let's make another request for Super Street. Super Street, we need you in the back of the lanes for pairing. Super Street, you're a little bit lagging behind. When we called you early, I know Chris Bracey's car is there because she's over directing Doug. But we need the rest of Super Street. We need you to the lanes now, please. Doug Bracey, right side, and his Cavalier, Quartertech Electronics from Vallejo, dialing at a 719. Crumlick, SRE, believe it be. Bracey with his Chevy, retired CHP officer, and the salesman. It is Doug Crumlick, that Corvette. 689 on a 689 at 200 miles an hour. Doug Bracey was a thou better leaving the line, then went 718. The problem was he dialed 719. So he broke out, and the number 3 qualifier, Doug Crumlick, will continue. David Armstrong from Mesa. Lucas Oil, 63 white Corvette. number 47 qualifier, Ted Kellner, the number 24 qualifier in the Firebird. Hoosier and West Coast folks. He's got a long list of numbers. All the good things we say, he still lets Joe Greco help him. But he also let Joe drive the long-nosed Vega. Ted, winner in multiple categories throughout the years. Always a force to be reckoned with, not just on the West Coast, but anywhere he shows up to go racing. David Armstrong in the Corvette is going to try and catch Ted in his fleeting Firebird. Not able to do it. Ted goes 709 at 179, takes the win. O'Reilly right side, and the 63 Corvette 672 on a 674 dial-in. He breaks out, but get a 209 mile an hour charge at the top end. They struggled during qualifying, but they came out in a good number now. They'll be in better shape when they qualify for the next race tomorrow. Phil Unruh, number 2 qualifier, his Corvette, 2018. Bob Unkler helped with some of the taping and masking tape on the side of that. 653 is his dial. Dean Hall, Guerneville. Heck Racing, 63 Corvette. 706 dial. And it will be Phil Unruh. It was all on the starting line. 658, 5 on over at 199. 709 for Dean Hall. 3 over at 192. Phil. Good reaction time. Dean doubled Phil's, and that's not a good thing. Marty Castano from Grantsville, Utah. His 57 Chevrolet, which is quick and fast. Qualified number 30. He's Rocky Mountain Raceways top sportsman track champion. He's down to 713 in Bud Proust, number 6. He's from Grand Junction. Bud Sign, 69 Camaro. Got a 4-wide win in Vegas. Runner-up at the Arizona Nationals and Arizona Nationals and Mile High Nationals. He is purging the nitrous system. No, those aren't windshield wipers, but they're kind of in the same location. And they get the bad nitrous out of the way and the good nitrous so they can get a good flow as it comes in. Marty Castano is consistent at 713. Got a side-by-side race with the Chevys, the shoebox, the 69 Camaro, and it will be Marty Castano. 715, 191 miles an hour. 005 light for that 57 Chevy. He'll take the win. 685 for Bud. He's a hunt over, but his light was an 18, which, like in most cases, would be a pretty stout light, but not when Marty went 005. You got to run right on the number, because if you cut him loose, he's going to go ahead and win. He did that. Marty, your winner. Ward Howard and Bart Smith. Ward Howard from Santa Cruz. Ooh, his Dodge Stratus with a Chevy under the hood. He'll dial at 740 in the Toyota lane, out of the number 39 qualifying spot, qualifying 16th. From North Las Vegas, an ultimate collision, Bart Smith. His 98 Monte Carlo was Sonny Leonard's finest, all 812 cubic inches of it. Sonny Leonard in Lynchburg, Virginia. They do other things in Lynchburg that they make and manufacture there, but Sonny Leonard, in our world, probably the most familiar. Got to win this year to start the season. But that wiggle and a wobble off the starting line, let's see how that affects it. Ward Howard was going straight down the track, and that made the difference. Ward Howard takes the win in that Stratus left side, 741. Hunt over his 740 down at 181, 697. Bart Smith, 400s off. Lights are only a thou apart, so I think that move to the center line and bring it back was enough to make the difference in that pass. Bart Smith did not leave straight. He moved to the center line. By the time he got it back where it was supposed to be, Ward Howard was just straight down the middle of that Toyota lane. Dan Provost from Abbotsford, BC, Rad Torque Systems, his 68 Camaro. He's got one of the small Sonny Leonard motors at 760 cubic inches. He's dialed at 692, paired with Ray Castanello from Concord, 67 Nova. He's moving a bit. But he's got a little room. Can he make it? He being Roy? Yes, he can. Roy Costadetto, the Nova. Riley Lane, 7:58, 2/10 over at 181. 19 over. With a 7:10 at 194 is Dan. So with all that driving around and both of them a couple tenths off, the margin of victory was still 7 thousandths of a second. So it ended up a good race, side by side, most of the way down. Mike Johnson and Joe Stenard are standard. Paired this time, Joe from Lake Havasu in his GXP in the right lane. He'll dial at 7 flat. He qualified at 698, so he's dialing right in that area. Mike Johnson from Laguna Beach, the 63 bright red Corvette with one of those small Pro Mod wings on the back. He qualified number 43 at a 757. He's dialing a 756. Making sure everything is clear on the racetrack. They're taking a look. Got one mop up and out. And we're waiting to hear the call of what they need. Doing some walking down the track and moving a couple of things, so we've shut everybody down. Good time to remind Super Streets you need to be in the lanes being paired. I see a lot of cars still angle off waiting for their opponents, so you should have an idea who you run because most of you have looked at a ladder. Just find them as you go down this road to the staging lanes, and when you see them, just pull kind of right up with them so you can decide on your lanes and move on forward. Ooh, and it looks like we're going to take the mini jet out. Whoosh, whoosh. It'll do something, make funny noises, not like that. But. There we go. See Super Street coming in. There goes Joe Greco. He had to come out and help Ted Kellner. Then he could get in that long nose Vega. And we're looking at the track from just about 3:30 down to the finish line. We've got stuff out there, and apparently we heard the dryer just came out, and they're looking well up at the top. He's taking the dryer up at the top end. So it's going to be a couple of minutes. And I know most of you probably know, but those of you that for tomorrow, the W.W. Williams Super Shootout for Super Street, Super Gas, and Super Comp, you're going to have to put your money in there. You'll be able to do it in the lanes because Rich is going to be there for that. Or tomorrow, you can start bringing him up here if you'd rather do that. Get that out of the way. And I am thinking, I don't know if we got confirmed by all of our Super Gas, Super Comp, Super Street folks if they're going to have their runs for the monies. Each of the category will have a run for the money. We'll try it that way. We believe we will, but they will come up and let us know so we can remind you to bring your extra money to the lanes and get set up in those. We'll complete this round of qualifying in each of our categories, and hopefully just about 3:30, top alcohol dragster and alcohol funny car will come up. Then we'll go to round 3 and we'll continue eliminations, and just around 6 o'clock, alcohol dragster and alcohol funny will have Q2, and then if the schedule works the way it's supposed to, we will continue eliminations, get to the finals, And then about 8:15, Alcohol Dragster and Alcohol Funny Car will make their third and final qualifying sessions, and then we'll wrap it up. Our curfew got extended. I believe it's till 10 o'clock tonight. And then tomorrow we go back to the regular 8 a.m. to start, 7 o'clock, shut everything down. Just for a reminder of the weekend. Sunday morning, going to be chapel services at the driver's lounge next to the Raceway Cafe. I'm pointing, it's right over there. Can you see? We'll have two chapel services, one at 7:15, one at 8 o'clock. Hosted by Racers for Christ, message by Chaplain Rich Trimmer. So 7:15 at 8 o'clock. Plan that around the run schedule on Sunday morning. Anytime, stop by and see the tool guy, Dale. He is located at the far end, at the top of the big staging lanes. Dale, the tool guy, located at the top of the staging lanes, right at the end of the ET bikes. Tools of everything you can imagine, and some you never even thought of. But you take a look at that, and as Unc said, you will find something that's like, I can use that. Then you hope you can fit it in your suitcase or you got room for it in the trailer. But go take a look, because he has amazing things. I stopped and looked, and it's like, those are tools. I'm lost. Gotten to the point where I plug my reader in and see what the computer tells me to change, and we'll change that. That's why I'm not allowed to have a race car. The last 10 years that I drove, I had a helmet and a suit, and we sat in alcohol cars, fuel cars, super stockers. Then I found out, sitting up here, we have heat or air conditioning. And very seldom did we have it back then. And I didn't need a trailer. And the truck, I could use a half-ton instead of a dually. So all in all, my wife explained that to me with the checkbook in hand, and it's like, okay, we'll try that. So for 45 years, I've been sitting up here in the towers talking about these, making a lot of friends. I really enjoyed the walk with the extra gloves that we found through the Supergas area. My hat's off to all the door cars, because, we're going to be dunk. But anyhow, all the people came by. We had an opportunity to visit, got updated kind of on families and what folks are doing now and where they are. And just appreciated everybody we had that took the time that we could chat a little bit. And the motorcycles, too. Good to see them. Renewing some acquaintances. Well, they're really busy right around the finish line, and when we see that big white strip going up the hill, a big strip going up the hill, that means so much for us saying it was water down here that they're mopping up. They got the scrubber out down here, and they got oil dry up the hill, and they're getting it cleaned up. So, everybody that was in the car, you can probably get out of your cars with the doors open if you haven't already. It's like, Rick, we were out there 15 minutes ago. We mentioned marine layer a lot this morning. Sitting at a racetrack back there, as the fog rolled in, I kept commenting and telling people, well, here comes the marine layer in Western Virginia, and absolutely no one had any idea what I was talking about. Well, many times they don't understand my accent back there anyway. But they came out and finally said, what the heck is a marine layer? And then I realized that it's really tough to explain what a marine layer is if nobody's ever seen one until you've been out here on the West Coast. and have seen them, but it definitely happens. Remember, all your qualifying sheets and the ladders and things are up here, and I think it's Suite 102. It's the second doors. You come up the steps to the tower. That's where Racers for Christ are. They have, besides candy, and all kinds of good candy, they have all your run sheets, ladders, everything. Come on up, and for a minor donation of folding money, you can have one. Double donation or a bigger donation, you can have two, and go from there. Anyhow, they're up here. Last night, we completed the W.W. Williams Super 8 shootouts in each of the categories. Had the award ceremony and all the grip and grins, the pictures, took care of those. Then we had the golf cart extravaganza. And I have only heard rumors of the winner. Then I had rumors of the winner saying, they must have cheated because they beat me. No, you're just a good golf cart racer. Those W.W. Williams Super 8 shootouts, we'll have those again tomorrow, like I said, and I mentioned earlier. So you can get entered today here at the RFC booth, or you can do that in the lanes. Rich Trimmer will be there. Unc, did Super Comp, Super Gas, Super Street mention to whether they're going to just, on that first session, also have that as their run for the monies, runs for the money, run for the money? Did they tell us that for tomorrow? That split?
I believe so.
I think they will. If you just want to come up and verify the representatives, let us know so we make sure that we don't tell you a lie, because announcers hate to lie. We really do. We try and do everything accurately. But if you
over the years that really enjoyed it, let me tell you.
What, announcing or lying?
Lying.
Okay, and some of them we know. Golly. Okay, now I'm going to do another plug for somebody, and I'm going to tell you something that I liked. My wives believed me; they liked. And many years ago, when there was the super shop stores around the country, and I was a representative up here, and we had our inventory crews come in. I told them, and I have never heard a complaint about visiting Corbell Champagne Cellars and taking the tour. First of all, you drive up and you are just going to be amazed at the flowers and the greenery in front. And it is quaint, I'll use that word. It is a neat place to visit. Everybody in the family will have fun. Try and take a tour. They are well worth the money, because you get a little tasting at the end, and you have the opportunity to shop in the Corbell store, and they'll help you a little bit if you're taking the tour. But seeing Champagne and all the steps that it goes through at Corbell and their brandies, a little bit of history of the Redwood area where they are, it is definitely take the time. If you're up here for a while, you're loosing the truck and got nothing to do, because you're going to have a few days between this weekend's race and the start of next weekend's race. Go to Corbell. Don't tell them I sent you, though, because then the prices go up. But visit. Nobody in your crew or your family will be disappointed with it. I'll guarantee it. And I don't guarantee much, but that's one of them that you will enjoy. As a matter of fact, my wife said, we're going to stay a couple extra days because we go to Corbell, and it's like, yeah, we probably will go out there. Just then continue your drive.
Super gas, the jigs running. Michael Bouchard will be collecting money in the lane.
Okay. Super gas on the one and only time run. That will be the run for the money. Give your money to Mike Wibleshower. He'll be in the lanes. Mike.
Over $500 for the best package for a small $20 entry fee.
Should pay over $500 for the best package for that mere $20 entry fee.
Pay only Mike Wibleshower.
Mike Wiblishauser is the only one collecting. Many times we've encouraged you to bring the money to the announcer's deck, but that never helps. Give it to Mike Wiblishauser. Dave Mazier was yesterday's winner with an 18-pack. Two people had better packages, but they elected not to enter. I'm getting all this information. Mike Wiblishauser is texting Unc, and he's sitting back here reading it to me, and I'm sharing it with you. He's the relay man.
I'm also reading about Iran intercepting a British tanker. Today, breaking news.
Wow. PT and Company. I have pictures on my wall from the winter circle. It's amazing as we're out and the people that are sending us notes. But as we're doing thing, I'm kind of wrapping up my time as a D7 announcer as we go through the season. I get to do a couple more races. ET finals in Las Vegas and that final race of the year at Wild Horse Pass, which was my home for close to 20 years.
Mike says we rock.
We rock.
So you rock and I roll?
As long as we don't have to sing it.
Okay.
Okay. No, we've got this down. If somebody will text one of us, whoever has got the phone will go ahead and read it over the PA. But PT and Company, we will be in Las Vegas the first part of October. Hopefully we can get together then. I didn't know people could text from Virginia with an accent, but I got a note. It's going to sound strange, but my home is a little 8th mile racetrack. Last year we celebrated the 50th anniversary. And we do bracket racing. We have something that a lot of you know. Classic gear jammers. Good old Charlie Brown. Those are the kind of cars we get. They don't always go fast, but they sure are exciting. Bracket racing. Whew. Okay, we're getting an update for those who contemplated going to Denver for the Mile High Nationals this week.
The corrected altitude is 10,252 feet.
The corrected altitude in Denver this week is 10,252 feet. That's 2 miles high. Yeah, they get a little more and they can do like the bird song, 8 miles high. No, at Bandimere, the time I was there, the very first national event that I worked at Bandimere was the very first Mile High Sports Nationals. And that's been 30-some years ago. It was long enough that when I would go out for the Friday night test and tune session, I stopped by the school and picked up all the Bandimere kids and took them to go to work up at the track with me, because none of them were old enough to drive at that time.
Yeah, well, that was a long time ago then, wasn't it?
Yep. That was when the pits were down below at Bandimere instead of up on the hill. Whoa. I look up at the top end of the racetrack and I don't see any trucks. I see the blower coming back down this way. We can see our white trail. Maybe they have swept it and we are just about ready to go. And racers are saying, well, thank goodness, because we're sure tired of listening to everything that you're talking about up there. Now I want to see Mike back up that jet into the parking place. Odds are he just makes a loop and puts it right back where, yeah, he's not going to back it up. We're going to try again. Mike Johnson's bright red 63 Corvette, 600 cubic inches of Chevy under the hood, and Joe, going to say Stenard. Remember, if we mispronounce a name or your crew or whatever, please come up and tell us. It's just as easy to do it right as do it wrong, and we'd rather have it right. Joe from Lake Havasu. This is GXP 632, his number of cubic inches. He dialed at 7 flat. Johnson, the Corvette, dialed at 756. Here in round numero uno. A top sportsman. Complete their burnouts and backing up. Crew's showing him where the starting line is. One of the things you never think about, they've got those great big scoops in front of them in many instances, and it's tough to see around them. So in the right lane, sometimes you have to wonder, where's the Christmas tree? I can eventually figure out where the starting line is. And now we're in, okay. Courtesy staging is in effect. Each racer will turn on the pre-stage. Not supposed to go right in. Turn on the pre-stage, then everyone can together move forward into the stage beam. Ooh, red car, red light. Pontiac a win light. Joe Stenard, Riley Lane, 699 on the 7 flat at 196. He was under, but he already had the win because of the red light by Mike Johnson, who went dead on, 756 with a 0 on a 756, but ruined it by a bright, and I mean bright, red light. Jesse Wooten from Visalia, his chop top 65 Malibu, dialing at 718 in the Toyota lane, and Monty Green from Haxton calls that a Fusion, as in Ford, because that's what Monty Green drives and works on. Got a Green racing engine of 632 cubic inches. He's dialed at 688. Well, one of the things I've always wondered, if your name is a color, why don't you have the cars the same color? Like, Monty Green should have a green car. That way you'd know it's his. If he loses it, it'd be easy for it to find its home. They are rolling. Jesse, Monty, and it will be Monty Green in that Ford Fusion, 691, 300 over at 194. Jesse Wooten, a little better reaction time, but way too quick. He goes 713, 500 under the dial at 185 miles an hour. So Monty Green, the Coloradan, is your winner. Ron Smith, Chris McCollum paired this time. It's the 63 Nova. But he's not there because he made an exciting hoop-de-doo yesterday. Had hee-haw and all those things. He was all over the racetrack when something broke. Chris McCallum from Grand Junction, Metal Buildings by TPI, and no on before you ask. The 63 Corvette, 780 cubic inch, one of those big motors. You get up to 780 on up to 800. You can't walk in front of the scoop. They can suck you right into one of those cylinders. They're that big. He was a number 8 qualifier to 685. He dialed 685, and he runs a 684. Well, that was a good story, but he went too quick. He's got your win. 684 at 202 miles an hour, 8 dial under. Now, you thought you'd seen your own Studebaker when Larry Scarth ran this morning. Well, you were wrong, because here comes Ken Rotzloff, the retired fire captain from Idaho Falls with his 53 Studebaker, which is now orange, 781 cubic inches of power under that hood. He's down to 696, paired with Robert Strom from Seattle, Ballard Lock and Key, his Mustang, all Ford. He's dialed at a 748. About a bulb between them. Strom should lead first out of that Toyota lane. Then that orange Studebaker We'll give chase. Once they stage. Ford is out. Here comes Studebaker. Studebaker closing in on the Ford. And it is Blue Oval. Glad it wasn't Studebaker because I don't know what their emblem is. Robert Strom takes the win. 7:49, a hunt over, 184 miles an hour. 6:96 for Ken Ratzlaff. Right on what he dialed, but Robert Strom had a 13 reaction time, and Ken did not. And attention in the pits, stock eliminator, stock eliminator. The back of the lanes for pairing, stock eliminator round 2. Head to the lanes for pairing. Dan Lafferty and Shane Molinari. Lafferty is not there. Molinari is from Battleground. His 68 Pontiac Le Mans. You thought it was a GTO, didn't you? It's Le Mans. Pontiac 540. I almost said #1 qualifier, but that's in the other top category of sportsmen. Qualified number 34. He's down at 7:19. Shane Molinari. Shane turns on his green light. And 21 at 189. On up the hill. He's your winner, Lafferty. Unable to bring his Camaro back. Now it's going to be Paul Snell. All Chevys this time. Richard Okerman and Nancy Formiller got their Hot Rod Performance. Zeke's Automotive Beretta. He's got 4 digits this year. Normally he has 1 or 2 on that Beretta. Tough racer. He's down at 7:06. The O'Reilly right lane. Number 3 qualifier, Paul Snell. Sandy, Utah. The Paul's Auto and 4x4, JBR Racing. 63 Corvette. He has level 3 wing, like level 1 is the highest, level 2, then down to level 3 rear wing, and Bob will tell you about that when he is back up here. Subarus are requiring the top wing. That Corvette with Brad Anderson supercharged Hemi dials at 662. Wiggles and wobbles down the track and not able to catch Rich Okerman. 7:07, a hunt over a 190. 662 with a 7,000 over was Paul Snell. We had the little numbers from this end. Margin of victory for Okerman, 9,000th of a second. And again, we got out the mops. Well, we have out 1 mop is all, so hopefully it'll be a quickie. And Sean Herbst and Kelly Harper are paired. Sean Herbst, your defending D6 champion, number 61 on the car from Salem. Dialed at 7:08, and Kelly Harper, you just heard of that noisy burnout, that supercharged 67 gorgeous Mustang. He's number 5 qualifier, and he is dialing at a 677. It's a silver or metallic gray 67 Mustang with dark gray or black trim on it. Sharp looking car. And that is a good-looking Firebird that Herbst has. Those few people tell you it's not a car show, it's a drag race, but it's both. Amazing equipment, looks and technically. We see all weekend. There's a big group all around that Mustang, but we see them give them an okay signal. Stock Eliminator, round number 2. Make your way to the lanes, please. I don't see many of you there yet. Stock Eliminator, back of the lanes for pairing. Head to the lanes now, please. Firebird and Mustang, and it will be the Firebird. 710 on the 708, 183 miles an hour. Kelly Harper, good light. Then he goes 675, 200's quicker than he's been this weekend at 200, almost 5 miles an hour. 204.98. We're among friends. We can do that. Can we round up? Sure. Okay, thank you. Good. That's 205. It was easier to say than 204.98. Shot first. Randy Balo, Newberry Park, Joe's Racing, 68 Camaro. In the left lane is 708 the dial. And Paul Mitsis, the Mountain View Tire and Performance, 08 Stratus. I'm sorry, I mentioned earlier a baby Sonny Leonard motor at 762. He even makes a smaller one at 688 cubic inches. That's what's under the hood of that Mopar in the right lane. Paul Mitsos, a district manager for Mountain View Tire and Performance. He probably spends plenty of time as the rest of the team. Nick and family, they're out with that Pro Stocker occasionally. Mitsos is 678. Randy Balo was 708. Mitsos was number 6 qualifier. Balo number 29. And right now, neither one of the qualifying positions really matter. It's who can run a number after cutting a light. A red light by 1 stinking thousandth. And Randy Balo he's not just tardy, he's flat out late, and he gets the win. 739 at 188. Nick Metsos 689 at 192 after going red by a thou. And Randy, well, he's been doing this a long time, and he knows sometimes you're going to be lucky and sometimes you're not, and this is one of those he is. He'll take it, says thank you very much, and we'll continue on. Don Mazier Enterprises Cobalt, down at 697 out of Escondido, North County, San Diego, a little bit in from the ocean. Mike Mossy from Napa, Stagner Construction Camaro. Steve Schmidt, 780 cubic inches, and that is a swoopy 68 Camaro. Minimal wing on the back. He's down at 705. Making sure we get our cars around the top end. And with the kind of quartering breeze we have, you pop those parachutes, and if you're not under power and driving into them, you end up having some difficulty getting around the top end. One car around, you can see it, parachute collapsing, and the second one around the corner. Well, no, the second one was the catch truck from NHRA, so we're clear. Don Mazier and Mike Mossy staging right now. Stock Eliminator, go ahead to make your way to the lanes. I see a few of you back there. Let's get the remainder of Stock Eliminator to the lanes, please, to be paired. Don Mazier, your winner, 699. Couple on over, 697 down to 195. Mike Mossy was just a little late. He went 699 trying to catch Don Mazier. Well, when you dial 705, that is not a good thing. It's called a breakout again. He's out. Mazier is in. Ed Olpen, his Top Sportsman Camaro. 705 the dial, and he is paired with Dan Borg. Monte Carlo, well, 814 cubic inches. There we go, big motors again. Borg in that Monte Carlo is dialed a 685. Fire Protection Management. And Ed, of course, is still a funeral director, and he really is. And I don't say it lightly, but if you ever have questions about that, Ed, with his connections throughout the country, will be more than happy to help and direct and make things easier for you, because, well, we always are going to need them at some time, one time or another. But Ed Olpen just wants to make that black 68 Camaro get down the track quickly. Dan Borg, that red Monte Carlo, says, I think I'd rather do it. Borg qualified number 9 with that 814 cubic inch motor. And Ed 705 with the maybe 6. And the Chevys go through with a win line for Dan Borg, 686, a Hanover 203. And the O'Reilly right side for that Monte Carlo as Ed Olpen goes 7 flat, 700 at 188. Mile an hour down by about 12 from his best, but the ET 1500's quicker. You always wonder about those things. I do, but not always. But now I do. Jeff Conley, Paul Gladden. Jeff Conley from Mesa AZ, the landmark iron aerodynamic S10. You know, he could run a comp eliminator as a big motor pro stock truck. Oh, they don't have that category. Paul Gladden, his Gladden Equipment Erector's 1970 Mustang with his little Ford, 700 plus cubic inches. He's dialed at 697, while Jeff Conley is dialed at 690. Look at the hood of the Conley's machine. You don't see much unusual, but the Pro Charger is underneath the hood. Gladden way out. I don't know if Conley's going to catch him. He didn't. Paul Gladden, 703, 176 miles an hour. Jeff Conley goes 678, 1200ths under the dial at 220 miles an hour. Because he had one of those lights we've talked about. Paul Gladden had a pretty good one. So the Mustang continues on. Okay, this was to be a pair, but it is just Joe Meloff from Maple Ridge, BC, his GXP Meloff Excavating, dialing at 699. Dial-in not necessary, as he'll stage and take the win. He was to have run Milton Perez from San Bruno with their 2008 Pontiac GXP, 824 cubic inches, and every time Milton would drop the hammer, that GXP would head toward the Christmas tree. So he'd have to get off the throttle, straighten it up, and then just motor down the track. And they played with the suspension, played with it, couldn't get it fixed. Hopefully they'll have it set up and be able to come out tomorrow for race number 2. But right now, they're still in the pits, unable to make it in round number 1, and Joe Meloff will go ahead and take the win, get staged. Then we'll go to Super Street, and we'll change the personage holding the microphone. We aren't changing voices anymore. We'll change, but we have to use that voice the rest of the weekend, and it won't last. Meloff goes 700 on a 699 at 003 light, and he's like, I want those for next round. Can I have those again, please? Can I repeat that? Anyway, round number 1. Top Sportsman is done. Hand the microphone back over to...
We're done with round 1 of everything.
All our round 1s are done.
Yeah.
That means we'll probably go, what, next? Round 2s?
Well, round 3 would be, a little bit more convenient for the time frame, but...
Racers would probably rather have round 2. I'll give you the microphone.
Yeah, there's a few that would be upset if we skipped round 2. Round 3 would be good. Did you realize that while we were running our Top Sportsman cars, they were running Top Sportsman cars at the Mile Highs, and they were running Top Sportsman cars at Salem as well? I mean, it was just Top Sportsman hour across the country. Thank you, Scott Hall. And here we go, Super Street, round number 2. Gordon Bowman rolling in, the Barracuda 72 edition with the Chevrolet underneath the hood. Now, does this make it a Plymouth? Plymouth with the Chevrolet, a Plymouth. Greg Greer alongside. He's got the Mustang with the all-Ford power plant underneath the hood. It's Super Street going to whittle him in half one more time. Gordon Bowman gets to stick around with his Chevrolet-powered Mopar, as Greg Dreher goes down, takes 4th thou stripe, breaks out by 1 thou. 10.899. Everybody hide the sharp objects back in Greg Dreher's trailer. Wow. 004 stripe to take out, or to lose, break out by 1. Bovin gets the win. Gary Erickson, Sean Elling. Stock Eliminator round number 2. You should be in the lanes now. Stockers round 2. If you're not in the lanes, you're late. Stock Eliminator round number 2. Need you to the lanes, please. Elling on the left, Erickson on the right, and Elling goes red. The Corvette, 14 thou too quick out of the gate. Gary Erickson was 14 green. Yes, if you took the two and averaged together, we'd have 2 perfect lights. Look at Elling. He goes 10.909 at 131 miles an hour. 11.37 by Erickson as he clicks and coasts down at the other end of the racetrack. Buddy moves on to round number 3, and that's the good news. Mark Simonian, Firebird up next on the Toyota side of the racetrack. Bill Gee here in the O'Reilly lane, the Little Vega with the big block. Out of Oregon, Bill's Auto Repair. And hey, we're clean and green this time. I like it. There's 2 green lights on this end, means we can make a race out of it for 1,320 feet to the other end. And it's going to go to Simonian, 10.909 at 140. Beats a 10.94 at 150 miles an hour. 14 thousandths true margin of victory by Simonian. Gee had the better light. Simonian runs closer to the dial for our Super Street cars, and he gets to come back and play. The Mop and Glow team out there doing their mopping, so Todd Sims can go. Got a Puget Sound, Puyallup, Washington. Todd Sims rolls in, former Super Street champ. He and Cindy campaigning to 66 Deuce. Taking on Justin Cooper, the reigning division champ. I think these two have ever squared off against each other before. I'd wager money on it. T.W. Clark Racing, 67 Chevelle, big motored car over there on the left-hand side. And again, clean and green. Working from this end to that end. Building our field of Super Street cars. Down to our 3rd round competitors. Justin Cooper's going to be one of them. His 1091 takes out Todd Sims' 1095. 35 thousandths. The margin of victory at the other end of the racetrack. It's James Ernst, Ted Seipel. Going to work their way down track now. Seipel at the wheel of his Austin Healy over here. On the right-hand side, Ernst in the El Camino. A couple of the most unusual body styles for the Super Street category. Ernst on a double breakout gets the win. 10.89.2 beats a 10.88.9. Let's see, 9, 10, 11, 12. Yep, 3 thousandths of a second. Ernst gets the win and gets to come back and play for round number 3. Ted just a little too quick down at the other end of the racetrack. John Bycroft now taking on Greg Ventura. Bycroft winning the W.W. Williams Super 8 shootout. Our last event, Greg Ventura saying, well, goody for John. This is a new race and a new day. They're on a different track, and Ventura finished number 2 in the division last year. Looking at John Dexter's 2 wins already this year and thinking, wow, I'm going bracket racing. But after Dexter bowed out in the opening round, that may open up the door for Ventura, who just had the door slammed in his face by Bycroft. Drag racing. It's kind of like a roller coaster. You get good news, then you get bad news. You're up, you're down. Bycroft's up, 1092 at 135, 1089.5 by Ventura. He goes cruising through at the other end of the racetrack. Andrew Olson's Chevrolet Camaro for the EFI expert, the 19-year-old youngster over there on the left-hand side. And he snows Chevelle here in the right lane. Identical reaction times between the two, and the kid gets the win, 10.905 for a 29 thousandths package. Takes out the 10.93. Here on the O'Reilly side is Scott Brown and Rod Hartzell roll in next, and yet another El Camino, albeit this one an earlier edition. The 65 model over here on the right-hand side as we put out the first call for Super Cop. Round number 2. Need you to lanes, please. Super Cop, round number 2. Need you to the staging lanes, please. Come on, come on. Scott Brown's Chevy Deuce over there on the left-hand side. The M&M development. M&M's been doing quite a bit of development of late. They've got the peanut M&M's. They've got the caramel M&M's. They've got the dark chocolate M&M. Wrong kind of M&M development. Scott Brown over on the left. You had to be paying attention, folks. Scott Brown gets the win. The M&M development team just keeps on going. 1091 at 130. 10.905 by Hartzell. Brown was 4 on the tree for a 14,000s package. And the M&M gang moves on. Jeff Broussard and Fred Murphy. Fred Murphy's got one of those Vega wagons. I'm still looking for a Vega wagon. I want an early model Vega wagon. The square nose on the front versus the slope nose, yes. Glad you're paying attention, Brett. Broussard goes red. Murphy in the wagon is green. 1092 at 133 by Murph. 1092 to $127 by Broussard. Rodney Lee and David Kiesel. Kiesel? Okay. Out of Desert Hills, Arizona. There is a lot of desert and there are some hills, so I can certainly understand the town being called Desert Hills, Arizona. Probably a few cacti around as well. Mouse motored Vega over here on the right-hand side, taking on Rodney Lee's 64 Fury. And again, a Mopar with a Chevrolet. I know. Sakura blue is nothing sacred. Kiesel Little Vega goes 005. 91.2 for a 17,000s package. 1083 by Rodney Lee. He was late leaving this in. Pulled all the coals on, trying to get to the other end. It goes 1083 on the 1090 number. It doesn't work so well. 41 Willie's pickup, the Paz Performance Center. Stockton-based runner over here on the right-hand side. High Gear Harem there in the left light for Mosier. Goodyear, APD, and FTI. Harem and a truck. Is it going to be Dennis or is it going to be High Gear? Harem working his way down track. Right alongside the truck. It's going to be Paz on a double breakout. 1088.6 beats a 1087.7. 9,000, the difference between them down at the other end of the racetrack. Steve Wellman and Joe Greco come rolling in next. Greco and Wellman going to run the Nova and the Vega down the racetrack. Greco with the stretch nose Vega at Ted Kellner's race operation. Big block underneath the hood. Greco out of Greco Trucking saying, I'll drive. Ted says, it's yours. Super Cop, need your lanes, please. Super Cop to the lanes. Let's see if we can get around Wellman here at round number 2. The correct answer would be negatory. 10.909. Wellman gets the win. 10.89.6. Greco takes the stripe by 21,000. Needed to take it by 16 or less. It was that close. But Greco's out. Wellman moves on in that first edition Chevy 2. Byron McCulloch and Chris Cannon. Cannon's Chevy Nova over here on the right-hand side. The third generation Nova body style. Runner out of Washington and CNC Olympic Heating. Taking on McCulloch out of Petaluma. Petaluma's close to here, right? Yep. Right up there. Go to the 101 and take a right. I like directions like that. McCulloch trying to not head home early today. But he's going to have that opportunity. He's got lane choice on 37 going over. Of course, there's not a whole lot of choosing on 37. 10:89.8 beats a 10:89.6, 2/1000ths of a second. Margin of victory for Chris Cannon there on the right-hand side. So the CNC Olympic Heating and Cooling entry remains intact. Alan Macomb, the boat captain, out of Federal Way. Francisco Giroux there on the left-hand side for the Thompson brothers. The accountant at the wheel of the Camaro. Former Northwest Nationals winner. Did it all last year, as a matter of fact. Winning a race at Pacific Raceways. Looks like we're almost to the end of Super Street round number 2. That's what happens when you run them down track by 2s and bring them back by 1s. You have fewer and fewer cars to contend with. We get closer and closer to crowning champions. Alan's going to keep his hat in the mix, at least for now. 10:89.3 for the boat captain. At 145. 10:86 by Francesca Giroux. At 147 miles an hour. Again, Super Comp. Need your lanes, please. Super Comp. Round number 2. Need you to the lanes, please. Lanes. Please. So Macca moves on. Francesca's day is done. Larry Scarth comes rolling in alongside Jessica Opperman. Let's get the wheel of her Camaro here on the right-hand side. Larry obviously then at the wheel of the Studebaker. Little 489 cubic inch combo for the Stud. And Larry gets the win. 10:93.9 beats a 10:92.9 by 0.010 of a second. Larry was better off the line by 2 hun. Jessica was better down the track by a hun. You take the 2 minus the 1. What do you come up with, Rick? 1. Okay. Chris Bracey comes rolling in. Bracey ran at 10:9.01 in the opening round. Earned a bye run here in round number 2 with the odd lot number of cars. And Bracey goes through 10:98.9 at 142 miles an hour. And that, boys and girls, takes us to round number 2 of Stock Eliminator. Looks like a little rosin going down, a little dust going down, a little spray, a little stickiness. Before we roll into round number 2 for our Stock Eliminator cars. And speaking of round number 2, we need our Super Comp cars for round number 2 to the lanes, please. Super Comp. Need you to the staging lanes, please. Those of you back east sweltering in the heat, I'm not going to tell you that it is a beautiful 72 degrees here at Sonoma today. I'm not going to subject you to that.
It's nicer here than it isn't.
Jerry Stein, as we roll into round number 2 of Stock Eliminator, going to lead us off. 72 degrees, 61% humidity, which is relatively high out here, right? Yeah. But for those folks suffering from the heat wave back in the middle and eastern part of the country, enjoy the AC, sit there at the computer, listen in to DragRacer.tv. Brought to you this weekend by Industrial Electric Corp. Thank you, Phil Unruh. It's Doug Gibson's C-Stock Automatic, Jerry Stein's C-Stock Automatic. Heads up to lead us off. First pair here at Stock, round 2. And then a heads-up race, first one to the finish line gets to go winner, chicken dinner. Doug Gibson, who had the slower of the 2 cars in qualifying, gave up a huge advantage to Jerry Stein off the line, who goes down track and runs 10:40 over Gibson's 10:52. Didn't really need that big advantage out of the gate, but took it and used it. Derek Johnstone's Q-Stock Automatic 283 Impala now. The rag top taking on Doug Holder's small block 350 Camaro here on the right-hand side. The L Stock Automatic entry. That's an L stock car. That's got to be the low horsepower 2-barrel 350 combination for Doug. And he's your winner. 1175 on the 1181. 1332, 98 miles an hour. Both drivers well under their respective dials. Did the tailwind just kick in again? Looks like it might have. Whew. 75 on an 81, 32 on a 44. It's a good possibility. Mopar's a pair, 340 right side. Errol Farmer and Nakuda. 440 for Chad Logie over there on the left side, the B stock automatic entry. Small motored CUDA gets to go first. Chad's going to be giving chase. California Missile's going to be off like a rocket. Well, that rocket just misfired. Red light start on this end by Logie. Errol was 18 on the tree. He was going to make life tough. 1079 on the 1082 by Farmer. Yeah, the flag's whipping pretty good here in front of the tower, so we may be dealing with a little bit more tailwind than what the drivers anticipated when they left the trailer. Blondie rolls up next, the F stock automatic entry. I'm looking at my computer screen. It says we have a 5-mile-an-hour breeze. It is said we had a 5-mile-an-hour breeze all weekend long. Yeah, 5-mile-an-hour breeze in the announcing deck. So a little quick cleanup out there before Karen and Cliff, or Cliff and Karen. No, it'd be Karen and Cliff, because ladies go first, right? And reading left to right. Yes, Karen Comstock on the left-hand side. Only Karen's not going to leave first. This Cliff's 427 Camaro is going to be dialed in at a 1026. Karen's Cobra Jet for Lucas Oil, K&N, Mail Terminal Services. Little 302 combination going to be dialed in at an 884. That's a second plus. Handicap start going to go to the Camaro. So we get an old school, new school combination dancing here. There goes the old school. Here comes the new school. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Things aren't looking real good for the new school combo. And Karen goes down and catches him. 888 at 148. 1023 by Cliff Hansen. Ooh, Cliff. Going to look at that time slip, shake his head, go, what were you thinking? Wow. 1023 on a 1026 breaks out, and he took the stripe by a train length. Karen Comstock gets the win, goes 888 on her 884. And I'm not going to tell you what Karen's reaction time was, because that would just add more to Cliff's bad feelings. Mike Cotton taking on Justin Jerome. Wow. They've been out to eat, they've been out to drink, helping each other, working on race cars. Cotton off and running, Justin off and running. The F-Stock automatic out in front of the E-Stock automatic. Win light's going to go to Jerome, 1086 at 120, beats a 1096 at 117. Mike's 96 on his 95. 86 on the 85 by Justin. Justin had a 005 light. Cotton had a 15 light. You do the math. That is a 9/1000th of a second drag race from starting line to finish line. And it basically ended just like it began. And Justin came out on top. Ryan Smith and Cal Method. There goes Ryan in the wagon. Little 305 Malibu wagon. Off and running. Here comes Cal. Reminds me of those old Southern California commercials. Go see Cal, go see Cal, go see. 11:43 at 112 by Cal Method gets the win. 12:90 for Ryan Smith on a 13 flat dial. I think the wagon may have been pushed along a little bit there by that tailwind. Hope Jody Lang took notice. His 1193 dial over here on the right-hand side against Dwayne Scheitlen. The tailwind really going to push a lot harder against the back of that wagon with the big square flat panel than it is against the back of Scheitlen's 70 Challenger. 440 Mopar machine going to give him a little bit of a handicap start. 1193 the dial for Jody, 1011 the dial for Dwayne. Here comes Scheitlen now. Jody already looking over his shoulder, sizing up his spot, seeing where he is. Scheitlen goes by. Runs 10:14 on a 10:11. 11:95 by Jody Lang. Wow. 11 ten-thousandths of a second margin of victory for Jody. Dwayne got down to the other end of the racetrack, snugged it up on Jody, and then looked at the wall for his wind light to come on, and he's probably sitting in the car swearing that the bulb's burned out. Wow, 11 ten-thousandths. Jody gets the win. Pete Lancier's Mopar machine, the 73 Duster, comes rolling in next alongside Derek Ellum. The W Stock Automatic Ford Pinto wagon. Here we go, that big handicap start. Derek's just got to be green, and all the pressure is on Pete. Derek's green. Pete waits. Couldn't wait long enough. Lights the red bulb. That's the tough part about running one of those really slow 4 cylinders. Man, you got to just put him out of your mind. 1661, Derek Ellum gets the win at 78 miles an hour. And on to round number 3, he goes. Lancier's goes red, then runs 1099.3 on his 1108 dial. But the red light punched his own time slip here at the beginning. Another F-Stock Automatic, E-Stock Automatic battle shaping up. The 72 Duster right side. In the E-Stock Automatic ranks, Johnny Gray's 72 Demon left fits into the F-Stock Automatic category. 1105 the dial for John, 1082 by Jim. It's Jim, it's John, and it's away we go. Again, Super Comp, round number 2. DJ lanes, please. Super Comp, round number 2. To the staging lanes, please. 1107 at 116 miles an hour for John Gray getting a win. 27 thousandths the margin of victory. 1085 for Jim Durham on his 1082 dial at 121 miles an hour. Brad Burton coming in to take on Chris Hall now. 70 Camaro, right side for Hall. 72 Firebird, left side, the Toyota lane for Brad Burton. D-Stock Automatic, 455 Pontiac, D-Stock Automatic, 402 cubic inch Chevrolet. Burton goes red, Chris Hall breaks. Burton goes 001 red, leaving the starting line. And Chris Hall makes it out to about 86 and a half feet. All right, maybe 87. And they're going to push that Camaro back. Now the question is, what did Chris Hall break? And is he going to have time to get it fixed before round number 3? Because that's going to be coming up here in a little bit, boys and girls. Now the good news between round 2 and round number 3 is we will have our first qualifying session for Alcohol Dragster and Alcohol Funny Car, which will give him a little bit more time to get repairs done, what need to be done. But still, what did he break? I can't tell, but I think it might be a rear gear. If it is, that car's going ka-chunkity, ka-chunkity, ka-chunkity. Yeah. So for Chris, the 001 red light by Brad Burton gets him into round number 3. Now the question is he going to be ready for round number 3? Well, you know what? We're going to find out a little bit later on. Because when he comes up for round number 3, or doesn't come up for round number 3, our question will be answered. Ryan Mangus and Tom Brown going to do battle next. Round at the wheel, the K&N Filters. 74 Pontiac Le Mans. Over here on the right-hand side, the 400 cubic inch. Pontiac taking on Mangus. Little 350, 70 Camaro. Z28 over there on the left-hand side. That is A, a very competitive race car. B, a very used race car. With C, a very competent driver at the wheel. Going to be able to dispatch Tom Brown post-haste. Well, as they say down south, we're fixing to find out. And it's going to be Mangus on a double breakout. 1082.1, he's under by 19. 1182.7 by Tom Brown. He's under by 23. 4 thousandths of a second difference between the two of them. Down at the other end of the racetrack. Ryan gets to stay and play. Tom will get ready for tomorrow's race number 2. As Jeff Jerome settles in. The Southwest Processors. 63 Plymouth Savoy taking on Michael Williams. Little 350, 67 Camaro. Good looking little race car. Except for the red light behind it. The red on the tree clashes with Michael Williams' red on his Camaro. He goes 11-11. But after the red light started, it was all Jeff Jerome, and Jerome goes 10-16 at 130. And that's good for the win. So he'll be back for the next round. Kim Kukuza. Mark Kirby, right side. The F-Stock automatic entry, the Wicked Stitches. 340 powered Duster. Kukuza with her 350 Camaro. Out of the California Muscle Cars stables. Kim on 1139. Boat bar on 1085. Kim goes 005. Oh my. Breaks out down at the other end. 36.9 on a 39. 1086 on a 1085 by Mark Kirby. Kirby kept pushing all the way to the end of the racetrack. Got down there and parked it. Said, Kim, the stripe is yours. Kim says, woo, thank you. Oh no. Well, Chris Hall able to get the Camaro fired up. Looks like he's driving it back to the pits. For Chris, that's a good sign. Norm Weber's big block Corvette comes rolling in now alongside Brian Phillips. 400 cubic inch Bird. The Bird takes off and then lands flat on its face. Norm Weber takes the Corvette through 1063, 106 miles an hour. Brian, car left the starting line. He had the much better of the two reaction time. Then the Firebird bobbed, gagged, stuttered, stumbled, fell on its nose, or beak, I guess would be the correct term for a bird. Able to drive it off the top end of the racetrack. Norm Weber took the open door opportunity to get it to the other end. Ooh, doggies, look at this pair. Larry Gilly taking on Steve Wan. Mr. 413 and the 62 Fury taking on former champ, Indy champ that is, Larry Gilly. 340 combination. 69 Dodge Dart there in the left lane. He hikes the front end up, heads for the other end of the racetrack. Here comes Steve Wan. 340 versus 413 Mopar power plants. One light's going to go to Gilly. 1088 on a 1086. 1002 by Wan. 129. Both drivers over the dial by a couple of hun. Larry Gilley, gets the win by 15 thou down at the other end. Roger Hall comes rolling in alongside John Roderick. As the call goes out for Super Stock, round number 2. Need you to the lanes, please. Super Stock, round number 2. Need you to the lanes. Hall off and running. Roderick off and running. Roger left a great big door open for John Roderick, and he took that 68 Camaro and drove it right on through. 11:14 on the 11:08 for the win. 10:39.9 by Roger. He was dead late out of the gate. Late on this end, too quick on that end. What's the old expression? 2 wrongs don't make a right. It didn't for Roger Hall that time either. It's Jeff Taylor. Darren Grossi come up alongside each other. Grossi out of Coropolis. Wheeling and dealing the Grossi ride. 64 Plymouth Fury. JT, Jeff Taylor, your reigning Division 3 champ, number 3 in the world last year. 427 cubic inch Copo combination here on the left-hand side. Darren hitting the tree. Darren hitting the wind light. 1044 to 121, 937 for Jeff Taylor. 141 miles an hour. JT 22 thou short. Trying to cash in at the other end of the racetrack. Grossi put 12 thou in his pocket, leaving the starting line, cashed in 22 thousands. Down at the other end of the racetrack is Justin Lamb comes rolling in, the Henderson, Nevada-based runner, taking on Jesse Loeffler. Las Vegas Adobe Electric 73 Duster. Handicap start to the Duster. Here comes Justin. Can you say, oops? Can you say, tardy? Can you say, good night, Jesse? Good night, Jesse. 11:03 by Loeffler. Too quick on that end. 978 on a 976 by Justin Lamb. Round number 2, Stockers in the books. Round number 2, Super Comp. Getting ready to come up next. Turn it over to my compadre here, Mr. Rick Carlson, on his farewell tour here in 2019. Super Comp rolling in. Super Stock. We need you to roll in as well. Super Stock, round number 2, to the lanes, please.
Thank you, thank you. Anything new? Have they gone up to 15,000 feet in Denver yet? Oh, you've been announcing? No wonder. Now they need to catch up. There it is. Super Comp. Back to the 890 on the bottom of the scoreboards. Pro Tree, Howard Johnson and Randy Beck. Howard Johnson from American Canyon. Former police sergeant, paired with Randy Beck, defending D6 champion from Tacoma. Beck Dragsters, Justice Brothers. Here we don't have to talk about dial-ins because, well, it's already decided for everybody. Let's see if we can, there. Get the chair hooked up from under the table. It's a change here in the Super Comp category. Used to everybody getting right up and in the lights, but they're much more careful with taking the dragsters through and a burnout and back up. And this first pair, Randy Beck, 896 on the 890 for the win right side. Howard Johnson, 004 light, and gave up the stripe. He runs 899 and 164, and that means his day is finished. Get to play again tomorrow, but it's done for the day. Madison Whitten, youngster from Corona, be in the Toyota lane. Steve Williams helping with the machine, and Michael N. Rowley that Timid Tiger supercharged car that's been in the 204, 205 mile an hour range. Now, all that mile an hour is really quick, makes it tough on your opponent, but it's got nothing to do with running an 890. The other thing it indicates is your budget is a bit different than some of the other racers. They are rolling. Michael Lynn now chasing Maddie Whitten, and it will be Michael Lynn. She was 003 and Maddie wasn't. Goes 895 at, well, this time only 202 miles an hour. She doesn't want to push it too close. Nick Cobb paired with Lori Warden. Nick Cobb, Toyota left side. Mickey Thompson and Race Pack sponsors on the car. Lori from Santa Ana, O'Reilly Lane, Bellwood, and RB Paint and Body. Pretty close at this end. At that end, pretty close doesn't matter, but it was pretty close at this end. Nick Cobb in that left lane. You winner 891, a hunt over 172. Is Lori Warden 888. All eights, but they don't win you anything when your dial is an 890. Now Bill Weber and Dory Quigley. Dory in the O'Reilly right side, as we said. I am not sure if all the girls are still with the team, but in the past they took turns. All the girls drove. Lucas Oil and K&N helping out a little bit. And speaking about helping out, apparently there is no R left in that shifter adjustment. So it's pushed me back by two big guys. While Bill Weber from Kingman, Sureway Auto and Machine, I hope is patiently waiting. He's at least the waiting part, I would just guess. You. Now they're ready to pull forward. Identical engine sizes, 560. Think about it, we get those entered in the computer. At least they get changed every race, but the engine itself could be a little different from the start of the weekend to the finish of the weekend in these categories. Up. Well, Bill Weber's going to get the win. As Dory Quigley, I think having no reverse in the transmission, there were other issues because she tried to take it up on the trans brake and said, no thanks, I'll just roll forward, and it did. So R and L were somewhat mixed up when it came time, as that's what the trans brake basically does. I know there are a lot more complicated ways to explain it, but well past my knowledge. When we had transmission with those, we just bolted it up and there was a button that said make it work, and well, that was easier as a driver. Dory just rolls on through, and now it's time for Tanner Theobald and Michael Woodard. Utah racer Theobald from St. George, Woodard from Sebastopol, again right over, well, a little farther over there. Woodard Vineyards. You know, he should invite everybody over there for a party and just charge us a little bit for tasting, and we could have a bunch of fun there. We'd have to, well, we'd probably have to charge us a bigger fee since we leave a mess. It's the kid, Tanner Theobald, 884 at 167 miles an hour, double breakout. He's under by 55, and Michael Woodard, 882 with the 3. He's under by 77, so closer is Tanner. He gets your win. Now it's Nick Sadies and Cody Weber. Nick driving the Sadies and Sadies multicolored. Dragster. Looks like it says Blaster 2 on the side. I'm trying to lean over and read where the car is. When they park right in front of us, it's like Why don't you just look there? It's convenient. Well, my eyes are usually, and Bob's eyes are usually to our right, which is down to the starting line and up to the end of the racetrack. And by the time we turn back, the car's already rolling and up at the water box, so we miss. Should know how to do it, but we don't. Cody Weber saw Dad Bill get a win just a pair or so ago. He's going to try and match that win. Sadie said, I'd like to take it. We're going to find out. Close at this end, at the far end, it's Cody Weber, and it's Weber Family Racing Day. 894, 169 for Cody. 895 for Nick Sadie's. 100 farther off the index. Greg Boutte, Frenchie, FTI, Hoosier, K&N. Been there, done that. Long list of accomplishments. And he's paired with George Garbisa, pizza man from Las Vegas, 2G Installation, and Mickey Thompson Tires. He's got a pretty good list of accomplishments also. Good pairing. Looking at the numbers, and I'll continue saying good pairing. Win light flashes for Greg Boutte. Toyota lane, 891 at 179. He was late with his 12, Garbiso out of 5, and then took too much of the stripe, 889. And 172. He's gone. Greg goes to 3. Trey Vetter paired with Hannah Cook. Hannah from Novato, the student. Car with the wing on the back. Oh, Trey gets one of those too on his American chassis race car, Matco Tools and Goodyear. They leave the line. Somebody's got the advantage. And they take that to the win. Trey Vetter, 004 here, goes 892, 173. Hannah Cook right on there, 890 with a 5, 169. She had a 43. It'll work occasionally, but not very often. Having a light that far off. Didn't work this time as Trey was 004. Justin Cooper and Parker Theobald. Cooper, Medical Lake, Washington. TW at Clark Construction. Former D6 Super Comp champ and Super Street champ. Parker Theobald, right side. We talked about the Theobalds. St. George. Superstock, we are waiting your arrival. You are late. We're starting to run out of Super Comp cars, and I see half the field parked off to the side waiting for their opponents. We need those opponents to get to the lanes. I mean, late is cool in some instances, but too late is never cool. You need to get to the lanes. Superstock to the lanes now, please. Double breakout, Justin Cooper gets the win. He's under by 11 thou left side, Parker the right side, under by 30 thou or 300. I know many of you are racing multiple cars, but you knew that when you got here, and you knew what the rotation was yesterday. You know what it is today. Please make that transformation if you're running in the other category and getting that Superstocker and get them down. If you're just tardy because you're waiting, well, it's long enough for that and get to the lanes. Paige Lundeen, going to be in the left lane for Burry. Diversified Design Services, paired with Summer Richardson from Castaic, Swoop Motorsports, part of the marketing program. Paige, Summer right side, Paige left side. It's going to be the young lady in the left lane, Paige Lundeen, 892 at 165. Also an 892 for Summer at 170. The difference being Paige had a 009 at this end and Summer had a larger number. Justin Morgan paired with Barry Willoughby. Justin, K&N, Red Line Oil, DeNova Homes Dragster. Barry Willoughby, the Hughes Performance Car. He's from Kuna, Idaho. Morgan from Concord. one a little closer on the starting line, but they get to the top end. Justin Morgan hangs on for the win. His best was a 19. He goes 892, a couple on over at 167. Willoughby, 882. I mean, he was well under, 800ths under. So it's like taking a lot of the stripe, and he didn't need to do that. He had some room. Tanner Hyatt, Travis Theobald. Travis, from Washington, not St. George. He's moved. Project manager, paired with Tanner, who is also a project manager, this time with A&K Earth Movers. He moved from Fallon to Spark, so he's about, well, on this map, about that far away. If you're taking the drive, then he is about 45 minutes away, I think. Or the way Unk drives, he's about 10 minutes away. Tanner and Travis. Travis and Tanner. Tanner Hyatt, double breakout. Tanner under by a Hun, 889. Travis under by 888, under by 2. So Tanner's closer. He wins. Steve Parsons and Russ Stevenson. Steve Parsons from Ridgecrest, Parson Racing. Dragster and Russ Stevenson, journeyman lineman from South Jordan, Utah. Now slowly rolling forward. Got to get that top light turned on. Thought it was there. Now it is. He rolls forward that last 6 to 9 inches. Slow to Steve. Close here. It's going to be Russ Stevenson, 891. He in the right lane on the 890 at 159. Also an 891 for Parsons, 168. They were 9 thou apart leaving the line. So when you run the same as your opponent, and he had 9 thousandths advantage, you aren't going to catch him. Debbie Dolezal and Ryan Diosdado. Debbie, the realtor from Chandler, Arizona. Ryan, the electrician. He was a student for so many years in the junior. But now up with the big kids. Again, he has been up there 15, 16, 17. This is his 4th year. Wow. Can? No, she can't. Debbie was 007 and broke out. Ryan went 894, 4 off the index. Debbie went 887, 22 under. And that was just way too much. Not aware of where your opponent is. You need to kind of listen and think and look. In this case, it cost her because she had an outstanding 007 light. Steve Kasner and Julianne Meloff. Julianne, the Canadian, the kinesiologist. That's a fun word to say, kinesiology. It doesn't hurt to say it. Well, on the other hand, Unk's picking on me again. Here we go. Steve Kasner. Kasner Racing Enterprises. Steve, when you walk up to talk to him, you really have to look up. He's a pretty tall guy. Steve? Wow. Julianne Meloff, 8900, dead on. Steve Kasner, a 13 light. Julianne, a 47. So Kasner just backs off, gave up the stripe, and Julianne is going to say thank you, and Steve is going to figure out how, when he gets out of the car, he can kick himself for doing that, because he was in control, but he gave it up. Lynn Welfringer, Katie Reyes, Lynn Welfringer now in the dragster instead of that street roadster. Katie and Tracy, the racecraft car. Katie takes the win. 897. That 174 miles an hour. Lynn Welfinger too quick. 6th out. 889 with the 4 at 130. Yeah. That happened. Lynn was a tad tardy. Thomas Baer and Tom Clark. Tom Baer, the Lucas Oil dragster, the instructor, former champ, paired with Tom from Spokane, Washington. Final call. Attention in pits. Final call, super stock. Final call, super stock. First call, super gas. It's a gas round number 2. Thomas left side, Tom right side. Whew. See, it's another one of those quick noises I'll tell you about when they finish. Identical reaction times with the 23. Thomas Baer, 8.90. Tom Clark, 8.88. Tom Baer, your winner. Tom Clark broke out. Identical reaction times, and Thomas Baer played better at the top end. Mark Potts, Damon Bustamante. Damon, I think, is the youngest here because he's 16, and that's usually when you get a driver's license, so he's definitely about the youngest here. There may be another 16-year-old, and we'll remember when they come up. Damon in the right lane, Mark Potts from Las Vegas in the left lane. Mark Potts, 009 at this end, 893 at that end. He wins. Damon Bustamante, an 899 with a 9. They only missed by a thou, but you know what? Still a miss. And he's gone. Mark, your winner. Steve Williams and Mike Hyatt. Mike Hyatt has been in the winner's circle before. It's been a little bit. Going to work his way back there, and Rhonda's giving him directions. And Steve Williams, well, he was more winner's circles than anybody else last year, as he's the champ. Number 1 on the car in K&N. Steve Williams in that big mile-an-hour car. They're within striking distance of each other. And Mike Hyatt wins. Steve Williams strikes out. 891 for Hyatt. 894 for Williams. They're a few thou apart on the starting line, and Hyatt is your winner. The world champ is gone. Round number 2. Keith Winters pairs with Travis Richardson. Keith from Las Vegas, HBR Racing Engines and Fig Speed. Travis from Castaic, the mechanical contractor. Mechanical contractor just covers a multitude of occupations. As Larry Scarth once was a Walmart greeter, so he was a mechanical contractor. He opened doors for people. This time, Travis Richardson right side at 10 at this end, 791. 174 as Keith Winters, too quick by 2 thou. Val Torres, Val Sr. in the left lane. Kevin Wright from Longmont, D&K Interiors. Kevin, winner in Las Vegas, and this year and in the past, Winter Nationals, way back when we had the Super Nationals. OMS. Nope. Kevin Wright turned on a red light. Val was 14 and has a win light. His light was a 14. He's older than that. He goes 8.903. 176 Val with the win. Kevin Wright after the red light goes 8.86 with a 5. We're winding down in Super Comp because I can see cars with doors coming around the window and have SS on a lot of them and numbers on it, so I'm thinking that's Super Stock. Chris Cannon, the Washingtonian. I think that's right. Left side, and Kevin Motter from Anaheim. Next Up. This is sponsored. I'm not sure what Next Up does, but there's a way to find out. Chris Cannon in his Corvette. I'm trying to find out what Next Up is. Cooperating agencies foster youth educational support. Real opportunities for foster youth at the California community colleges. That's what Next Up is. I knew having this little computer at hand is neat. Whoa. Well, I know we're looking at the starting line, and we keep seeing Chris Cannon with two lights on the top of the tree, so we've got to stop everybody and back him up, because with the courtesy staging, we both should light, or both of them, not we, because we're in here, need to light the pre-stage. If both light the pre-stage, and then you can each roll forward into the stage beams. Now they're both pre-staged, now they can roll forward. Can one of our remaining Corvettes take out a dragster? Can he? Yes, he does. Chris Cannon, 892 on the Corvette at 162. 892 for Kevin Motter at 174. The difference being Chris Cannon, 006. Kevin Motter later than that. Sean Hart from Layton, Utah, be in the left lane. Or would be, but he had problems, not able to come back. So Zach Magier from Escondido, Magier and Lucas, FTI, and Allegiance. Young man came out of junior dragster, and he's an NHRA final Super Comp champion, two-time Division 7 Super Pro champion, NMCA West Series champ, 2 years, 3 National Open wins. Still needs Lucas Oil win to add to that. Then he's going to work on national event. I know he's been trying that. The young man was grown up around drag racing and the electronics end of it at Mazar Enterprises in the Escondido area. $891 at 174, 57 at this end, and that is the last car we see in round number 2 of Super Comp, because now they say Super Stock on them. They have dial-ins, and they've got doors. I picked that up right away. It's all Mustangs right now. In the first pairing, it's going to be Mike Graham's GTL Automatic 460 Ford, powered 2000 Mustang. Dialing at 1026, and he'll leave first, and then Roger Comstock, factory Super Stock C from Fort Lauderdale, his 2016 Mustang. Nikki Thompson, our mail terminal services, Hoosier, Lucas. And mechanics wear, Calvin and Tom. Calvin Oswage works on all their cars and drives their smart car around. I wonder if you get any smarter driving a smart car. I'd try that. There goes Mike Graham, and here comes Roger Comstock. Got a lot of ground to make up, basically a second and a half. Graham with the lead. And he holds on to the win, goes 10:26. Oh, dead on at 121 miles an hour. Roger Comstock, 880 with a 1. He was a thou over, so it came down to the starting line. Graham had a 26. Roger started with a straight line, or a straight number. So if you each run right on your dial in, straight number is usually not going to be very good at the beginning of your reaction time. Randy Logie, Super K Automatic, Logie Stein Racing and Goodyear tires. That yellow 72 Demon, dialed at 1044. And Eric Bell, Superstock A Hemi, Bell Sports Gear, the 68 Barracuda. What is it, BO28? Somebody will text me if I'm wrong. That bright yellow with blue flames on it. Goes to 2-second head start for Randy Logie in the A-bodied, A-motored Demon. Oh, red light by Eric Bell by a bunch. Randy Logie is your winner. He goes 10:47 at 125, and Eric and the Hemi go 8:68 at 152 miles an hour. I don't care whether they win or lose. Super AH cars are as cool as you can find in Superstock. Justin Lamb, number 1 on the window of that Silver State Madcap and Goodyear Cobalt A Super Mod. Mark Madison, 870 the dial. Mark Madison, Super B Automatic, all black, 65 Belvedere Hemi. Wheels up, launch both sides. Cooler wheel stand goes to the Mopar. Let's see if who can play at the top end. Identical reaction times, and Mark Madison's Hemi takes out the world champ. He goes 9:49, 2 hunt over, 138 miles an hour, 872. 2 over for Justin Lamb. Identical reaction time, so we go to the third digit. Mark Madison wins it by 3 thousandths of a second. John with no H, that's the younger John Irving, in the Super K Automatic 71 Duster. The trailer manufacturer from Boulder City, dialed at 1039. Toyota left lane, O'Reilly right side, Jerry Jenkins. How about your next Superstock A Hemi? Dialed at 881. Here comes that Hemi chasing that little car. Jock up another win for the Hemis. Jerry Jenkins, 882, a hunt over at 132 miles an hour, 1041 at 122. John Irving, they were 4th hour apart, and the margin of victory for Jerry Jenkins in the West Coast Hemis is 8 thousandths of a second. Tim Hall, this time the 74 Dart with a 360. It's all A-body and A-motors in the left lane. He's dialed at 1027. Don Keene, Superstock K Automatic 65 Mustang 289, the right side. Both wheel stands. In this case, the Mustang wins this wheelie. But you know what? They're more interested who's going to win at the finish line, and it is Tim Hall, 1027. On a 1027 in the Dart. Don Keene goes 1039, 3 hunt too quick. He breaks out in his early Mustang at 122 miles an hour. Len Schneider, national event winner many years ago. How about a win at the Quality Care Nationals? Lynn is GTK Automatic Thunderbird. Len Schneider Performance from Grass Valley, dialed at 999. And Brad Burton, multiple time winner. His Firebird dialed at 963. Now this is his Superstock car. And the Superstock car of Burton is gone, and Len Schneider, 999 on the 999, coupled with a better reaction time, gives him the win. Brad, 964, on only 100th off, and a decent line, but not good enough. Craig Shear, Superstock D, stick shift, 70 Nova, from Atascadero, Blue Cheer. He's down at 1016. He'll be chased by Caitlin Setters, GTF Automatic, red, white, and black. Pontiac G5 from Red Deer, Alberta, dialing at 937. 327 Chevy under the hood. The GT Pontiac. Wheel stands both sides. Stock and super stock are so cool with wheelies. Classic hot rods, wheels up launch, and in this case, Caitlin, 937 dial, runs a 937 at 138. Craig Shear, dial 1016 with that stick shift big block Nova, breaks out running 1014. Again, Super Gas making your way to the lanes to be paired. Super Gas to the lanes for pairing. That's Wayne Taylor, Bob Mazzolini Racing. Chrysler Sebring with Mopar, 318 under the hood. GTM automatic, 1050 dial, left lane, right side. Mike O'Keefe, factory GTI. The Caltrack sponsored 98 Mustang in a 302. Silver Mopar and a blue Ford. And it will be Wayne Taylor, silver Mopar, 1052 on the 50 in the left lane at 126. Mike O'Keefe, a little better reaction time, but running at 1012, took too much of the stripe in somewhat racer parlance at 129. Don Little, Kyle Rizzoli, interesting matchup. Superstock C automatic. Here we go, heads up. 10:05 is the index at Superstock C automatic. We get green lights, and whoever gets to the other end first will be the winner. The interesting part, we got an idea what Don Little and his Challenger with a Hemi in it will run, but we never know how quick Kyle Rizzoli is going to go. Don Little, former world champ. Just as we watch. Kyle Rizzoli, 940 at 141 miles an hour, and he takes the win. Don Little able to come up with a 975 at 134, so Kyle Rizzoli takes the win in the heads-up match. Now it stays good. Mike Cotton, Super J automatic, 70 Barracuda 383, dial at 1014. He'll leave first, and he'll be chased by the C-modified stocker of Jimmy DeFrank. California car cover, that Cobalt, will give chase. Now, if we look at the numbers on the accomplishments, Jimmy has won many more things than Mike, but Mike has won a bunch. Mike off and rolling. Here comes Jimmy. Cobalt chasing that Mopar Barracuda. Here comes the Chevy. Here it comes. And goes on by. Jimmy DeFrank, 878 at 153 for the win. Mike Cotton, 1013 with the 3. Dialed to 1014. Under. Breaks out by 7 thou. Troy Olsenowski, 66 Malibu wagon, 283, 4GC carburetor. Northwest Clear Finish Products Company from Federal Way, 1122 is he's dialed. And Jody Lang, GTO automatic, 81 Malibu wagon. This is all long roof racing. Jody Lang, GTO automatic with the 327, the Malibu. Aerospace mechanic. Got the mops out, cleaning up a little bit around the starting line in the left lane. So Olsenowski in the Chevelle wagon. Jody in the Malibu wagon. No, Jody's not in the wagon. He's in his regular Malibu, Rick. Take a look. He did. Well, both Chevys are blue. 283. Now, when we watch this one, Olsenowski should leave with the wheels up, and for that tiny 283 and that great big wagon body, it's kind of neat to see. Those of you that take pictures of the starting line and wheel stands, kind of focus on that wagon. Wow, it's time for Top Dragster, round number 2. Attention in pits, Top Dragster, round number 2. Make your way to the back of the lanes for pairing, please. Top Dragster, round number 2 to the lanes. Super Gas should be getting paired. I see again half the field and others aren't there. Super Gas, get to the lanes now for pairing. Olsenowski and Jody Lang. It's Jody Lang in a double breakout. Olsenowski with the starting line advantage, but Jody played better up there. Jody goes 10.84 with the 3.7 thou too quick. 11.20 with the 3.17 thou too quick for Olsenowski. The D6 battle, Jody Lang is your winner. Don Perugia, factory Superstock F from Menifee. His Copo Camaro, dialing at 934, and he'll be chasing Jim Rau's GTN Automatic 95 Mustang. Rau Motorsports from Sacramento. Here in Superstock, they qualify off their index. Then when they get to the eliminations, they go ahead and dial in, and they can dial in anywhere they want, up to and including right at the index, but no more. So the qualifying is to get the laddering done, and after that it's side-by-side racing. And well, this side-by-side racing ended very early as Jim Rau turned on a red light. Tom Perugia in that Copo Camaro, your winner, 936 at 142, couple hunt over. Jim Rau goes after the red light dead on, 1067.0 on a 1067 at 125. Len Goldstein, factory Superstock A from Calabasas, California, the Fast Lane Racing 2019 Camaro, dialing at 795. Tommy Gaynor, www.gaynors.com, his Cobalt with 350. GTI Automatic dialing at 977. Almost a 2-second head start for that multicolored Cobalt in the right lane. Tommy Gaynor, your winner, 977 at 134. Goldstein. We were all ready with our Calabasas story and comments, but we'll be able to use those tomorrow. Or Sunday. Lane Goldstein, red light, then goes 1098. Just ease it on down. At 1098, can be easing it on down at 100 miles an hour. Ryan Mangus, factory GTC, Bob Mazzolini Racing Cobalt, Big Block Chevrolet of Phil Unruh. Justin Lamb, 899 on the Toyota scoreboard. Thomas Marlowe, GTJ Automatic from Mesquite. Blue Chip Motorsports, 68 Camaro, 327. GTJ Automatic, 1044. I'm guessing with a 327. 68 Camaro, he's got a different carburetor on it. Marlowe out and rolling, and here comes that Cobalt. Here comes that Cobalt. Well, there goes that Cobalt, and Thomas Marlowe, your winner, 1052 at 111. The Texan in the Camaro, right side, as the Cobalt goes 897, 200 quick. Laid off the line. Wes King, King Family Nova, Superstock C modified stalker. Modified stalker with the 304 teeny tiny motor dialed at 1004, paired with Lindy Lindholm, the factory Superstock E Copo 2017 Camaro from Remac, dialed at 944. Wes King, red light. He's gone. Lindy Lindholm on that 944 runs a 944 at 141. 1004 for Wes King on the 1004, but his red light kind of negated anything going on down track. And as we see a little white truck with a big tub of sticky stuff on it, pulling out to the track. That would lead me to believe that we have just about finished Superstock. We will. They can't stage, they're too high.
Okay. All right, so we got tops and we got topless.
Okay.
I like that.
TNTL.
The T and TL. All right, so here we go with the door car
And I'm going to trust your count because
and a roadster.
Oh, so cool. This
Daryl Mitchell and Barry Willoughby. Barry over here on the right-hand side, the Hughes Performance. That's a good-looking Corvette, except it looks like it got a little dimple on the side of it here. It does. Barry Willoughby comes rolling in. Daryl Mitchell alongside of him. The fire in the topless roadster over there on the left-hand side, as we're now going to keep track of the tops and topless cars left in Super Gas. Why? Because, well, Rick and I have this high-dollar wager over a roadster or a topless car winning Super Gas, and he chose the door cars. And I'm going to convince him that he made the wrong choice. I mean, this high-dollar wager would get me a drink of any size that I wanted at a business operation that has golden arches out in front of it. That gives you an indication of how much the wager is. Oh, the topless car gets the win. 985 at 159 by Mitchell beats a 984 by Barry Willoughby. Both cars a little quick to the category, or quick to the number here in the category. Mitchell will be back for round number 3. Willoughby will look at tomorrow's schedule and go, all right, now for the topless cars, we're going to put down another check mark because both of these cars are topless, and so I know one of them's going to win. Steve Schmidt, left side. Josh Beloff over here on the right. We were looking at Josh's Corvette as he passed by in front of the tower here. Got a little dimple on the side of it. We decided that that was like a golf ball dimple. It's there for speed. 992 at 156 by Steve Schmidt. 993 by Josh. Josh probably looking at us going, yeah, right. That was a trailer accident. 6,000 the margin of victory. Down at the other end of the racetrack for Steve Schmidt. Zekro's cruising into round number 3. Another door car versus roadster confrontation. Justin Strom up in his 63 Corvette, the runner out of Novato. Beat both at the wheel of his Porsche. I have to use that correct terminology. Porsche. Of course, all the Porsche folks are like, yeah, but it's got a 427 Chevrolet in it. Yeah, well, that's what makes it cool. Old 944 body style. I mean, it does. Big block Chevrolet and a Porsche? Yeah, that'll work. All right, Pete gets the win. There's one for the door cars. Or the cars with the tops on it. 987 at 146 by Pete. Justin goes 986.1. That's 9 thousandths quicker under the index than what Pete was, as both cars broke out. Topless car's going to get one more check mark because here comes Evan Kowalski and Kenny Mostowich, and since they're both roadsters, we know, again, the roadster's going to win. Ta-da! Mostowich right side, the Most Fabrication Corvette. Kenny able to focus all of his attention to his super gas ride after bowing out early in Super Comp. Kowalski wants to give him lots of opportunity to focus on both cars for tomorrow's race. He wants to do that right here and now. The Riverside transmission. C5 Corvette left side. Mostowich likewise, a C5 Corvette over here in the O'Reilly lane. We are clean and green. And virtually identical going down the racetrack. 992 for Mostowich gets the win at 154. 995 by Kowalski. They were virtually identical going down the racetrack until they got to the finish line stripe, and then Evan said, Ken, it's yours. Ken says, thank you very much. And we send it back to the starting line now for our next pair. Karen Comstock, Blondie, survived a bullet in that round number 2 of stock eliminator moments ago. See if she can get around Lindeman's 63 Corvette here on the starting line. Blondie off and running, way out in front. Here comes the Corvette. Here comes the Corvette. Here comes the Corvette. There goes the Corvette. Gets the win. 987.2 beats a 986.2. By, yep, you got it, 10 thousandths of a second down at the other end of the racetrack. Karen had a whole lot of starting line reaction time advantage to work with. Tom able to close it up, tighten it up, and do what he needed to do down at the other end of the racetrack. So Tom gets one for the door cars. Here's another one for the door cars, because both Greg Hare and Greg Martin, driving door cars, are advancing on. I need a few more roadsters. Right now we're tied 3-3. This pair goes down the racetrack. Winner's going to be Greg Martin. Greg Martin, 991 at 154. Greg Hare, 987 at 115. So Greg Martin's Lumina out of Lakewood gets the win. And he'll be back. Martin moves on. Hare's day is done. Kim Will rolls in the Roadster, taking on Lorene Rogers. Top dragster needs you lanes, please. Top dragster needs you. To the back of the lanes for staging. Top dragster. If you're not there yet, come on down. Love to have you. Kim for the topless cars. Lorene for the top cars. Door cars. Green lights there. We're off and running. This is going to be a race. I know every race is a race, but this was going to be a good race. Womp, 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 womp. Lorene gets the win for the door cars down at the other end of the racetrack, and all of a sudden I'm behind. 994 beats a 997. Maureen Rogers getting the win by 28 thousandths of a second down at the other end of the racetrack. Joe Galati's Chevy Nova. Rob Willis at the wheel of his Firebird. His door cars are now up 5-3. Door cars up 5-3. Round 3 coming up after round 2. Who's going to round 3 in the door car ranks is yet to be determined between Joe and Rob. Is it going to be Rob? Is it going to be Joe? It's going to be Joe Galletti. 991 at 145, 989.7. Willis got down there. 3 thou too quick at the other end of the racetrack. All right, here we go. Roadster guys. One for the Roadster guys because, well, coming up, Sparrow Roadster. Steve Parsons, Greg Harris. Comp Eliminator needs you to the lanes, please. Competition Eliminator. Come on down. The RSVP the invitation's been extended. Your RSVP will be your appearance in the staging lanes. Comp, round 2, need you to lanes, please. Competition Eliminator, round 2, need you to the staging lanes, please. Parsons left, Harrison right. Roadster gets the win in this pair. It's just a matter of which Roadster. Going to be Steve Parsons, the wheel of his Corvette. 991.3 at 166. Harrison goes through 987 at 162 miles an hour. Ooh, here comes another pair of Roadsters. So the Roadster guys tied it up 5-5. Larry Bradshaw's early model Corvette left side. Rich Givens with the early model Ford Falcon, which if you stop and think about it, there was only the early model Ford Falcon. And the win's going to go to Rich Givens. The Falcon moves on. 992 at 154 miles an hour as the Bird of Prey swoops in, takes out the Iron Eagle machine. 996 at 166. So the Falcon gets the win for Givens. Oop, Roadster cars going into the forefront now. There's another pair going to do battle. Jim Schmidt on the left, Rick Cates on the right. Tension in the pits, Top Sportsman. Top Sportsman, please be advised that your next round of eliminations will now follow the alcohol session. Top Sportsman, your next round of eliminations will follow the alcohol session and not precede. Double breakout win going to Cates, 988 at 162. Jim Schmidt goes 986 at 130. He's under by 25 foul more than what Rick Cates is. Todd Barton and Mike Wibbleshauser. Barton out of California, Wibbleshauser out of Arizona now. Barton at the wheel of the door car, Wibbleshauser at the wheel of the Corvette Roadster. Two extremely good-looking automobiles. Going to do battle now. See which one can put a W in the win column for their respective category, a.k.a. door car or Roadster. Wibbleshauser in and waiting on Barton. Barton in and waiting on Wibbleshauser. And we're waiting. And we're waiting. And they're both in at the same time. Giddy up and go. Top in charge is going to go to Mike Wibbleshauser. Gets the win, 991.8 at 161, 992.7. for Todd Barton. Comes up 20 thou short down at the other end of the racetrack. Will Beschauser added 11 thou to his bank account here on this end. Cashed in 20 thou down on the other end. It's John McCones. Corvette Roadster now to take on Jerry Staten. His Cavalier down from Oakley. Red light start, Roadster. Win for the door carb, Jerry Staten. McCone goes red by 7 thousandths of a second. That was a lousy James Bond impersonation. 993 at 153 for Jerry Staten as he moves on. It's now 6 for the Roadsters. Or excuse me, 7 for the Roadsters, 6 for the door cars. Dave Ruff has the opportunity to tie it up for the door cars. This is going to be fun before all is said and done. And Kurt Geese has an opportunity to stretch the lead out for the Roadsters. Here in Super Gas. Geese out of Washington, whopping the throttle, but it's the door cars getting the win. 992.4 beats a 995.4. Crank in the starting line reaction time advantage that went to Kurt. David able to pull it off at the other end of the racetrack by 14 thousandths of a second. Roadsters go out in front now because either Damon Bustamante or Gary Esselbrock going to win, and they're both Roadsters. Another pair of Roadsters in the water box. But a whole lot of door cars coming up from behind. We may end this encounter in a tie. Going to be Damon Bustamante getting the win. Hasselbrock goes red by 5 thousandths of a second. Bustamante at 996 lap at 162 miles an hour. Hasselbrock's day is done with a 989.1 and another win for the Roadsters. Casey Plaisir comes rolling in. The Rad Torque entry, taking on Ron McKenzie. Ferndale, Washington-based runner in his beautiful Corvette Roadster. McKenzie out of the Performance Concrete business. Sunset Power Plant underneath the hood of the Corvette there on the left-hand side, the blue Corvette. Green lights appeared, here we go. Officially, this race goes to Casey, unless he did what I was thinking he might do, and that's go down and take too much stripe. Ron McKenzie gets the win for the Roadster. 992 at 152. Casey had the much better reaction time. Takes 5 thousandths of a second too much stripe down at the other end. And that's a golly gee son of a gun type moment. Mike Boehner's 67 Camaro out of Lake Havasu City. Taking on Matt Blodgett. Blodgett the kicking chicken Ford Roadster bodied entry here on the right-hand side. Green lights appear, and here we go. Blodgett trying to win one for the Roadster gang. They're trying to win one for the door car guys. It's the door car guys to get the W. Blodgett goes through 989.7. Taking 34 stripe and leaving 3 thou out there to play with. Bader goes through 9905 at 157. So let's see. Here comes a win for the door cars. And another win for the door cars. And another win for the door cars. And a Roadster. Yep, we're going to end up pretty much a dead even tie. After 2 rounds of Super Gas in the door car versus Roadster battle. John Filippi and Lloyd Koch are working their way down track now. Win here goes into the door car category. Because they both are. 989.7 at 159. Coker gets the win. 989.1. Filippi further under by 6 thousandths of a second. So Filippi gets the W. Or excuse me, Coker gets the W. Filippi's day is done. Rick Beckstrom and Dan Bain doing battle now. Battle of the Pontiacs. Firebird right side.
I'm going to be losing cars this next pair, 2 pair.
You are, but you're also tied. And Beckstrom's going to get the win. 9.907 at 169. He was 18 on the tree. Dan Bain was 14 on the tree. He goes through a little quick, though, at a 988, 163 mile an hour pass. And Lonnie Wilburn, Ross Childers come rolling in. And a pair of roadsters behind, and I'm losing a roadster in the next pair. Ross Childers, right-hand side, the gentleman winning the Super 8 shootout over all the roadsters in the field last night. And he keeps on keeping on. 988.4 beats a 988.2. But you can do the math on that. Yep, 1/2 thousandths of a second. Margin of victory. So going into round number 3, it is 11 door cars versus 10 roadsters.
What's the mile an hour on this one?
Steve Williams and Ted Seipel get ready to do battle now. Ted over here on the right-hand side. Stevie over there on the left for the K&N Filters team. Be a little bit of a difference between these two. He said, choking back, a sarcastic statement. 406 cubic inch small block taking on the big 565 combination, 63 Corvette of Williams. Seipel will be out in front. Mouse motor making its power. Now Steve Williams' machine comes cranking on from behind. Top end winner picker says give it to Seipel. 989.6 beats a 985.8. And George in the next room over goes crazy. 172 versus 129 miles an hour. I mean, hey, you know, what's 43 miles an hour between friends? So Seipel gets the W. Steve Williams moves on. Top dragster getting ready to roll in. You want to do dragster and comp? Because then we're going to roll into alcohol session. Okay. You don't do alcohol well anymore? I still do alcohol quite well. Crown Royal Vanilla on the rocks. I do it quite well. Thank you, Mo. Jeff Havens, James Warden, come reeling in. Top dragster round number 2, Rick Carlson. Going to slide back into the hot seat, tell you all about it.
That's not to say a vodka run away from
A vodka cranberry could entice you. You needed to hang out with Roger Brogdon back when I was doing his PR. Whew. We killed a lot of gray gooses on that team, let me tell you.
Jeff Havens, and I had to go down and confirm it. Yeah, that's Jeff Havens that raced two-wheelers, so he decided it was getting expensive, and he switched to top dragster. He's downing at a 669 Toyota Lane. James Warden from Santa Ana, the Bellwood and RV Auto Body. Race Tech chassis dragster at a 689. Jeff Havens chasing. I don't know if he's catching. Oh, he didn't have to catch him. He forced him out. Warden, 001 light, then breaks out at the 686. Havens, 671 on his 679, 188 miles an hour, takes the win. Pairing of Mike Mendenhall and Dan Naylor. California racers. Mendenhall 623 dial in the left lane, the Toyota side. This former stock car racer is up against Naylor, engine builder from Colfax. Got that 398 cubic inch Chevrolet right side, and Mendenhall with his big block 522. Now they are rolling. Naylor out, and Naylor. Start to finish, it's all his. 009, then a 669 at 200 miles an hour. 626 at 223, but he wasn't 009. Now the 23 that Mendenhall had is nothing you want to shake a stick at, but not compared to 009. Phil Unruh from McPherson, Kansas. Special metals. He's got all those things hanging off the side of his engine. I think the name they call them are turbochargers. Run off the exhaust. 621 as dial in, and Art Hoover 681 in the O'Reilly lane. Got everything corrected. Still looks the same, 621, 681. There's Art Hoover. Here comes Phil Unruh. And Phil in a double breakout. He's under by 7 thou, 620, 229 miles an hour. And Art Hoover 675 under by 600, 196. So the D5 racer from McPherson, Kansas wins another round. Michael N. Raleigh, Tim the Tiger, supercharged car, 651, Mark Yeager. The big Raren Morrison motor, dials at 680 in the O'Reilly lane. Moving in, mark in, mark in. Waiting to say Michael Lynn in. Now I can. She's in. We put the call out. Top drives for we're running now. And motorcycle. You can make your way to the lanes. Count eliminator there, and motorcycle to the lanes. And a win by Michael Lynn Raleigh, 657 to 216. Mark Yeager, too quick by 6 thousandths of a second, 679 with a 4 at the end of 190. A little better reaction time. With that 26 miles an hour difference. But again, Sportsman Motorcycle, make your way to the lanes. Bikes, you can head to the lanes. Dan Lafferty, Idaho racer. Lafferty D&B, 647. His Dow Toyota side, John Richardson. Dials at 612, the number 3 qualifier. Watch the supercharged car. Here at lope, and you watch the wing. It just, each lope, the whole chassis flexes. While we were watching that, Dan Lafferty was going 647 on a 647 for the win. John Richardson a couple hunt off with the 614 at 222. Not able to catch Dan Lafferty, and Lafferty picks up the win. Could not catch him. And he tried, gave it everything he had, but did not run it. Start wondering about the wind and the breeze and what that's doing to racers, because that is a pretty stout cross and quartering wind. Tanner Theobald, Bobby Ray McMahon, Bobby in full charge. Running chase. Tanner Theobald, Tanner to 688, Bobby to 628. Tanner takes a win, 690, couple on off of 181. I mean, he dropped, and Bobby Ray at 627 at 221 miles an hour had a better reaction time by a Hun. But a Hun doesn't mean much up at that end. Steve Will, Ryan Pretty. Ryan in the right side, the Mountain View Performance Dragster. Ryan the range hand. He's dialing at 681. Well, Steve Will is Hemi with a blower on it in the automatic, dialing at 615. Steve Will, Winter Nationals winner this year, runner-up. Well, there we go, getting my years mixed up. Just last year. Getting car out now. Came out number 2 spot. It's a little warmer out there. A little bit of a breeze running a different direction. It's going to be Steve Will again, 619 at 231. Ryan Pretty, 680 at 196. Steve Will at 14. Ryan at 19, and they were close enough, Ryan? Roger, that's why we've got wheels on these chairs. Steve Will now. Geneva Nash taking her chance. There we go. Driving the Gambler from Visalia. Herblone motor dialed at 652, and Mike Coughlin to Jakes.com, who's just on a roll. I'm going to try and continue it at Sonoma, and he's been able to so far. We're going to find out now. He's dialed at 616. And it will be Mike Coughlin, double breakout there, just a thou apart leaving the line. Geneva under by 16, 650 with a 4 at 209. Mike Coughlin under by 3 thou, 615 at 216. Geneva got there first, but just trying to play around and figure out what you do with that car coming up. Very close to you mile an hour wise, but things are showing up quickly at over 200 miles an hour. And attention in the pits, Top Alcohol Dragster. Make your way to the lanes, please. Top Alcohol Dragster. You can head to the lanes now. Alcohol Dragster, make your way to the lanes, please. Pairing on the lane, Etta Olpen. Number 71, Division 7 defending champ, dialed to 676. And Shane Molinari from D6, number 1 qualifier, dialing at 613. Open in first. He is off first. Larry off second. Now lone car going to try and get around. Can't do it. Ed Open. 677 a hunt over 197. 615 2 hunt over Shane Molinari at 225. They're 2,000 parts. So basically identical leaves, but Ed Open getting the win. John Freer and George Prather. The pairing up here, John Freer from Maricopa, Arizona at 675 dial. George Prather from Sacramento, he's going to dial 665. So 10th between them. Bigger motor on Prather's side. Also, Prather with the taller scoop and the bigger wing. He's got both of those. Is it going to matter? We'll find out. Prather, it will be John Freer, 675 on a 675. Identical reaction times. Prather, too quick, 662. 300 under, that's 665 dial in. Jack Sadler from Henderson, the fixed speed dragster. Moving on up, he's down to 646, and Ryan Carlson from Maple Valley to 619 with the Hemi and a blower. And Jack just rolls right on in. They've got to back him up. Can't like both those lines. Remember that courtesy staging thing we talked about? But now they're both in. It's going to be Ryan Carlson. Red light by Sadler. 619 on the 619 after a 006 light. 619 with a 2. That's an 8,000ths package for Ryan. You know, there's not a lot of room when your opponent is over 220 miles an hour and puts a 6,000th package together. 6, 2, 8. Yeah. Jack Sadler after the red light. Couple hunt off, 648 at 213. Taylor Vetter and John Rolandelli pair. Taylor Vetter dialing at 622. That Matco Tools. Interesting design on it. I think it's kind of neat. Unc looked at it and said, I wonder what it is. Then we figured out that, as I've said, how do people come up with these ideas? It just, you can't even throw a dart at the board to come up with colors because you got to design them. John Rolandelli from Oakley. He'll dial at 701. Somebody said, well, we can tie-dye these cars. You can't bring them out like you're supposed to. Rolandelli leaves early. Taylor Vetter, left side, 624, couple on over, 226, gets the win, 703. Rolandelli was also a couple on over, 189, but he was red. So let's change the tree in the program and go to competition eliminator. Randy Jones and his V6 S10, Alpha Omega Swiss C truck, 881 the index. He qualified number 8. half a second on. We used to be able to say half second under would be a good number, and it's a good place to play with, but looking at the field this weekend, all the way down to number 8. Ryan Warder, the F Super Modified from Olalla, Washington. Logbacks K&N, Mickey Thompson Tire, and Brown Bell Housings. 92 Camaro, and his 300 at Chevy. Index there is a 928 in competition eliminator. I leave the line. If we get green lights, there aren't any breakouts. You just whoever gets the other end first is your winner. Ryan out. Ryan, your winner, is Randy turned it red. Order 937 at 106 sees the red line, just kind of backs off. Randy Jones, 827, 147, right in the area he qualified, but red light fixes all that. Tony Mandela and Tom Metler. Tony in the Camaro, a super modified automatic 400 cubic inch small block Chevy, 848. His index. Metler in the Team Metler truck. Don and Ron, 797. He qualified number 4. They qualified just a few hundredths apart. So if everybody runs their number, it should be pretty good. Multiple division wins, national records, national event wins for Metler. Tony Mandela. Championships division-wise, national event wins. Now in the Camaro, Randy in the truck. We had multiple trucks when we started, and I think we're down to one. We're down to none. Tony Mandela, 799, 156 for the win, 781 for Metler at 157. Tom Metler off his numbers from earlier when he'd been in the 30s, this time in the 780s. And that will finish. Nope, we've got it. Scott McClay and Joe Mazaris. We'll go to the back motor dragster. C Econo dragster and B Econo dragster. Scott, the red car left lane. Scott McClay, engineering. Transmission man. Current record holder. He's the number 6 qualifier. Joe Mazaris, the B Econo dragster. Small block Mopar behind him. Advanced Automotive Incorporated in Napa down in Phoenix. 748 is his index. He was the number 3 qualifier. Again, like the last pairing, there's, in qualifying, 0.03 of a second difference between the two. Man leaning over the back of the dragster in right lane. Going to go ahead and turn the air conditioning on. That's what the switch is. It's a little warmer out there today. No, they turn on the recording computer. Oh, could be a cool, but they wouldn't have to use the switch, would they? Okay. Joe Mazaris, a red light. $755 for Scott McClay. He'll take the win in that red dragster in the left lane. Miles Howard, the D6 champion, according to Ladder, gets a single this round. Yeah. Top alcohol dragster. I think we've got more than one, so everybody else can go ahead and roll them out into the lanes, please. Top alcohol dragster, roll them out, put them in the lanes, please. Miles Howard. This Suzuki RF 783 is what he predicts that he will run as he's running by himself. Once he stages, he's in good shape. Hops and wiggles, a little move toward the center line, but he brings it right on back and goes 783 on a 783. I'd say he's pretty much where he wants to be. Reaction time, you really don't know from the bikes, because you'll get a big one or you'll get a small one, and you just never really know. So anything in that range is going to be pretty good. Howard with his by run right on the number. Don DePeel from Oregon, going to be in the left side. Right side, he's down to 837. Right side, Pete McClett Jr. from Garberville on his Hayabusa. So it's Suzuki right side, Kawasaki left side. 863 for McClett. Make sure we get cleared, and we're clear at the top end. DePeel trying to catch McClett. Can he do it? Can he? Can he? No, not this time. Pete McClett, 865, couple on over. He had a 200ths advantage to line and just parlayed that into the win. 840 for DePeel. He was farther off. Trying to hope that he couldn't catch him. Maybe he'd push him out. Didn't work. 840 to 156. McClett continues on. Denny Alves and Cody Compton is pairing. Cody from Vancouver. Denny from El Cerrito. Denny, left side. His Kawasaki, dialing at 786, and Cody Compton's Hayabusa dialed at 950. Leaning on. Lights come down. Twist the grip. Crack the throttle. Cody leaves. Here comes Denny. Then he got a lot of way to go. Not going to make it. Cody Compton. 950 he dials. He runs 950. 138 miles an hour. 792 for Denny Alves. And again, he's well off. So just, best reaction time, just stay on your number, and it is there. Two more bikes with the wheelie bars on them. Gary Oakes, his KZ Kawasaki, 866 from Las Vegas Toyota Lane, and Tom Bedlett from La Mirada, the multi-time champion, is Gexer, dialing at 804. Gary Oakes shot out of a cannon as the lights come down, and he goes 876, a tenth off at 142. Tom Medlin, uncharacteristically very late, runs 812 at 163, but he was not going to catch Gary. Gary with a 30 light, and Tom later. Kirk Walton up from Salt Lake City in his ZX14 right side, the no-bar bike, and I think he's about the only one of those left in the program. Well, Clayton Howie from Lemoore, his ZX14 has a slick and wheelie bars. Kirk Walton hopping a couple of times. Well, the bike is as he goes down the lane. It'd be awkward to do if it were you, the driver, but rider, but the bike did. And while he was hopping down the lane, Clayton Howie was going straight down the racetrack and takes the win. 894 at 125. Kirk Walton, much better reaction time. Popping up in the air. Slows you down, and I was wrong. There is one more no-bar bike, and that is Larry Mota, the defending D7 champion from Orem on his ZX14. Well, Rick Newport, GSXR, down at 790, lives in Bluffdale, Utah. They all race at Las Vegas this year, with an occasional trip to Boise and to Grand Junction. 790, Rick Newport. Going to watch as Larry Mota takes off with his 902 and going to try and catch him. That is a lot of ground to make up. Here comes Rick Newport. Can he get him? No, he didn't catch him. But Larry Mota breaks out, 898, under by 4 hun at 146. 793 for Rick Newport. So the Matco Tool Distributor will continue on, and that's round number 3 of the motorcycles. As you watch, we're getting ready to go to the alcohol categories. Top alcohol dragster, which you're all in the lanes. And you're going to see as these groups come up that the crowds get bigger around the burnout box and the starting line. I think we're...
Muy bueno.
Really improved. You're good at housekeeping. The maintenance department, you get to handle that up here in the announcer's booth from now on. Yeah. Well, they're going to roll out at us. We've got a few there in the lanes. Top alcohol dragster. Coming out with the crews. Had a drink. Drink some of your soda. You're all set. You're going to mark on that, and you're ready to go. I'm going to hold this till you're ready. I want you set.
Super stock, super gas, top dragster, count, sportsman, motorcycle. The top alcohol dragster, and we go back to sportsman, and we go to round number 3. Okie dokie.
Okay. There's no Grimes. Looks like the Zamboni is going to come out.
We got a double hitter of the Zambonis as we get ready to go into alcohol dragster, alcohol funny car. First of our 3 sessions scheduled for today. First session scheduled for 3:30, and lo and behold, it's 3:25, and we're getting ready for the first session. Dang, on time. 6 o'clock will be round number 2 of qualifying, and then tonight about 8:15 to wrap everything up. Here at day number 1, as we will continue working our way through eliminations, crown our champs in Super Street, Stock, Super Comp, Super Stock, Super Gas, Top Sportsman, Sportsman Motorcycle, Top Dragster, Comp Eliminator. But right now it's all about alcohol dragster and alcohol funny car. We qualify the 8-car field for the show. Quickest 8 cars on the property will get to come back tomorrow and run eliminations. And those of you that will be with us tomorrow, and I certainly invite everybody to come back for race day for the alcohol cars and the first day of race number 2 this weekend, as the Corbell California Champagnes Lucas Oil Drag Racing Series doubleheader. First time doubleheader here in Division 7 competition. 500 plus. Yeah, first time here at Sonoma Raceway. We have had them at Rocky Mountain. But again, thanks to Corbell for sponsoring our race this weekend here at Sonoma Raceway. Thanks to Phil Unruh and Industrial Electrical Corporation for their sponsorship. Plumbing Concepts, of course, stepping up for our alcohol dragster and alcohol funny car, and a bonus $500 to the low qualifier in dragster and funny car here this weekend. Put up by Mr. Meadows. Hope Jerry Darian, sitting in the house, or is recuperating, listening in via the dragracer.tv broadcast. I know a lot of our alcohol funny car racers across the country listening in. Rick is writing me notes here. Oh, you're writing your notes for yourself. Okay.
You can read them if you like,
I can read them if I like.
but you just talked about it.
I have trouble reading my own writing, so reading yours would definitely be. Never mind.
That's why I'm trying to read Dr. Writing. It makes it easier to read everyone.
That's right. And anybody who's ever worked in a race control operation, reading tech cards, is already graduated from Hieroglyphics 101. I'd like to say hello to Daryl Zimmerman if he is listening in. I know he is online these days. Zim at home in Julesburg, Colorado. Former Division 5 director for a long time. Got the Zambonis out, and we're doing a little work over on the track. The crews are out checking the track. It'll be interesting to see as we work our way through qualifying and then work our way into eliminations tomorrow. Our 3:30 scheduled hit here today. A little bit later in the day than what their first round of eliminations will be tomorrow at 1:30. Then they'll come back at 4 o'clock, about this time tomorrow for round number 2. And our session tonight at 6 will pretty much equal their time slot for tomorrow night's final round of eliminations. So try to keep everything as conducive as possible for our alcohol cars. They do their warm-ups before they come rolling in. So doing a little drag out there, putting a little fresh skim coat of rubber down. I can tell we're getting close because we're putting fresh water in the water box. That's generally the last thing we do before we bring cars up to the lanes. I've got to go online and send Dennis Taylor's bride a note letting her know that Dennis Taylor failed in his duties to supply the announcer with a box of Crunch and Munch.
Hey, it wasn't like I didn't go look for you. I made a special trip to Safeway this morning, Pally, just for you, because I know you used to always come by my trailer and steal all my Crunch and Munch.
No, your wife gave it to me so you wouldn't eat it.
I know, but steal sounds like a much better story.
And see, look, you're skinnier than I am, so it worked.
I know you ain't going to believe it, but I've lost 30 pounds since December. How about that?
Well, that's what my doctor's telling me I got to do, too, so. And no, Rick Carlson, I'm not going to do it your way.
I just listened to that silly.
So Dennis Taylor, longtime alcohol funny car campaigner, longtime involvement in the category, knows everybody that there is to know, and probably a few people that he doesn't need to know, but anyway.
Even you two.
Like I said, welcome.
Hey, I heard you talking about my old pal Kenny Meadows a little while ago.
Yep.
Thank you again.
Thank you again for that.
Plumbing Concepts and Ken Meadows for bringing the alcohol cars back here to Sonoma. Every alcohol driver, crew member, crew chief that's ever raced here before loves this place and this facility, and we've missed coming here, I can tell you that. Also, did you know, hopefully I'm not speaking out of turn and you've already announced it, that there is a number 1 qualifier bonus back this weekend. Did you know that?
I've already announced it.
Well, Ray. Okay. So once again, I'm late to the party.
On the other hand, that means nobody listens.
Well, that's true, too. Well, you got to consider that it's Dennis Taylor. He doesn't pay any attention to us anyway.
I know. It's the first drag race I've ever been to.
You came to the boat races just to say I did. And I had to walk about 4 miles.
Your microphone was off when I said that, wasn't it?
Yeah, I think they unplugged it, but when I came up here.
Bill Dunlap getting ready to come up. Tell me about Bill. I mean, that is an old Warren notice, and it's an old Don Prudhomme car, but
I was looking for Bill's age on here, and I can't find it.
It's
so
right
he
there.
Must not have put it on there.
It's right there.
Holy smokes, he's older than we thought. I'll tell you what, Bill Dunlap has been involved in drag racing since the 60s.
A long time, yes.
Driven top fuel cars, driven nostalgia front engine top fuel cars, driven top alcohol dragsters, and I'll tell you what, he's 78 years old and he's in better shape than both of us combined. He is quite the specimen.
All right.
Yeah, I believe this is a brand new team with this brand new A fuel car. I don't know if they've actually run in any events, or not.
No.
And they have been testing. Yeah, how about that?
I
0
went
points.
I went in and did some stats on everybody that was supposed to be here this weekend, and I could find nothing on Bill Dunlap other than his old history. Yes.
Yeah, the last time we saw Bill Dunlap was in Mark Foster's cab forward A fuel dragster.
I remember that car.
Yeah.
We'll pause for the burnout. Why do the alcohol cars like running here so well? Is it just the
look
the conditions?
around.
Well, yeah,
It's gorgeous here.
It's gorgeous. I'm not going to argue that point. But what about the facility or the track or the air or the?
Yeah, all of those. No,
Okay.
the facility is the facility is spectacular. I mean, everything here is top notch. But the air, I mean, we're so close to the ocean. The air is just incredible here. I've run my quickest and fastest times here at this racetrack many years ago, and from what I was told by one of the crew chiefs a little earlier, we're looking at about 1,600 feet of air right now, give or take a little bit. So that tells you that we're not doing too bad.
We're not doing too bad.
As opposed to those guys on the mountain east of us right now.
Yeah, last I saw it was like 10,250 corrected altitude.
It must be hot.
Yes, it's hot.
Yeah.
Yep. But that's all right. It'll cool off this afternoon when that rainstorm comes through.
I was going to say, don't they have the 4 o'clock rainstorm they have to take a break for?
4 to 5 o'clock shower. That'll come rolling through. That should be happening right about now, as a matter of fact. All right, so Bill Dunlap going to take a shot and see what we can do. Top sportsman needs you to the lanes, please. Top sportsman to the lanes. 706, 145 miles an hour, but what do the short numbers tell you?
Short numbers tell me the thing was really weak, down on power, and they need to tune it up a little bit. You know, it's really tough for a new team with one of these cars, to learn to be competitive. You really do have to do a lot of testing, and you have to get some help. And realistically, now I don't know anything about that Dave Schaefer Racing over there and where they've been from, where they've come from, and what they're doing. But realistically, the way to do one of these A-Fuel dragsters is to buy a car from somebody with the tune-up book, get the help from them as well, and it's probably cheaper in the long run to do that, to buy a competitive car, like a Randy Meyer car, for example, and pay him for his knowledge, because you'll spend an awful lot of money gathering that knowledge.
It don't come cheap either. So Bill gets a number down. And like Dennis said, they were weak, but you start weak. You don't want to blow the tires off. You want to have at least something to work from, don't you?
Well, you certainly do. 110 and 60 feet is not indicative of, a competitive A-fuel car.
No.
And what I was looking for out there was to see if it was dropping cylinders, and it wasn't. So, you heard the motor pull way down, and it just couldn't get up enough steam, to get the momentum going.
Jerry Cummery rolling in next. Randy Eakin's team, the Torco car. Jerry's a newcomer to the category as well, moving in from I do believe over in the nostalgia stuff. Heritage Series driver.
Yeah, he certainly is. He's driven front engine top fuel cars as well, and what they call A fuel over there on the nostalgia side. He's kind of a stickler in that, and does a great job.
So Jerry Cumry, one of the, if you will, patented short and sweet burnouts now that the injected cars seem to have gone to. Just enough to clean them up and heat them up.
You know, you and I have worked together many times in the past, and we've seen some of those A fuel cars even not do a burnout.
Yep.
And back up and darn near set low ET. So how important really is the burnout anymore, you know?
Just enough to clean off the tires. Ron Anderson over here on the O'Reilly side of the racetrack. Qualified for the division race down in Vegas, but going back and looking at numbers, that was the only race I could find him at.
Yeah, well, they just recently purchased this car, if I'm correct, from Don St. Arnaud. Now, if that name sounds familiar, I believe he holds the speed record for a fuel dragster at over 285 or 86 miles an hour.
285, 83. Yep. 1,600 feet, huh? What's it going to be like at 6 and 8 o'clock tonight? Oh, baby.
Prime time. You better have your stuff together is what it's going to be like.
Tell me about it. So Anderson right side, Cumry left. Anderson's second race, Cumry's first. There's the drop cylinders you were talking about. 568, 260 miles an hour, though, even with cylinders out.
But the good news for Ron Anderson is they're going to have data.
Yep.
You know, we talk about that all the time, and we can't stress enough how important it is to get the data, even when the car may not go as quick as you'd like it to. You know, it's unfortunate that Jerry Cumry smoked the tires out there. They'll have to go back and see what they can save out of that data. Probably not much.
I was getting ready to say, as quickly as that car jumped up on the tires, it's not going to give them a whole lot of much to work with as they get ready for round number 2 of qualifying, which again coming up at 6 o'clock this evening. Should be interesting. I can't wait for the evening session though. That's going to be the one. 8:15 tonight.
Yeah, that will really be spectacular. You know, I'll make sure we get some weather information from the crew chiefs to see what the corrected altitude is. And it'll probably scare you. It'll probably scare them, too.
Well, they'll look at that and they'll go, wow, sure, I'm glad I'm not in Denver. 10,000 feet. That's 2 miles high in the air. There is no oxygen there to burn. Be like kind of running our regional event down in Belrose this year. We had 150 grains of water in the air.
Oh, wow. Yeah, it's a wonder, really, that the guys have learned to run as well as they have up in Denver, you know, in the thin air. And I know it takes a whole lot of different engine components and parts and pieces to make that happen. But that is crazy up there.
Up nuts. Kim Parker getting ready to come up. Johnny Otten alongside. Kim. Semifinals down in Vegas earlier this year, her claim to fame. Other than that, the CarStar team still looking for that first win of the year.
Yeah, but what I want to tell you about that CarStar Kim Parker team is, you watch this thing when she sidesteps the clutch to turn on the last light. There is not an A-fuel dragster in the country that comes to life and barks the way that thing does on full pumps and the clutch out. Mark my word, you will be surprised.
I'll keep an eye out. Johnny Otten up on the other side of the racetrack, over in the Toyota lane. Johnny has been somewhat scant on the tour this year as well. I believe this is only his third race out. His first two were both in Vegas, the divisional and the national event down there.
Johnny Otten's also one of those guys that has a couple of cars, and he's been helping some new guys along the way as well that, rented rides in this thing and got A-Fuel licenses and wanted to compete. So he was kind of like the West Coast Anthony DeCero, if you will.
Versus the Midwest Randy Meyer?
Yeah, something like that.
Oh, man. Between DeCero and Meyer, and I guess now Otten, was not aware of that with Johnny, but we've certainly seen our fair share of races over on the eastern side of the country this year where DeCero's handiwork has been shown and Randy Meyer's handiwork obviously has been shown. But Otten up on the left-hand side for NGK, ARP. Kim Parker, lists her occupation as a school bus driver. This thing's a little bit quicker than her school bus.
Just a tad. Now, like I said, keep your eye on that thing and listen to it when she finally lets the clutch out, just before she turns on the second stage light.
Johnny Otten, 524, 275 miles an hour. Hello. Kim Parker, 549 at 260, and she was pumping raw fuel going down track.
Now that's what we expect to see here back at Sonoma. 524. What a great lap for Johnny Otten and his guys for the first lap. Man, oh man. Kim Parker, unfortunately, had holes out right at the step. And it's amazing they run that fast on 7 cylinders, huh?
It is. And the car was lazy for 60 feet.
Oh, I know. It had over a 1 second ET and 60 feet.
Yeah.
I mean, that's horrible for one of these cars.
Wow. Still a 549 comes cranking out. Well, this is going to be fun. Casey Grizzell comes in. The Grizzell and Darien Motorsports. Understand Jerry having some health issues. Hope he's doing well.
Well, Jerry's not here with us this weekend. He's at home listening and watching on the YouTube TV broadcast. I'd like to say a nice shout out to hi, Jerry. How are you doing? But Casey and the boys are plenty capable of running this car. They've been on the phone with him today, I guarantee you. He helped them set up the tune-up, and let's see how they do.
Be interesting. Jasmine comes rolling in. Jasmine Salinas, the Scrappers Racing, A-Fuel car. Only her second regional event of the year. The only other time we saw her was down in Gainesville on the regional level. Other than that, it's all been national events.
You know, I think it's really cool that she came all the way out here. Now, when I say all the way out here, obviously Arthur Gallant is an East Coast guy. He's the crew chief of record over here. But that also tells me they're probably going to Seattle after this event for the next national event. And just great to see him out here on the West Coast.
It is great to see him out here on the West Coast. I happened to be at Norwalk last year when she came out and made her first ever laps in the A-Fuel car. And tell you what, she did. She came out and she was swinging away right from the very hit. I'm really anxious to see how she grows in the category, because I think if she brings any of her dad over to this category, everybody else in the alcohol dragster ranks better be watching out.
Well, she's not doing this just to see what it's like. She's plenty serious, and she has bigger aspirations, as you well know.
Yep. Going to be interesting. Casey Grizzell right side. Jasmine Salinas on the left. How
about that?
5:21 and 250 miles an hour, and I only 250 miles an hour to go along with that 5:21.
228 miles an hour to the 8th. That was plenty stout. She must have shut it off early down there. Unfortunately, Casey's smoking the tires right at the hit. So, Jerry, if you're listening, you're probably going to need to get on the phone with Casey, Big Mike, and the boys and tune that thing up.
Give him a phone call tune-up. But Jasmine, yeah, 5:21. Dad, I'm sure in Denver, probably listening in. Mike, nice lap.
Yeah, well, I don't know if that's a career best, but my best guess is it is. So good job, Arthur Gallant and the boys. Get that thing down there for Jasmine.
And only 250 miles an hour. There's a teen laying out there tonight.
Well, I talk about these incremental times, all the time. And 228 miles an hour at the 8th is pretty good. Anytime one of these A fuel cars runs over 230 miles an hour at the 8th, then the run is spectacular.
228. She was on the spectacular first half. But Mike's got to be smiling in Denver right now. .521, Jasmine. 5:24 by Johnny. Johnny's 25 miles an hour faster at that 5:24 pace. That's what I'm saying. That Jasmine's run, she left a lot on the table down there at the other end of the racetrack.
Well, the other guys are still going to be plenty worried because they know if you can run 5:21 at only 250, there's a lot left there. Speed is horsepower, and that 228 at the 8th is what tells me that thing's got plenty of suds.
And Arthur Gallant has been around for a long time and knows how to get it out.
Hey, former world champion, man.
Garrett Bateman coming up on the Toyota side. And Sean Calley here on the right, and Sean has done last weekend taking over the points lead for the championship.
Yeah, Sean with a great race last weekend, won the Woodburn Regional that we just came from, and was number one qualifier. He ran the table, as we say, in Woodburn last weekend.
A win at Pomona. His only early round loss this year came at Gainesville, when he lost to number 16 qualifier Mike Booker in the opening round on a kind of a weird weekend for the Cinderella runner Mike Booker that weekend. Other than that, it's been semifinals and finals for every race they've attended for Sean Calley and Monday's Towing Gang.
Well, they came back this year with a vengeance.
Yeah.
They were leading the championship up until some of the late races last year, and Joey Severance just was able to get by them and had a better back half of the season, unfortunately, than Cowie did. But they are on a mission, let me tell you.
Yeah, the way they've been running of late, winning at Topeka, winning at Mission, winning at Woodburn. Norm, I think that's our lone blown car this weekend, too. .524, 277 miles an hour. Garrett Bateman goes 5:34 at 274. Casey's 17-second run's going to end the session on the bump. Jasmine's number 1. Johnny Otten number 2. Sean Calley number 3. Interesting that our two 5:24 runners are both 275 or better. And Jasmine and keep going back to that. I'm waiting for this evening session. Kim Parker sits number 5. Ron Anderson number 6. Bill Dunlap number 7. Casey Grizel number 8. Jerry Cumry, who had that instant up in smoke lap earlier, sits on the outside looking in. We qualify the quick 8. That's the quick 8 after 1. But there's 2 more sessions to go. And before we get all this said and done, where do you think our bump's going to end up? Mid 530s?
Well, it's like last weekend at Woodburn, there was only 6 cars at Woodburn, but it took a 30 just to be able to play in that. If you didn't run in the 20s, you weren't one of the guys. So yeah, I do think we're going to see a 30 bump here, and it'll probably be a mid to low 30 bump. I think we're going to see more cars in the 20s after the next session.
Oh, definitely. Especially as the sun goes down in the west and the track cools off a little bit, gets a little bit tighter.
I will tell you, the funny car guys certainly, were a little worried about running here. And I don't mean worried. I mean concerned. They don't know, how good the track is. They know the weather's spectacular, and they haven't been here for a while. And it's almost like going to a new racetrack that you've never been to, Yeah,
because you really don't have any old data in the books to go back to. I mean, what applied, when's the last time the alcohol funny cars were here? 3 years ago? 4 years ago?
Well, it's been at least 4 or 5 years for a regional. It's been 11 years for a national event here.
Okay, so 5 years, the entire alcohol funny car world has changed. I mean, what you ran 5 years ago is nothing now.
Well, nobody's got what they ran 5 years ago. Nobody.
Brett Williamson coming up, the Corvette-bodied Team Eagle machine over here on the right-hand side. And Mike Deshgoodian, now to San Martin. And I understand Mike is driving a car that he picked up from Gasparelli over the winter as Gasparelli was doing a little house cleaning.
Great to see Bob DeVore out there behind Brett Williamson's car. Talk about a guy who's been around his alcohol.
Williamson 565, 254 miles an hour. Pretty good run for the Corvette when you consider that the Corvette, the old body style, is really giving up a lot to these new Camaro bodies.
Oh, heck with those aerodynamics. You just punish the aerodynamics with horsepower. Bob DeVore, if you can hear me, 2.48 to the 330. That is spectacular. Those are low 50, high 40 numbers to the 330. Obviously, their car needs to run better from the 330, past the 1,000-foot mark. I'm not sure if Brett pedaled it out there or not. It's hard to tell from our vantage point, but that is a spectacular number for the 330-foot.
Okay. That's why we have you along. Keep us informed. You know all those short numbers.
You're just using me for my numbers.
I'm using you for your numbers. Yeah, since you can't bring the crunching much, I'm using you for your numbers.
That's it. Lay it on.
Mike, though, how about Mike's 580 lap of 256? How long has it been since he's made a lap down the racetrack?
Well, it's been at least 2 years, I think, since he's driven an alcohol funny car. He's been dealing with Pro Mods and the West Coast Pro Mod Association. So welcome back, Mikey D, to the funny car world.
And that 580, that's going to give them information and numbers to work with for the next round. Terry Ruckman coming up now, the home builder out of Colorado, the Ruckman brothers. Steve Gasparelli alongside with his new machine that they put together over the winter.
And man, let me tell you, Terry Ruckman was the performance standout last weekend in Woodburn. He had low ET of the event on one of the warmest days at 550 flat. So I expect big things out of this Terry Ruckman car right now.
It'll be interesting to see what he throws down. He went to the semifinals or finals last weekend?
No, he went to the finals. He was runner-up to Brian Haug last weekend.
Yeah. .553, 267 by Ruckman, 560 by Gasparelli. Number 1 and number 2 so far.
Well, I was talking to Roger Bateman, the crew chief of record for Terry Ruckman, before that run, and they did exactly what he wanted to do. And most everybody wants to do this. They want to get down the racetrack, make a full pull, as they say, get the data. Yeah, we can probably come back and run quicker, but at least you don't want to shake the tires and have to pedal or do something funny on the first run. You hate to get behind on the very first run.
Well, you lose the run, you lose the data, and you're, like you said, you are one run behind everybody else trying to go down the racetrack. Top Sportsman needs you to lanes, please. Top Sportsman, round number 2. Needs you to the staging lanes, please. Top Sportsman, round 2. Needs you to the lane. Chris Marshall coming up. Chris has got some new information this weekend.
Yes, he does. How about Dan Prevost stepping up, helping this team out to get through the end of the season? He approached Chris last weekend and was able to work out a deal with him. And Dan, if you're listening and you can hear us, thank you. We're glad you could help keep this car back out here for the rest of the year.
And I'm glad for Chris, just for the simple fact of it takes, I think he's been succumbing a little bit to the pressure of trying to keep the car out here and knowing that it might be a little bit of a struggle. And I think this takes the pressure off of it.
Well, it certainly does. They were going to have to park this car probably after this event and sit out, or after Seattle, and sit out the rest of the year. But Chris is doing something that, not a lot of guys, do anymore. And he's driving it, he's tuning it, he's funding it, he's doing it all, and that's a lot to have to take. So again, thank you, Dan Prevost and your company, for keeping Chris out here.
That's Rad Torque Systems, and they're very well vested in the aerospace industry and construction industry, and just amazing what all their diversification is. Jay Payne up alongside, the Peak Coolant and Motor Oil Entry. Jay, of course, driving a car. I was walking by today and looking at it, and there's no thunder slug on it. I got a feeling that's why Jay's not doing so well this year. There's no thunder slug on it. Jay pedaled it to go 599. Chris rattled the tires to go 789. Not what they wanted to do, but they got some short numbers.
No, they got some short numbers, but they only got one of them, and that's the 60-foot number. And for Chris, he's never raced here before. This is the first time he's ever raced here. So this is really foreign to him. But we've seen him do that in the past. That's right. He did test on Wednesday and run a 555, somebody just told me. Thank you very much. But this is still all kind of new to him down here, dealing with this kind of altitude and the weather. I'll bet there's 0 water grains in the air here today.
That's compared to when he was at Joliet a few weeks back, and there was a whole bunch.
Yeah, no kidding. But he'll be back.
Oh yeah.
And I'm going to go out on a limb here, and before the day's over, I think we're going to see some 540 funny cars here.
I'll agree with that. Yeah, Ruckman comes up and fires 553. Yeah, we'll see 540 before this day's over with. Doug Gordon and Nick Janik, a couple more cars that, here's a couple of 540s later on today.
Well, both of these cars have 540 time slips to their credit. In fact, that Gordon car has a few 530s to his credit. So this could be spectacular, as somebody used to say.
Yes, it could be. Gordon out of Apostle Rebels, number 5 last year in the championship chase. Nick Janik over here on the right-hand side. Nick's got a couple of wins under his belt already this year. And Nick really doing a pretty good job of rebounding after a tough end of the year last year.
Well, he crashed one of these things at St. Louis last year, and it was horrible. It had a top-end crash, and they had to front half the car, fix the body, and do all of that. And Nick is a lot like Chris Marshall. He does it all. He funds it, he tunes it, he drives it, and that's really, really difficult to do.
Well, let's see how well they fit into the character here. Remember, Terry Ruckman's number 1 right now, 553. The only car in the 550s, everybody else 560 or slower. Let's see where these two end up. 560 for Doug Gordon, 267 miles an hour. 555 for Nick Janik. That puts Janik number 2. Gordon slides into the number 3 spot. DT sitting here studying the short numbers on Nick Janik's run.
Yeah, Nick Janik with our quickest 3:30 time at 2:47 of all the cars that we've seen this session, and Doug Gordon with a booming 2:09 at the half track. That's still, even though I've spent a lot of time driving these cars, it still amazes me. You know, run over 200 miles an hour in 660 feet.
Yep. So Gordon slides into the number 3 spot. Nick's number 2. Chris Marshall's 789. Now the bump. 2 more cars to go, so he'll be on the outside. Obviously looking in with the 789. You expect that kind. Brian Howell, Sean Bellemere. Sean coming in, the family operation alcohol funny car, not Tony Bartone's machine this weekend.
Yeah, and if you're a fan of alcohol funny cars, actually this is a very, very cool treat that Sean has a weekend off from the Bartone brothers car, and he's able to drive his dad's car. And I got to tell you, I've known those guys since Sean was a baby, and it looks really cool to see the number 1 on the side of Greg Bellemere's race car. I'm sorry, I like that.
Number 1 on the side of anybody's car looks awfully good, but when they've been longtime family friends, I'm sure it does. Brian Howell coming off the win, as we spoke moments ago, up in Woodburn last weekend. Brian, the Cascade Truck and Body, got Johnny Lindbergh over there. A couple of weeks ago, they were in Indianapolis. He was in the rent-a-ride machine of Lindbergh.
Yeah, and he returned the favor last weekend by letting Johnny shake down his brand new Murph McKinney funny car last weekend, and unfortunately didn't qualify for the Woodburn Regional race.
So we'll see where Brian ends up and Sean ends up after this run. Now, doesn't have Steve Boggs' mind trust over here on the right-hand side, but tell you what, that's a pretty good team they've got over here, the Redline Oil Master Cam car.
Well, trust me if I tell you that Greg Bellemere knows what Boggs is doing with Bartones. I just don't think he's brave enough to put it in.
556, 267 by Brian Howell, 598 by Sean. So that'll put Sean into the number 8 spot. Brian slides into the number 3 spot with that 556. 269, 254 to the 330 mark for Brian.
Yeah, I think honestly a lot of these guys are just being really careful trying to get that data and get that run to the finish line. I think a whole bunch is going to change when they come back up.
You're talking about Greg Bellemere not wanting to throw everything that he knows about Steve Boggs' tune-up into the car. He probably doesn't have Tony Bartone's budget to work with either.
Well, that's why you're a little timid sometimes at being able to do this. But, you know, Steve Boggs is an incredible guy. He worked for me for a couple of races, too, and he throws some stuff at it that you think, come on, really?
Really?
And a lot of times it really works.
It sticks. Sean Bellemere, number 8 after 1, then Mikey D slides into the number 7 spot. Brett Williamson 6, Steve Gasparelli 5. Your quick 4, Doug Gordon, Brian Howell, Nick Janik, and like he did last week up at Woodburn, Terry Ruckman. Holding on to that top spot right now, but like I said, we got 2 sessions to go before we finalize our qualifying. Well, next one's coming up at 6. Close out the evening about 8:15 tonight with final qualifying, and boy, if that isn't going to get your attention, I don't know what will. Dennis Taylor, appreciate you sitting in. We'll see you back for the second session, I'm sure. Always a pleasure to have you. Top Sportsman, if you're not in the lanes yet, I don't know where you are and why you aren't there, because you should be there. Because the first pair is already at the ready line in front of us for round number 2. Getting ready to come at us. Super Street needs you to the lanes now, please. Round number 3, Super Street needs you to the staging lanes, please. Super Street to the lanes. That means we're getting ready to start our third rotation through. Super Street, you will be followed by Stock, then Super Comp, Super Stock, Super Gas, Top Dragster, Comp, Top Sports, our Sportsman Motorcycle, and then Top Sportsman will be back. But we got to run their second round now. So don't go away. Looks like a little track prep going on out here on the starting line before we get ready to continue on with the Corbell California Champaign NHRA Lucas Oil Drag Racing Series regional events, plural, here at Sonoma Raceway. Again, glad to have over 500 race cars in the house this weekend at Sonoma and our alcohol fields. Oh, I tell you what, after seeing who is here, and after seeing what they ran in that first round, all I can say is hang on. It's going to be fun. 520s, low 520s already in the alcohol dragster ranks, so pretty much obvious a 5-teen out there. 550s so far in the alcohol funny car ranks, like DT said, Dennis Taylor said. Definitely a 540 out there as well for the floppers. Mike Ferner and Ward Howard going to lead us off here in round number 2 of our top sportsman competition. Our 6'10" second players are our 6 second players, 200-mile-an-hour shooters. The third, taking out Mike Rubicek in the opening round of eliminations. Rick Carlson noticed that Rubicek was down here helping the third out, checking the tire pressure before Ferd got ready to make a run. The K&N Special. Grand Am over on the left-hand side. Ward Howard out of Santa Cruz, the Dodge Stratus. Over here on the right-hand side, for all you Mopar fans, don't get your heart palpitating too early because that's a big block of Chevrolet-powered Mopar. Yes, you can do that. Nothing in the top sportsman rules category that says you have to run the power plant that corresponds with the body style. You can put a Hemi in a Corvette if you want to, and trust me, it's been done. You can put a Ford in a Camaro if you want to, and, well, trust me, it's been done. Yes, it has. I know. Why? Why was the question? The answer was because he had the engine and he had the car. It's kind of like, well, I've already got him, might as well use them. Wetlight's going to go to Ferd, 716 on a 709 at 175 miles an hour. Ward Howard, 743 at 179. You say, well, wait a minute, Mr. Announcer. Ferd was on a 709 and he goes 716, and Howard was much closer to his dial. How did that happen? It happened because Ferd was 10 on the tree and Howard was not. Yeah, that's a good way to put it. He was not. Richard Okerman's Chevrolet Beretta bodied entry now rolls in, the runner out of Torrance. On the left-hand side, the Hot Rod Performance Machine. Steve Schmidt power plant sporting 635 cubic inches underneath the hood for Okerman. Dialed in 707. Roy Castaghetto. Over on the right, 67 Chevy Deuce. Off and running down the racetrack. Castagnetto on the top end, trying to get around Okerman. Can't do it. Runs 7:53 on a 7:56. Okerman going to round number 3, running 7:08 on the 7:07. Again, Super Street, round number 3. Need you lanes, please. Super Street, round 3. Need you to the lanes. That means stock, you're going to be coming real quick. As soon as we get all of our Super Street cars, stockers, get them ready. Because your doorbell's going to go ding-dong here in a minute, and it's not going to be the Avon lady calling. Stock Eliminator, round number 3, ding-dong. I told you it was coming quick. Randy Balo pulls in alongside Robert Strom. Strom on the right side, down from Seattle out of Ballard Lock and Key. The all Ford Mustang on the right-hand side. Balo's all Chevy Camaro over there on the left. Yeah, I know. George, you just don't like me. Super Street, round 3. Stock Eliminator, round 3. Need you to lanes, please. Super Street and stock, round number 3. Come on down, boys and girls. We got room for everybody. Strom on the right, 750. Going first. Balo on the left, 711. Trying to cash in his chips at the other end of the racetrack. Let's see if he can get her done. Yes, he can. 723 at 182 miles an hour. Taking the stripe in the win by 12 thousandths over Strom, who goes 766 on his 750 dial at 182. Jeff Gillette comes rolling in, his hot rod, the Engineer Reserve GTO for he and Barry Polly. Taking on Brian LaFlamme, your number 1 qualifier. Brad Anderson, Pro-Charged, 67 Mustang. Got that real flat hood, got that chop top look. Runner out of Gilbert, Arizona, qualified at a 626. Got it dialed down to a 621. Jeff Gillette qualified at a 688, and he's dialed up to a 689. I'm thinking there's some different thinking going on between those two lanes out there. Again, Super Street and stock, round number 3. Need you both to the lanes, please. Super Street and stock, need you both to the lanes. Come on down. Round number 3. Super Street and stock. Here comes Brian. Jeff Gillette is 006. Lights up the scoreboard, running a 90 on his 689 dial. Brian LaFlamme was 18 on the tree. Runs a 620 with an 8 on a 621 dial. Had a great light. Got to the other end of the racetrack by 4 thousandths of a second. He had room to work with. Granted, it was only 2 thousandths of a second, but it still qualifies as room to work with. Not much, but some. But unfortunately for Brian, 2 thou too quick. Taking a stripe at the other end, and Jeff Gillette and Barry Polly will return. Don Mazier comes in. Don hoping to have a much better day here with this car than he did with his Super Gas Roadster. There's a Roadster this weekend, giving him all sorts of fits. Taking on a runner out of Haxton, Colorado now. The Green Race Engines. Monty Green owned and tuned and driven. Former division champ over here on the right-hand side. Green on a 690 dial. He's dialed up a little bit from what he qualified. Don Mazier qualified at a 955. Barely got into the show. Got the problems figured out with his Cobalt over there. Got her dialed down to a 696. Again, Super Street, round 3. Stock, round 3. Need you to lanes. Come on, come on. Super Street, round 3. And Stock Eliminator, round number 3. Need you to the staging lanes, please. Monty right side. Mazier left. 696 to a 690. The difference on the Christmas tree is going to be minuscule and barely perceptible to the human eye. You can tell who left first. You did pretty good. Out of the gate they go, working their way down track. Monty Green's your winner, running dead on 5. He was 40 on the tree, was second off the line, but Mazier goes 690 as well. But he unfortunately was dialed in at a 696. So Monty gets the win. He gets to come back for round number 3. Monty and Tanya and the rest of the gang will be back. It's Phil Unruh's twin turbo special metals Corvette out of the heartland of America, McPherson, Kansas. He's taking on Steve Galileo's early model Corvette, the 63 edition over there on the right-hand side. Phil Unruh, 540 cubic inch twin turbo monster over there on the left. Qualified number 2, 651 at 224 miles an hour. Galileo on a 693 dial. Going to be off and running. Not quite a full half-second handicap start. Going to go to Stevie. The early model Corvette, at new 2018 model. Give it chase. Here comes Phil. Wind's going to go to Galileo with 11 on the tree, runs dead on 3. That's a 14 thousandths package. Phil Unruh's reaction time was worse than that, so he was doing nothing but burning gas and pushing air going down the racetrack. He runs dead on 6 at 224 miles an hour and comes up short. There's Joe Standard and Chris McCollum. Come rolling in next. Another 63 Corvette split window. This time for the runner out of Grand Junction, Colorado. McCollum over here on the right-hand side. 780 cubic inch big motor for Chris. Got him dialed in 684. Joe Standards. Lake Havasu based Pontiac GXP over there on the left-hand side. Dialed in 699. So the driver on the Toyota side is going to get a small handicap start. Chris McCollum's going to try and eradicate that handicap start with a better reaction time. See how it plays out for either one of them. Oops. If McCollum was going to try and reel him in, he did just that. Joe Standard was 002 off the line, then slows up to a 721. Problems for Joe getting down the racetrack. 684, dead on 5 by McCollum. His reaction time, though, started with a 1, and that generally does not get you advancing to the next round. But for Joe Standard that time, that 002 light went for naught as the car would not make its performance last for 1,320 feet. Doug Crumlich up next, the number 3 in the world campaigner last year for Mickey Thompson Tires, and yet another early model Corvette. Power plant, Sunset race engine, 664 cubic inch combo. And now we need Super Comp. Round number 3 to the lanes, please. Super Comp. Round number 3 needs you to the lanes. Ted Kellner alongside of him, the San Jose based Pontiac Firebird on the right-hand side. Kellner on a 706. The bird goes first. Here comes Crumlich. Ooh, baby. This one's going to be fun. Going to be Crumlich getting the win. Runs dead on 3 on his 690 dial. They were pretty much dead even out of the gate. Small advantage went to Kellner. Kellner, unfortunately, down at the other end of the racetrack, a little quick by 3 thousandths of a second. He punched his own ticket out here in round number 2. Super Comp, round number 3. Need your lanes, please. Super Comp, round number 3. Need you to the staging lanes, please. Your rating Division 6 champ, Sean Herbst. Out of Washington, the Allison Farms Firebird there on the left-hand side, taking on Craig Blaisdell. Blaisdell for C's Candies, Newmark, the new Camaro-bodied machine. Over here on the right-hand side, Blaisdell dialed in 694 in that bright reddish-orange combination. Herbst on a 709 dial there on the left-hand side. Super Street round 3, Stock round 3, and now Super Comp round number 3. Needs you to the lanes, please. Blaisdell popping the chute early down there at the other end, 693. Breaking out by 5 at 198, 708 by Sean. He breaks out by 10 thousandths of a second. So the Division 6 champs day is done. Blaisdell moves on. He'll be back for round number 3. That'll come up here in just a little bit. Shane Molinari's Battleground Washington-based run, the S&T truck repair entry. Taking on Joe Meloff. Meloff at Maple Ridge, British Columbia, the Meloff Excavating. Pontiac over on the right-hand side, $699 for Joe. Shane Molinari there in the Toyota lane. The beautiful 68 Le Mans bodied entry on a 723 dial for him. We see our third round participants in Super Street begin to make their march out of the lanes and up to the ready line. Tells me we're just about to put round number 2 of our top sportsman competition into the record books. Again, stock round 3, super comp round 3. Need you to lanes, please. Stock round 3, super comp round 3. Need you to the lanes, please. Joe's in, Shane's in, waiting on both of them to light the stage beam now. Shane's waiting on Joe. Joe's waiting on Shane. Joe's in. Shane's in. Here we go. Molinari off and running. Meloff trying to give chase. Over here on the right-hand side, gets it done. 698.5. He's under by 5,000. Closer to the dial, gets the win. 717 on a 723. Molinari's Pontiac picked up a bunch that time. Under by a lot, and that's not good. So Meloff gets the win. He gets to come back and play at least one more round. Dan Borg and Paul Gladden. Gladden reeling in his Mustang. Runner out of Tracy, California. Really got to enjoy the graphics on the side of both Gladden's top dragster and top sportsman machine. Salute to the armed services. Runner out of Gladden Equipment down in Tracy. Gladden on a 697, going to go first. Dan Borg's going to be right behind him, though, on a 686 dial. Couple of pound difference between them leaving the starting line. How about Borg getting the win? 688 on a 686. 7 flat by Paul Gladden on a 697 dial. 195 miles an hour by Paul, 197 by Dan, 17 thousandths of a second. Between the two of them down at the other end of the racetrack is Marty Castagno and Carl Hagen. Going to round up session number 2, round number 2. Of our top sportsman competition, the RacingRVs.com National Championship points chase. Tip of the cap to Joe and his wife Patty back in the Heartland, sponsoring our top sportsman and top dragster category with the RacingRVs.com National Championship chase. Hagen on a 754, Castagno on a 713. Carl goes red. Saw that first hit of yellow and was off like a rocket. Castagno says, woohoo. Here we go, 7:15 at 191. So Marty gets to come back and play round number 3. Carl's day is done. He can start working on, counting on, planning on race day eliminations tomorrow.
With customer service and technical support second to none, FTI Performance Converters and Transmission give you the winning edge. Just ask any of our customers, like 2014 IHRA Top Dragster World Champion Kevin Brannon, or the 2014 IHRA Super Rod World Champion Mike Ruff. We are real racers with real experience. Call us today at toll-free at 866-726-8358, or visit us on the web at www.ftiperformance.com.
Ultronics, the leader in performance electronics. Racers know and depend on their state-of-the-art systems every day. Perform Air Pro and Perform Air Eclipse are the racing industry standard high-tech, easy-to-use weather systems. Power-Light lithium batteries, the super powerful lightweight energy source for your machine. And the Data Quest Power Quest, the most innovative data recorders and touchscreen switch panels you can find. Check out ultronicsinc.com for these products and more. Ultronics, the choice of champions.
Well, we wrapped up round number 2 of our top sportsman category. Had a little bit of cleanup down on the top end of the racetrack. Looked like we had an errant part down there we had to go retrieve. Andrew Olson and Justin Cooper come rolling in. Rick Carlson comes in and sits down. I suppose you want to do Super Street.
Uh-oh. Of course.
Okay.
You've got to get something else to drink, something cold to drink. You've been up here for a while, and that bottle is just about empty. Coca-Cola is almost gone. At least it's not on the floor. Here we go. Andrew, Justin, and 1090, the target number, both racers.
Going to have to find some mouthwash before this day is over with, and everybody out there that knows me knows what kind of mouthwash I'm talking about.
With ice, please. That terminology works so much better up here. Camaro's Chevelle. And it will be a double breakout. Justin Cooper, his Chevelle, the champion. We looked at it. That's got a little propane when you look at it right in front of you. But he's under by 3/10. Under by 4 was Andrew Olson. So the win goes to the Chevelle. Now it's Scott Brown, his Nova from San Ramon. Small block, James Ernest. The El Camino, another small block from Vacaville. There are very few times that you see in any of the super categories side-by-side small blocks or a wheel stand like Ernest. Put that El Camino up in the air. Double breakout, you've heard that before. Ernest, the El Camino, under by 3 hun, is your winner, as Scott Brown and the Nova went under by 4 hun. I think the last pairing was under by 4 or 5. This by 3 or 4. If we continue on that, this should be under by 2 or 3. Gordon Bovin from Boise in the Barracuda, O'Reilly Lane. Toyota left side, Fred Murphy from Fountain Valley, the Vega wagon. Looks looking for a Vega wagon. Those Camback Vega wagons to make into a streetcar. If you know anyone that has a possibility, let him know. This time it is Murphy in the Vega. Goes 1092, 128. Gordon Bovin breaks out, but that's how he had to try and get there first, because he was late leaving the line, and that is unusual for Bovin in the Barracuda from Boise. Dennis Paz from Stockton. The Paz Performance Willys, former division champ, is now up against Dave Kiesel. Racing dirty. That's what they say about the Vega from Arizona. Guess what? Another couple of small blocks paired this time. Kiesel or Paz? Flashing lights on the top of the scoreboard. 1092 for Dennis Paz. And the Willys pickup, 1092 at 124. 1092 with a 0, Dave Kiesel. 1092 with an 8 and 131. So, by 8 down, your winner is Dennis Paz. Chris Cannon from Both Hill, Washington, the 69 Black Nova, and Alan Macom from Everett, Washington, the boat captain in his 67 model Nova. Believe me, these are not small blocks under the hood of both these racers. Taking their time. As I see stock eliminator coming around, they should all be there. Right behind them should be all of Supercom for here in round number 3. Chris Cannon, 1090 on a 1090 for the 69 Nova left side. As Macom in the 67 Nova. Too quick. One's 1087, under by a couple, and they were only 2 thou apart leaving the line. Larry Scarth, his Studebaker from Hawthorne, Zeke's Automotive. The mythical place, John Bycroft from Phoenix. The Hetler's Racing Heads, Dart. We have good numbers here. And John Bycroft, the Mopar, that Dodge Dart in O'Reilly Lane, 1092 at 134. Larry Scarth, 4 thousandths too quick. He was 002. Bycroft was 13. Larry took the stripe, but more than he needed to. Chris Bracey, Vallejo Coin Exchange, Quartertech Electronics. And she is paired with Mark Simonian. Simonian, his Firebird. The ET final several years ago, he had an accident. The last race before that, they put it together, called it together, and he won. This time, Chris Bracey takes the win. Her 1096 beats Mark's 1091. Chris 006, Mark 008. Margin of victory for Chris Bracey, 15 ten-thousandths of a second. Attention in the pits, Superstock. Superstock, you can make your way to the staging lane. Superstock round number 3, to the lanes, please. Steve Wellman, his green Nova turned on a red light, so Gary Erickson in the Stark Street Pizza Ford Probe was your winner. He'll go 1088 at 140. Wellman after the red light, 1087 at 132. That will wrap up round number 3 of Super Street. Now stock eliminators out there. Super Stock, on your way to the lanes for pairings, please. Super Stock, round number 3. On your way to the lanes for pairing, please. Doing a little work around the starting line, putting on a little sunscreen, trying to figure out which way it's going to blow because the wind's blowing. Ryan Mangus, Norm Weber here in round number 3 of Stock Eliminator. Ryan, number 9 on the window, along with E-Stock Automatic. That Camaro dialing it at 1082 in the Toyota lane. Norm Weber, C-Stock Automatic, 72 bright red Corvette from Puyallup. It's another fun town name to say. Listening to Stevie Wong say it is even more fun. Whoa, red car, red light. Ryan Mangus takes the win in the Camaro. He dialed 1082 and he goes a 1083, 120. Norm Weber 1050 on overall, also 120, except for that red light. Pesky light got in the way. Justin Lamb, back to shootout D. Redback Mosier and A1 Performance Camaro, 979 in the left lane. Right side, John Gray from Vacaville. He used to live in Sassoon, now lives in Vacaville. F Automatic, 72 Demon 340. Demon, you look at the tail lights and you can... And again, Super Stock, make your way to the lanes, please. Super Stock to the lanes, please. John Gray out there. Here comes Justin Lamb in that Copo Camaro. And Justin doesn't catch him, but John Gray breaking out 11:04 under by 400, 979 on a 979 for Justin Lamb. You want a fun race? How about Derek Elam? W Stock Automatic Ford Pinto Wagon, 1663 dial in. Karen Comstock Factory Shootout A, Lucas Oil HCR, and K&N 2014 Mustang dialed at 889. That Pinto wagon is, see that cone way out in the middle of the racetrack? No, not that one, the one farther down. That wagon is going to be just about there before Karen Comstock would leave. And oh, come on, Terry. I've got it set up. You didn't need to turn on the red light. Well, let's see if Karen's going to catch him. It's a long way to go. She's already got the flashing wind light. She goes there at 886, 150 miles an hour. 1656 at 78 for Derek after the red light. That was set up to be a really fun race. We never told Derek not to do that. He was close, but 003 red just 3,000s. Amazing, both running under their number. Now Jeff Jerome, looking 63 Savoy from Southwest Processors in Los Angeles, 1018. Mark Kirby, Wicked Stitches to his 73 Duster from Bakersfield at 1085 dial in F Automatic. Well, that's about a tie for the wheel stand contest. Now let's see who can get to the other end with a win light. Duster, Savoy. It's the Duster. Mark Kirby, 1089 at 113. 007 reaction time. Nice run for the Wicked Stitches machine. Jeff Jerome, 1020 at 84 light, 129. Again, Super Stock, make your way to the lanes. Cal Method, Cal H Automatic, up to 327 in the Nova as a 68 this time, dialing at 1144, paired with Earl Flommer, his AAR 70 Plymouth Barracuda, that turned on a red light. Lime green Barracuda is done. Cal Method with that Nova that we've seen for years takes the win, 1141 at 112. Farmer, 1079 at 120. Both cars capable of running numbers under. Chris Hall, B Automatic. Watch the wheel stand from that green Camaro. That's 70 Camaro. And Darren Grossi in his B-Stock Automatic, 64 Fury, 426. This is a heads-up race. If we get green lights, whoever gets to the other end first is your winner. So Chevy and Plymouth, and a heads-up matchup here in round number 3 in B Baker Stock Automatic. Whoop. So much for that. Chris did not go up to his normal wheel stand. Turned on a red light. Darren Grossi's going to turn on a win light. Grossi, 1053 at 111 miles an hour. And Chris Hall just coasting down the race course, knowing that he's going to have to go to the trailer. The rest of the afternoon is free for him, and they'll get ready for tomorrow. Hopefully. Nothing hurt in the car, but there's a little bit of mop work going on. John Roderick and Jerry Stein will be paired next. Roderick in the Camaro from Thousand Oaks, 350. Dial at 1109. Jerry Stein, C Automatic from Brentwood. And the Logie Stein Racing Goodyear Tire Dart with a 440 under the hood. A little more than a bulb head start to that Chevy. Roderick is out there at Stein. I don't know if he's making up enough ground. No, he did not. 11:28 for Roderick at 104. 11:14 for Stein at 121. Stein well off the number. It looked like he went up. Then when he came down, it was kind of hard. Unloaded the tires. Justin Jerome from Fullerton. Southwest Processors. His Duster will dial at 1088, and Jody Lang from Puyallup, I got to say it again. Number 10 in the world last year in L Stock Automatic. 305 for power for that Malibu wagon. Jody rolling, and here comes Justin. Can the Plymouth catch the Chevy? Not. 1195 for Jody, a hunt over 108. 1189, a hunt over 119 for Jerome. So we look back at the little numbers. 16 for Jody and 41 for Justin. That's how you win. Larry Gilly from Hillmar, Gilly Racing, black, dart, 1089, and Doug Holder from San Dimas. That multiple colored 69 Camaro, 350. And you say, well, how do you get that 350 down that far? Well, you take off the Quadrajet and you put two barrel back on it. He's down at 1177. Larry Gilly learned a lot of his racing right here in Sonoma. And he is able to get the win as Doug Holder breaks out. 1176 with a 5.52. Thou too quick for Holder. 1091 for Larry Gilly at 113. That's round number 3 of Stock Eliminator. Super Compound next. Super Stock will follow those, folks. And Super Stock should be paired and rolling forward at this time. And I look over there and see most of them. Mark Potts, when the ladder comes, he said, you run by yourself this time. And he says, okie dokie, I'll do that. Potts Racing, big block. Quay Dragster. He'll run by himself, and following that, we'll have pairs. 890, the target number here in this heads-up category. Potts okay on the line, then goes 8.90 with an 8 and 169. Ran the number. Now he's going to have to work on the starting line. When there's nobody over there, you don't really care. You just need to get off at a decent clip. And he did. Nick Cobb, left side. Randy Beck, the defending D6 champion from Tacoma, Beck Dragster, Justice Brothers. Nick Cobb from Murrieta, Mickey Thompson Tires and Race Pack. See some of these cars out here, and we'll use this comparison. Randy Beck, low scoop, just looks like a mild car. Then you can look over at Nick Cobb, and he's got the big, tall scoop on it, and the wing behind him. And all that doesn't matter when you're out here running 890s. Double breakout, Nick Cobb, 891. under by 100. Randy Beck under by 200, double breakout, and Nick Cobb's the winner. Final call, tension in the pits, final call, Superstock. Superstock, your final call, you need to be on your way, if not already in the lanes. And first call, Supergas. Supergas, make your way to the lanes, please. Superstock should be pulled up and paired. Justin Morgan, Russ Stevenson, Morgan from Concord, K&N Redline Oil, DeNova. Holmes, Stevenson, South Jordan, Utah. Justin Morgan, I think, most all day today and most of the weekend has stayed in that Toyota lane, and Russ Stevenson has been in the O'Reilly lane. They'll continue as such. It's interesting. Some racers are able to run in both lanes because there are minor differences in each lane. Russ Stevenson gets the win. Justin Morgan went red. Russ goes 889.1, gives himself a little room to work at 177 and 886 for Justin Morgan. Now he can work on tomorrow's race when qualifying. Time runs for that. Bill Weber from Kingman, Toyota lane, and Travis Richardson, O'Reilly lane from Costaic. Both 565 cubic inches of a variation of a big block Chevrolet behind them. Still that good breeze cross from left to right. A little bit of a quartering toward the finish line. Bill Weber keeps racing. 892 at 171. Travis Richardson, he's out by that one stinking thousandth of a second. Supergas, make your way to the lanes. We got Superstock rolling up. Supergas over hill, over dell, and to the staging lanes. Out of your direction, go ahead and move that way now. They are ready for you. Much of the field already there. We can see them parked at angles, waiting for their pairs. We need the remainder of you. Cody Weber, one of Bill's sons, is now up in that same lane. Kingman, Arizona, student. Help from Sherway Engine Machine. And Katie Reyes in the O'Reilly right side. Human Resources VP, Vice President. Well, we don't have all 565s this time. Cody has a 555. Chevy. Wow. Cody Weber takes the win with an 898 at 151 miles an hour. He had a 17 light. Right side, 8908, but the reaction time started with a straight number. Runs the number on the track, but not able to get off in time. Paige Lundeen, Utah nurse, Diversified Design Services in the Toyota lane, and Trey Vetter, Matco Tools Goodyear car from Henderson. They held the racers up for a bit as one of the XD racers was kind of hung out on the track. Then they started and rolled forward. Page, left side. Trey, right side. First bowl lit. Going to the second. It'll be Paige Lundeen, 8900, 890, dead on at 161, a 31 light. Trey Vetter, 23 light, a little bit better, but breaks out too quick by 6 thou, 889 with the 466 miles an hour. Tanner Hyatt, Ryan Deostato, Tanner, left side. A&K Earth Movers car, and Ryan, right side. It's a good thing he's in this car because it says Diosdado Racing on the side. Ryan missed by a thou. That means it showed a red light, wind light, Tanner Hyatt's lane. Tanner goes 903 at 147, 890 for Ryan. Well, if the light would have been green, he could subtract that one from the other end and it would have been the 3000s package, but we aren't allowed to do that. Greg Boutte and Mike Hyatt now. Tanner just ran, and now here's Dad, Mike Hyatt, A&K Earth Movers, and Fallon, the builders of Top Gun Raceway Park in Fallon. We made many stops there and always had a good time. In the Toyota lane, Greg Boutte, FTI Hoosier, and K&N Dragster. Who can race up there? It will be Mike Hyatt. They're a thou apart leaving the line. Hyatt, 891 with a 9, 892 with a 6 for Boutte. That's a 6,000th win for Mike Hyatt. Oh, I hear that Timid Tiger car, supercharged car, Super Comp. Easy to tell the difference when they fire. Julianne Meloff from Maple Ridge, BC, left side. Zach Mazier from Escondido, CA, in the right lane. Super Gas, I sure hope you're arriving back there because Superstock's coming around the corner and coming out at us very shortly. They're already rolling forward. So if you're worrying about not having any staging lanes, don't worry about it. There's room. Julianne and Zach, it will be Zach Mazier. His 892 with a 9 took out Julianne's 892 with a 7. Zach was 19, Julianne a 32. Interesting pairing. Val Torres, multiple time top 10 racer. I believe he was a national champion. Super Comp, Super Gas, multiple event wins. Traditional, carbureted, big block Chevrolet. And he is racing against Michael Lynn Rowley, the Timid Tiger, supercharged Chevrolet. Michael Lynn, in other words, a red light. So she can go ahead and let it rip at the other end. The race is already over and Gabe wins it. He goes 888 at 182. She goes 894 at 203 miles an hour. Justin Cooper paired with Thomas Bear. Justin Cooper, 62 on the scoop. Runner-up in the division last year, and Thomas Bear with the drag racing school. So we'll see if Justin Cooper, how he can work with the drag racing instructor, Tom Bear. Well, at least we're finally staged. Well, pre-staged, and we thought they might bump straight in. Well, they're in. Justin and Tom. Tom and Justin, and it will be Justin Cooper in a double breakout. He was 007 to start things off, then goes 888 with a 1. Tom Bear, 21, then he goes 887 with a 7. 4 thousandths of a second further breakout for Bear. So Cooper, closer to that index, your winner. Chris Cannon, Tanner Theobald. Chris Cannon driving the Corvette. I think the lone short wheelbase car remaining. Tanner Theobald in the dragster. We're going to make it all dragsters, or we're going to keep that Corvette in the program?
Oh, we're going to keep.
There's the Corvette. Tanner Theobald going to knock Chris out. Can Chris keep that last Corvette alive? He does. 897 at 157. Tanner Theobald, 889, too quick, breaks out, but 4th thou. They're only 5 thou apart leaving the line. Hey, by the way, racers, if you plan on racing the next event starting tomorrow and you still have that tech card in your possession, you're in trouble. You need to get it up here in the tower. Anybody that's racing tomorrow and has not turned their tech card into the timing tower, get it up here. Before we're done with eliminations, we need them here in the timing tower. I'll go ahead. I've got the microphone. Attention in the pits. Top dragster, competition eliminator, and motorcycle, make your way to the lanes, please. Top dragster, competition eliminator, and sportsman motorcycle. Head to the lanes. Tom Perugia with the single, factory Superstock F Camaro, 934 on a 934 at 142. He's thinking, I'd like to do that in the next round. How did I hit that dialing? Mike Graham, Wayne Taylor, GT cars, GTL automatic, 2000 Mustang with a 460 under the hood, didn't come in there. It's from an earlier model, bigger body style. He's from Tempe down to 1024 and Wayne Taylor. That 99 Sebring, you can get them with 4 cylinders, you can get them with 6 cylinders. You couldn't get them with a 318 though. That's why they fit in the GT category. Taylor GTM automatic. He's dialed at 1052. Half a bulb head start to Wayne Taylor in the Mopar. Mike Graham kind of huffing and puffing down there. The car is anyway. But Wayne Taylor 006 light gets him on a 1053, a hunt over 16 thousandths package. 1026 for Mike Graham. He had no room when you had a 22 light to get inside a 16 thousandths package. Thomas Marlowe. His 68 Camaro, Blue Chip Motorsports GTJ automatic. It's a 68 Camaro with a 327. As I said last round, has to be a different year model or a different horsepower, so they've got a different carburetor on it, making it a GT car. Caitlin, he's dialed at 1043. Caitlin Setters, the GTF automatic, Pontiac G5, also Chevy 327, dialed at 937. A little over a second head start. 2 bulbs plus goes to the Camaro. And Caitlin gets to play catch up. Thomas Marlowe, the Camaro, turned on a red light, so it doesn't matter if Caitlin catches him, because Caitlin has a win. She'll go 936 with a 1 at 138. She's a few thou under to 940. 300 under was Marlowe after the red light. Len Schneider, GTK automatic, the 84 Thunderbird with the 351 power plant. I believe it's a Cleveland. Down at 999, Tommy Gaynor, his Cobalt with Chevy under the hood, GTI automatic. Tommy Gaynor used to be a company that had a group of hot rod shops around the company called Super Shops. Tommy worked up in the Washington area. Was one of the guys that flew around and did radio spots for him and spent time up in the Bay Area. Absolutely loved it. So Tommy is gone now as Len Schneider picks up another win in his Thunderbird, 10 flat at 130. Tommy goes 984 at 130. And the margin of victory is 18 ten-thousandths of a second. Len was really late and was able to get around Tommy. Tommy kind of said, go ahead and take it. And Len said, thank you, and I'll take the flashing light, too. Randy Logie and Jimmy DeFrank. Randy Logie leaves first with 1047 for his Superstock K Automatic. 72 Demon with one of those 340s that came in it. Well, Jimmy DeFrank and his Cobalt, California Car Company and K&N, 322 cubic inches of Chevrolet, that modified stocker. Jimmy DeFrank, 878. He was 007 at this end, goes 878, 145. Is your winner, Logie. 1051, 400 over, and he was a little bit later than Jimmy's 007. Reminder again, we've called Top Dragster, Competition Eliminator, and Sportsman Motorcycles to the lanes. If you haven't made your way that direction, please do so. Tim Hall and Lindy Limholm. Tim Hall, another one of those A-body Mopars, this time with a 360. He has a 1025 dial, and he gets the win as Lindy Lindholm. And that Copo Camaro turned on the red lights. Tim on the 1025 goes 1024, 127. Lindy Lindholm, 942. Couple hunt under his dial, but the red light made that a non-factor. Kyle Rizzoli, Super C Automatic, 427 Camaro, Why Not Racing, 954 dial. And in the O'Reilly lane, you'll find that black 65 Belvedere of Mark Madison, 426 Hemi. He is dialed at 946. Now the Hemi should pull the tires up into a nice wheel stand. Rizzoli sometimes picks them up just a little bit. Oh, they picked them both up. Good wheel stand. By the way, Kyle Rizzoli came after a 003 red. Mark Madison had a 003 green. Mark Madison has the win. He goes 948 at 139. Rizzoli 968 at 118 as he led off at about 1,000 foot. Jody Lang, GTO automatic, 327 Chevy under the hood of his 81 Malibu, 1085 the dial. Jerry Jenkins, Superstock A Hemi, Barracuda with the Hemi, 881. So we have a 2+ second head start. Let's get these words in the right order. Settle down over there. Look. I'm going to take them out and reset them and put them back in here in just a minute. And it will be Jerry Jenkins, identical reaction times. The Hemi car, 884 at 137, 1084 at 9. A breakout for Jody at 121. Did the Hemi car actually dump an air? So Jody, go ahead and take it. Jody broke out. And I kind of giggled because we don't see that with Hemi cars a lot.
You don't see Hemi cars.
So that wraps up that round of Superstock, and we're going to go to Super Gas. And Bob's got to get his tally sheet turned around. And I just assume you do these because my door cars are doing really well with you announcing them. Don't let it change this time.
But we're tied. What do you mean they're doing really well?
Well, there were 3 times as many roadsters as door cars when we started.
Yeah, but that doesn't matter about what we started. It's what we end with.
Okay.
Okay?
All right.
All right. Let's get things right here. I mean, come on. Great googly moogly.
Go ahead and go door cars. I've got lots of friends that are still in, and it is not an indication of friendship. I'm after the big bucks that we get when this wager's over.
I know.
And I'm trusting enough that I had to ask my wife if I could have enough money to pay off when we get done.
Yeah, I mean, it's all of the amount it would take to buy a drink of the choice of your size, whatever size you want.
You want me to go get the tooth glue and we'll both use them?
Yeah, go get the towel grip. I need it. Buy a drink of whatever size you want at that place that has golden arches.
It's more than my allowance is.
Well, you need to talk to your allowance person then.
Yeah.
My allowance is bigger than that.
Hey y'all, Emily Volkman here from Service Department Solutions to talk to you automotive dealership principals, service, and parts managers. Service Department Solutions is an automotive consulting group who can help you maximize your service and parts operations and your bottom line. We will submit a factory warranty request to your OEM for reimbursement of labor and parts markup according to your individual state statutes. We've dealt with all manufacturers and know how they will treat you. No dealership is too big or small. We handle them all. Maybe your guys need a little extra training and some new processes implemented. We've got them and can provide that extra push to help your winning team. Stop by the trailer and see us. Visit our website or call 412-651-2356. We're here for you 24/7.
Racing is a risky sport. Don't take risks with your racing operation. On or off the track, protection from LODRS Motorsports Insurance is not a risk. Get your quote today at LODRS Motorsports Insurance.
Ultronics, the leader in performance electronics. Racers know and depend on their state-of-the-art systems every day. Perform Air Pro and Perform Air Eclipse are the racing industry standard high-tech, easy-to-use weather systems. Power-Light lithium batteries, the super powerful lightweight energy source for your machine. And the Data Quest Power Quest, the most innovative data recorders and touchscreen switch panels you can find. Check out ultronicsinc.com for these products and more. Ultronics, the choice of champions.
Speaking of roadsters, Rick's got the door cars. Round number 3. Going to whittle this field down in half one more time. Top dragster. Comp eliminator. Sportsman motorcycle. You should all be making your way to the lanes if you're not there yet, because here comes Lloyd Coker and Ron McKenzie, and we're going to dash through this round of super gas at a fairly rapid rate because there's like 23 cars left. See, 23 cars divided by 2, that means 12 pair, 11 pair, and an extra? Yeah, something like that. So that won't take long. McKenzie up for the Roadster gang on the right. Coker up for the door car gang on the left. Is it going to be Rick's door cars or is it going to be Bob's Roadsters? It's going to be Bob's Roadsters getting the win. Yay for us. 994.7 at 160. Beats a 994.0 by Coker by 15 thousandths of a second. Pete Both up in his Porsche for Rick's door car guys. Boo. Steve Parsons up in the Roadster guys for Bob. Yay. Parsons. Easy now.
I was going to say Petey Boat and the Porsche.
Petey Both and the Porsche.
Porsche.
You got to keep all the Porsche guys happy because it's got a big block Chevy in it.
Because we've got a lot of the road race guys that pay attention.
That's true. And there's some over there in the shops working right now. Pete and his Porsche out running, out in front. Breakout by Pete, 988.6, and another one for the Roadster guys for Bob, 991 at 169. Yay! I tell you what, I've got a spiff for the Roadster guy that wins Super Gas. I've got an extra. I've got an extra bonus award. It's an Alan Reinhardt type award. A brand new, fresh, crisp
$2 bill.
$2 bill. That's right. For the winner in Super Gas, if it's a Roadster. If it's a door car guy, he only gets $1.
If it's a door guy, I'll give him $2 in ones if I can get my allowance advance.
Ken Mostowich and Ted Seipels, the Roadster guys go up 3-0 right now. Of course, we're running each other, and that doesn't help matters any. 9903 by Ted at 129 miles an hour. 993 by Mostowich. They were dead even out of the gate. 160 miles an hour for Kenny, 130 miles an hour for Ted. As those cars just go ripping by down at the other end of the racetrack. And Greg Martin's door car comes in next. Rich Givens and his Falcon going to be hanging on for the state of California and all the Roadster guys. Falcon up on the left-hand side. We're about to go 4-0 on the door cars. Here we go. Greg Martin working his way down the racetrack. The Lumina taking on the Falcon. It's going to be the door car guys. Greg Martin got around 9907. Oh, look at Rich Givens, 989.9. Breaking out by 1,000 down at the other end of the racetrack. Okay, so it's 3-1. All right, Damon Bustamante should be taking on Tom Lindemann. Lindemann's got one of those door car Corvettes, and he's got problems. So Bustamante's going to make it 4-1 Roadsters versus door cars.
I'm comfortable.
You're
guys in the door cars.
Yeah, because
as long as they don't have to run each
slug
other.
of door cars coming up.
That means if they all come up together, then my numbers start being depleted.
Yeah, well, your numbers are going to be depleted here in the next session, or in the next pair.
No, I just looked at it. My wife is watching on dragracer.tv and said I can't have an advance on my allowance.
994 to 161, Bustamante goes cruising through.
That's okay. I can do it tomorrow. Get the advance for next week.
You live on the edge, Rick. You live on the edge. What can I say? David Ruff and Mike Boner as we continue on. Door car guy's going to get this one, so it's 4-2. But then the Roadster guys are going to get the next one, so it's now 5-2. I'm looking good. I'm looking good. Like I said, got that special, brand new, fresh, crisp, uncirculated $2 bill for the Roadster driver that wins today. Just because. Motor on the right, Ruff on the left. Top Sportsman needs you to lanes now, please. Top Sportsman to the lanes as Mike gets the win. 989 at 162. David Ruff goes 988 at 156. Rick just got a message from his wife. She says, I told you to take more money. She obviously knows how well you bet, huh?
Reinhardt told her.
Steve Schmidt and Mike Wibleshauser. Oh, here we go. 5-2. Ding, 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 ding. Oh, Schmidt on the left. Told you to take more money. She knows you well. After how many years? Just 10? Oh, and Mikey goes red. But that's all right. Schmidt gets the win for the Roadster guys because it was 2 Roadsters. Wibleshauser red by 1,000th of a second. 989, 157 by Schmidt, 985 by Wibleshauser after that one foul red light start. Now we got a Roadster door car matchup. This is where it starts getting real serious. Joe Galati's door car there on the left. Rick Cates here on the right. You could mount a hard charge here at the end of Supergas, Rick. I'm telling you. But like your wife said, I told you to bring more money. Yeah, it's crazy. Hey, at least your wife listens to the races. I could sit here all day and talk about mine, and she'd never know it. Kate's on the right, runner out of Texas. Wheeling his Corvette Roadster. Galati's first generation Chevy 2. Waiting for Joe. Joe's in. Red light start by Kate's. The door car guys pick up another one. It's now 5-3. The battle's closer. Kate's goes red by a thousandth of a second. Then runs 9.905 at 166. Galati, though, gets the win with a 9.907 at 145 miles an hour. It's Lorene Rogers and the little Opie Enterprises. Grand Prix takes on Daryl Mitchell's Mitchell Motorsports. Cavalier Roadster here in the right lane. I really need for Daryl to win this because we got 3 door cars left behind. So that means you're automatically going to pick up 2. We could go to the next round, tie it again. I need the Roadster guys. Come on. You got that high dollar spiff out in front of you, that carrot dangling on a stick. Brand new, crisp, uncirculated $2 bill. I mean, what more can there be? Oh, and the door car guys, or gals, get the win. Lorene scores one for the door cars, 992 at 166. Mitchell goes 988 at 161 miles an hour, and they were dead even out of the gate. Okay, so that's 4 for the door cars. We've got Rick and Jerry Slayton, and that's door cars, and that's 5. And then you got 1 door car left, and that's 6, so it's now 6-5. Door car guys over the Roadster guys. I told you it's just going to be neck and neck all the way to the final. That's why I had to throw out that extra bonus. That $2 carrot there at the end of the race. Jerry Staten, right-hand side. Antioch Auto Supply, 96 Cavalier. Goes motoring through, 996 for a 6/10,000th of a second win down at the other end of the racetrack. 996 beats a 993. Can you say 001 whole shot victory? Jerry Staten can. Rick Beckstrom can. 6/10,000ths of a second. And Ross Childers, the guy who whooped all the Roadsters last night. Can Ross do it again tonight? He could. He could. He's doing good. That Ford is staying alive. Staying alive. Staying alive. No white suits, bell bottoms, especially the polyester shirts. Whew, I lived through that. 989 at 160 miles an hour. Childers moves on. Top Sportsman, need you in lanes, please. Top Sportsman. Super Street and Stock, need you back to the lanes now, please. Super Street and Stock, need you to the staging lanes. Steve Will and Dan Naylor as we roll into our next round of our RacingRVs.com National Championship chase. In the top dragster category, Will on the left-hand side, 619 the dial. Danny Naylor on a 667. Will's going to give him a handicap start, and again, Super Street and Stock, round 4. Need you back to the lanes, please. Super, Street, and Stock. Round number 4 of those 2 classes need you to the lanes. Top Sportsman needs you to the lanes as well as Top Dragster comes rolling in. First pair, Will and Naylor. Handicap start, Naylor. Naylor's got the top bulb lit. Here comes Steve. Naylor lights the bottom and Will right behind him. There, off and running. Separated off the line by 6,000. Separated at the stripe by a whole bunch because Will goes 619. Dead on 5, 679 by Naylor. At 187 miles an hour. He's off by 20 on the other end of the racetrack and off his dial by a tenth and a half. So Steve Will moves on to our next round of top dragster competition. Phil Unruh and Eddie Olpen. Olpen right side, the funeral director. Big motored Chevrolet right side. Unruh with the twin turbocharged Gary Stinnett built power plant and a Racetech chassis car there on the left-hand side. Special metals machine out of McPherson, McPherson, Kansas. That's it. And our Industrial Electric Company, sponsor of our DragRacer.tv coverage this weekend, live from the Corbell, California Champaign doubleheader here at Sonoma. Unruh left side, open right. And open, looking like Paul Bunyan leaving the starting line. Goes 004, 675, dead on 8 for a 12 thousandths package and a win. Phil Unruh goes 621, 228 miles an hour. Open joins Steve Will. Now in the next round of eliminations. It's Michael N. Rowley? I'm going to get that right before the weekend's over with. If Rick Carlson has to beat me upside the head with a 2x4. Jeff Havens on the right-hand side, the delivery driver out of Yakima. I bet there are times he wishes his delivery truck was as quick as his race car. Left. Ooh, Michael Lynn looking like. Well, it was looking like she was going to get the win, but Havens comes back at the stripe to get the win by 15 ten-thousandths. For Jeffrey, 676 at 195 miles an hour, 664 for Rowley at 214. And again, top sportsman, super street, stock eliminator, need you to lanes, please. Top sportsman, super street, stock eliminator, needs you to the staging lanes, please. Has your wife decided to up your allowance yet? Harold's not here anymore. I miss Harold. John Freer, Dan Lafferty. I wonder if Harold's watching on DragRacer.tv. Well, Harold doing okay. That's the good news. Hope he's watching. We miss you. Lafferty right side, 647, rear left on a 675. Ooh, John. Ooh, little pump and smoke down there. Lafferty gets the win, 654. He was 16 on the tree. Freer was 16 on the tree as well, only .163 on the tree, where Lafferty was .016. John was late. I guess you could say the carpenter got hammered on the starting line. You could say that. In fact, I think I just did. Taylor Vetter taking on Mike Coughlin now. Mikey looking for 3 in a row. Well, actually, he's looking for 4 in a row, but first he's got to get to the 3 in a row mark. Coming off good wins at Indy. Joliet, Illinois. Indy is in Indianapolis, Indiana. Joliet is in just outside Chicago. Now here we are all the way over to the West Coast and Sonoma. After that wee puff of smoke down there at the other end of the racetrack, pausing for the cause for just a moment. Make sure everything's safe and secure down there on the other end of our O'Reilly lane. And again, Top Sportsman, round number 3. Super Street, round number 4. Super Comp, round number 4. Or excuse me, Stock, round number 4. Super Comp will get to you in a minute. But right now, Super Street and Stock, round number 4, needs you to the lanes, please. Come on down. We'll get you paired up, matched up, suited up, ready to go. Don't see any equipment rolling. Haven't heard any chatter in the background, so I'd say we're looking pretty good. Get the quad off the top end of the racetrack, and we'll get Taylor and Mikey fired back up. Continue on here in round number 3. Of our top dragster categories, the drivers chasing points. And at RacingRVs.com National Championship Chase. Mike Coughlin goes 0.05.19 on a 15 for the win by 13 thousandths at the stripe. Taylor Vetter, good light, just trailing all the way down the racetrack. Run 6:25 on a 22. Taylor was 24 on the reaction timers. Mikey just a little bit better than the Jigs machine. Tanner Theobald and Ryan Carlson. Coming up next, Super Street, you should be in the lanes, round number 4. Stock Eliminator, round number 4. Looks like our final pair in top dragster this time around is Comp. Getting ready to roll up. Carlson on the right-hand side, Theobald on the left. Theobald on a 688 dial, bumping in. Carlson's already in on a 618 dial. Putting an handicap start going to Tanner. Tanner trying to grab just a wee bit more, leaving the starting line. Got it done, gets the win, 687.4. Under by 6, 616.7 on a 618. Let's see, they'd be under by 13 thousandths for Carlson, so Tanner gets the win. That'll wrap up round number 3 of our top dragster field. Comp Eliminator coming out at us is Scott McClay and Ryan Warder. Semi-finals here in Comp Eliminator. Ryan Warder looking to go to the final round one more time. Coming off the win up at Mission, BC, just a few weeks back. McClay's C Econo dragster. Going to give him a small handicap start. Orders F Super Modified Camaro for Brow Bell Housing and Mickey Thompson Tires and the boys at K&N. Going to be off and running and out in front. McClay doing things with the C Econo dragster with a small Mopar combination. Little 304 cubic inch motor. off and running. Here comes Scott McClay. This is going to be fun. Pretty much dead even out of the gate. Your number 5, number 6 qualifier, and Scott McClay advances. 7:22 at 182 miles an hour. He was getting dangerously close to 60 under. 8:69 at 159 for Ryan Warder. But it's McClay getting the win. And it looks like Scott will be coming back to take on Tony Mandela in the finals of Comp Eliminator. And the Phil Mandela, Alpha Omega Swiss, a Supermod automatic entry. And our Sportsman motorcycles and Top Sportsman rolling in right behind. Again, Super Street and Stock Eliminator. Round number 4, you guys should be in the lane. Super Street and Stock. Need you to the lanes, please. Tony will run her down to about the 1,000-foot mark. Go click and coast. 8:55 at 115 miles an hour, and the finals are set. Cop Eliminator, Scott McClay, Tony Mandela. As we work our way towards the finals and all the rest of our categories, our Sportsman motorcycles. Getting ready to come up next. Back to tell you all about the bikes because, well, he's been telling you about the bikes all day long because, well, he knows more about the bikes.
I made AME drag bikes go out of business.
Yeah. Don't put that on your resume, Rick.
Okay.
All right, here we go. Rick Carlson and Sportsman Motorcycle.
Miles Howard, D6 champ, going to be in the left side. Miles, that Suzuki RF. 783 the dial, and Pete McClett, his boost from Garberville, multiple time D7 champ. Jordan McClett pats him on the back. I'm looking around. We still have some of those no-bar bikes. That means they've got a street-type treaded tire. Lean forward, but these are not those. These have slicks. They have wheelie bars. McClett leads, left first, but he left first by too much. He turned on the red light. Howard, your winner in the Toyota lane, left side, 787, 400 over, 163, 870 for McClett at 149. Eased off a bit on the top end. Saw that it was a lost cause after that red light, ran it out. Fun battle of racers that really race a lot in Las Vegas. It's going to be Rick Newport, his Matco Tools distributor from Bluffdale, Utah, but now races consistently in Las Vegas. GSXR, the Gixxer, dialing at 791, while in the O'Reilly lane, right side, Gary Oakes from Las Vegas, that K2 Kawasaki, an 868. Well, you see a wiggle or a wobble, just kind of watch the body. That moves the bike almost as much as the handlebars. They don't want to move that much. But you can see the wiggle and wobble, kind of the rear end sliding across the seat. Gary Oakes gets the win as Newport turned on a red light in that good-looking Suzuki Gixxer. And Gary Oakes, blue bike with the checkerboard back fender on it, is your winner. 869, a hunt over at 150, 791 right on the dial for Newport. Other than that red light. Cody Compton and Clayton Howie. Cody Compton dialing at 949 on his Busa from Vancouver, Washington. That's the Toyota left lane. O'Reilly right side, Clayton Howie, and the ZX14 876. And that's a no-bar bike, and Clayton is leaning way over, but he leaned too far and it went red. A red light, win goes to Cody Compton. Left side, 950, a hunt over that 949 dial in at 141 miles an hour. Howie, 877 after the red light. Hunt over, everybody going down the tracks well, but issues with leaving a little bit early. Completes this round of Sportsman Motorcycle. Now we go to Top Sportsman. Super Street and Stock Eliminator should be in the lanes for pairing. Super Street and Stock into the lanes for pairing, please. Big motors, tube chassis, fiberglass bodies. For the most part, we occasionally get those metal roof and fender rear quarters. Mike Ferder, K&N Special drag racer from Buckley, Washington. Ferd and his Grand Am dialing at 709, and he'll be chased by that Ford Fusion from Haxton, Colorado. Monty Green dialed at 689. Do their burnout, open the doors as they're backing up, trying to encourage the smoke to get sucked out those doors so they can see the tree and see the end of their track. And Monty Green purging the nitrous system. Mike Ferder trying to relocate. He says, I'm not in the tracks that I want to be, so I'll move over this way, and I should be good. Just about a half bulb head start is going to go to that Pontiac in the Toyota lane. Let's see who's going to get to the top bend first. It will be Monty Green, 690 with a 4. 100 miles an hour, 712, a 179 for Mike Ferder. Monty Green, 690 at 200 miles an hour. They were just 1,000th apart off the starting line. Monty Green with that advantage by the 1,000. Craig Blaisdell from Anderson. That red Seas Candy in Newmark 2014 Camaro. He's in the O'Reilly lane, 692 his dial, and Joe Meloff from Maple Ridge, BC, driving the GXP Pontiac, 698 left side. Blaisdell up there in his Camaro and the Pontiac, rolling forward. A little direction, because with the scoops and the angle of the front end and the height that the driver sits, you can't always be very comfortable about finding where those starting line beams are. So giving you a little help, getting you close, then you can roll from there. Super Street, Stock Eliminator. To the lanes if you're not already there, please. Get ready. Both stage. The lights blink down. They're rolling. Good and green. Both lanes. Win goes to the racer from BC, Canada. Joe Meloff in Toyota lane. 698 with the 6. 6th over 192. 694 for 7. 694 with the 7 for Craig Blaisdell. Well, he dialed the 692 and he's too far off the dial. And attention in the pits. Super Comp and Super Stock. Super Comp Eliminator, Super Stock Eliminator. Make your way to the lanes, please, to be paired. Super Comp and Super Stock. Doug Crumlick, his Corvette, and Randy Balo in the 68 Camaro. Randy Balo, California. Uncle Joe's Racing, Joe Benson. 715 his dial. Right side, left side, Crumlick from Irvine. The SRE Mickey Thompson Tires Corvette down at 689. Defending division champ gets the win as Balo turned on a red light by that one stinking 1,000th of a second again. Crumlick goes 693 on the 89, seeing he had the win at only 200 miles an hour, so he was down a couple miles an hour. Balo, 719 and 186. after the red light. Should have been Jeff Gillette and Marty Castano. Marty, the Utah racer, in his 57 Chevrolet, they're hooking it up to the golf cart, apparently braking, unable to start, right here in front of the timing tower. And so Jeff Gillette from Benicia, the Indigene Reserve GTO, run on the 687 dial-in, but he will run by himself. Barry and Darren and the gang say, okay, we'll take it. We don't like it. We'd rather be racing. And visiting with that group, you know they would rather race somebody, but they will take the bike because there's no other option. 7:35. Jeff leaves hard, takes it easy, then backs once he gets to just about 1,000 feet. 7:35 at 1:34. Matchups of this pair of 63 Corvettes. Steve Galileo from San Francisco. Red Corvette, left side. Chris McCallum, Grand Junction, Colorado. His 63, gray or black, trying to see as the sun shines and reflects through our windows. Steve Galileo dials at 692, a 632-inch motor. A little bit slower than Chris McCallum, 780 cubic inch, big block Chevy. Externally huge. 684 the dial for McCallum, 692. That is all of 0.08 of a second. It'll be noticeable as the tree blinks down, making sure everything is clear and dry and ready. So the two racers can pull up. They are the final pair. No, they're not. We look out here. We see Rich Okerman and I think Dan Borg. Well, as I turn around and look and get through the reflections, it is Dan. And that fire protection management. Monte Carlo. Burnouts by the two Corvettes. From San Francisco and one from Grand Junction. Backing up, staying in those tracks where it's supposed to be dry and stickiest, get those great big slicks. Make sure they're hooking to the track. We will watch them. Weather has turned out to be gorgeous. And as we rotate and the sun goes down, it will start getting quicker and faster. The alcohol sessions, I'm not sure, this one may be a bit better, but when we get to that final session, in about 8:15, it is going to be spectacular. And I think we heard that from others. But it will be a strong, strong session for alcohol dragsters and alcohol funny cars. It's going to be that racer from San Francisco in a red Corvette. Steve Galileo, 691, breaks out by 5 thou. Chris McCallum, 683 with a 3, breaks out by 7 thou. Steve Galileo, 16 at this end. Chris McCallum, well, was not that quick off the line. Richard Okerman, Hot Rod Performance Beretta, dialing at 707. Dan Borg. He has fire protection management, 99 Monte Carlo at a 685. Over 800 cubic inches powering board. Rich Okerman, this Beretta has been around a bit. It's a 1989 Beretta. This, I believe, and we talked about it, was originally the car that was in the Super Shops giveaway many, many years ago. I happened to be with them at that time, and I think I may have either one of the posters or what we might have. But Okerman doing everybody proud. We do have some former Super Shops employees I know racing now. Some have even showed up to work on the pit teams. Okerman, 707, going to lead first in that Beretta. Borg chasing into Monte Carlo. Nice race and the win to Dan Borg. 686, a Hunt over it from the Monte Carlo in the O'Reilly lane, 203 miles an hour. Rich Okerman down 707 but runs 705. Too quick, breaks out at 191 miles an hour. Win to the Monte Carlo. Now we go to Super Street. Justin Cooper, his 67 Chevelle. The Washington Racer in the Toyota lane. O'Reilly side, Dennis Paz, and that Willys. Paz Performance Center. Small block Chevy, big block under the hood of the Chevelle. Super Street running, stock is running. Super Comp and Super Stock should be making their way to the lanes. Super Comp and Super Stock. Let's add Super Gas to the list. Super Gas, you can make your way to the lanes. Super Gas, you can head to the lanes also. So we have Super Comp, Super Comps, Super Gas, and Super Stock, Super Stock. So there we go. Super Comp, Super Stock, and Super Gas, all to the lanes. Paz and Cooper, and it will be Justin Cooper. His 1092 with a 7 beats Dennis Paz, who has a 1092 with an 8. How different going down the racetrack, and the 6th champ, the Chevelle, is your winner. Fred Murphy, Fountain Valley, his Vega wagon, 1090 and 1090. That's the index we see on the scoreboard. Chris Cannon in the Nova. Just remember, Unc is looking for one of those Vega camback wagons. He wants to restore it, is basically it, because they were an absolute joy to drive. It was somewhat challenging at times. They had more power than they really needed for that chassis and that body.
I got an LS block, an LS engine sitting at home, needs a home.
Or you could put an LS in it and drop it in and make it a neat street rod. That'd be another thing to do. Fred Murphy gets the win. The Vega wagon, 1091 and 133. A little farther off is Chris Cannon, his 1093 at 154 miles an hour. Chris Bracey, our Camaro, #1 qualifier, paired with the Dart from Phoenix, Arizona, driven by John Bycroft. Bycroft took the win in Super Street at Fontana on the Club Speedway. Well, it isn't going to happen here as he turned on a red light. Chris Bracey, Vallejo Coin Exchange, Quartertech Electronics, has the win. Chris goes 1089.7 at 140. Bycroft, 1104 to 132. Not going to take home the money this time either. James Ernest, his El Camino, paired with Gary Erickson, driving the Ford Pro from Stark Street Pizza. All Ford versus all Chevy. El Camino with a little wheel stand again. It's going to be the Ford, going to be the Chevy. It is going to be James Ernest, 1095 at 117, 1101 for Erickson. Erickson backed off, let him take the stride. Problem was, Ernest had a 001 light and had the advantage all the way down the racetrack. Now we switch trees and categories, going to stock eliminator. John Roderick, his G automatic Camaro, 1109 down left side. Right side, Cal Method, his 68 Nova, 327 down to 1142. They are off and rolling, bouncing as they land after the wheelies. John Roderick, electrical engineer from Thousand Oaks, takes a win in his Camaro, 1112 at 114 miles an hour. Cal Method, 1150 at 112. Cal, better reaction time, but Roderick able to drive around top end. Remember, just because racers lose now, they don't go home. We've got another race starting tomorrow. Karen Comstock, Factory Shootout A from Fort Lauderdale, the Lucas Oil, K&N, Mustang, And Jody Lang, L Automatic, little 305 Chevy Malibu wagon down to 1196. 3+ second head start. There goes Jody, and here comes Blondie, Karen Comstock. Jody is way down there. Is Karen going to be able to close enough? Yes, she does. She gets around for the win. 890 at 143 miles an hour. 1204 for Jody Lang. Jody, better reaction time, and he starts to back off, but sitting there at 40+ mile an hour's difference. Final call, Super Comp. We're missing one Super Gas or one Super Stocker, and we need Super Gas there. Everybody get to the lanes in all those categories. Super Comp, Super Stock, Super Gas. Real easy. Everybody back to the lane. Super Comp, Super Stock, and Super Gas. Darren Grossi and Justin Lamb going down the track. The win to Justin Lamb. That 2018 Camaro, 986, 124. Darren Grossi, 1058. Better reaction time. Not running close to the number again. Ryan Mangus, his 70 Camaro, Ryan Mangus Hot Rod Interiors, E-Automatic. He's from Rialto, dialed at 1085. On Mark Kirby, O'Reilly's side, Wicked Stitches 2, the 73 Duster, F-Automatic, dialing at 1087. 200s apart if the creek comes down. As you're where you can see the Christmas tree, you won't even be able to notice it. That is very little difference. You can see the wheel stands, and you can see the red light by Ryan Mangus. Mark Kirby will win it. His Duster on a 1087 goes 1089 at 119. Mangus a hunt over his dial at 1086 at 119, not mattering as he went red. Larry Gilly with a laddered by this round from Hilmar. That black 69 Dart 340. The index is 1170, and that's all you really need to know, because once he stages, the win is his. So making all those calls again, Super Comp, Super Stock, Super Gas, everybody, all those categories to the lanes. Larry, 1088 at 119.
Time for some alcohol.
Cool. Larry Gilly, 1088. That's the area he's been running at 119. Uncle, what do you think we should call next? Okay, word came down. We need some alcohol. Top alcohol dragsters, make your way to the lanes, please. Top alcohol dragsters, make your way to the lanes. The condition you were in when you were talking to me, I think I'd better that I called him at that time.
Yes. Well, if you're going to give me the microphone, give me the cord to go with it, will you, Rick? I could do that. I could do that. Alcohol dragster, alcohol funny car needs you to the lanes, please. Alcohol dragster and alcohol funny car. I need you to the staging lanes, please. Super Gas, you should be in the lanes. Super Gas, you should be in the lanes. Super Stock, I believe you're in the lanes. Super Comp coming up. Mark Potts, Tanner Hyatt. As we get ready to continue on, working through race number 1, the Corbell California Champaign Lucas Oil Drag Racing Series event here at Sonoma Raceway. And glad to have everybody listening on board with DragRacer.tv. Potts on the left, Tanner on the right. Cody Weber, Nick making their way down track. Wind light's going to go. Wind light's going to go. Cody Weber's way. 891 at 168. Taking 18 thou stripe for the win. Cobb 894 at 170. As we continue on, Cobb's day is done. Cody gets to come back and play a little bit more, and a little bit more, and a little bit more. At least he hopes. Paige Lundeen and Russ Stevenson, our next pair of contestants. Stevenson on the right side. Paige obviously there and on the left. Through simple Vulcan logic, you can figure that out. Both drivers out of Utah. As the 890's up on the board, giving the drivers something to target practice for. See how well we can do. Alcohol Dragster, Alcohol Funny Car, need your lanes, please. Qualifier number 2. Alcohol Funny Car and Alcohol Dragster needs you to the staging lanes, please. Red light, start by Page. 9 thousandths of a second too quick out of the gate. Stevenson gets to come back and play. The journeyman lineman runs at 892 at 176 miles an hour. 889.4 for Page. As she marches down track in the Diversified Design Services entry. Billy Weber and Chris Cannon come rolling in next. Weber left side, Cannon right. The Corvette duking it out with all these dragsters. Cannon looking to see what he can do one more time. Heating and air conditioning contractor, Washington-based runner. Billy Weber's sure way out on machine entry there on the left-hand side. Weber goes 8.885. Cannon goes 8.894. Give the win to Chris Cannon. 167 miles an hour. 8.88 by Weber. A little bit too quick by 9 thousandths of a second down at the other end of the racetrack. Zach Mazier and Val Torres come rolling in next. Zach for Mazier and Lucas and FTI and Allegiance and, well, everybody else aboard that Mullis chassis ride. Torres up on the left-hand side, the contractor out of Alinda. His TNT chassis machine. Getting ready to take on Zach. little throttle whopping going on the big end. Zach Mazier's going to get the win. 893, 167. Taking 45 thou stripe for the W. Torres goes 897. Zach had 7 thousandths in his pocket when he left the starting line. Parlayed it into the win at the finish line as Justin Cooper and Mike Hyatt going to close out this session of Super Comp. Cooper there on the left. The T.W. Clark construction entry. Hyatt over here on the right, the A&K Earth Mover team. Interesting story about the Hyatts. Never really involved in drag racing till they built the track up in Fallon, and then they became involved, and it's like consumed them. And it's cool because they're good people. 897, 181 by Hyatt. 895 at $1.62 by Justin Cooper. Cooper gets the win at the stripe by 18 thousandths of a second. That'll put Super Comp into the record books. Tom Ferrugia, Len Schneider come rolling in now as we're dancing with round number 4 of our Super Stock field of competitors. Super Gas, you should be in the lanes right behind them. We'll keep our door car, roadster car battle going on. See if the roadster guys are enticed by my spiff of a brand new, fresh, crisp $2 bill to get the win by the roadster guys in Super Gas. But right now it's all Super Stock. Schneider on the right, Ferrugia on the left, handicap start. Going to go to the 351 Bird, the T-Bird. Green and gone, here comes Ferrugia. The Copo Camaro Factory Super Stock F entry, giving chase. Dead even out of the gate, but Ferrugia slows up considerably to a 10:53 at 130. 10:09, Schneider gets the win. The T-Bird moves on. Ferrugia's day is done. Tim Hall and Mark Madison coming in next. Madison Hall the 74 Dart out of Glendora Dodge. And Precision Cylinder Heads there on the left, and Madison, the Seaside, California-based contractor. Super Stock B automatic, classic 65 Mopar, and he's already a winner. Red light start by Hall's Dart. He goes red by 4 thousandths of a second. And a 960 lap by Madison as he shuts it off to 135 miles an hour. Saving parts, wear and tear, pieces, and a few buckaroonies to move on to the next round. Jimmy DeFrank and Caitlin Setters. Young lady gets the challenge of taking on the former national champion. Frank C modified in the left lane. 876 the dial, 936 for Caitlin. Over here on the right-hand side, the young lady out of Red Deer, Alberta. Coming down with the family op. See if Caitlin can crunch a number and put Jimmy D and the California Car Cover Company machine on the trailer. Caitlin's off and running. Jimmy's right alongside. This one's going to be fun. Who's going to do a better job at the stripe? It's going to be Jimmy D. 884 on the 876. Taking a stripe by 6 thousandths of a second. 944 by Caitlin. 137 miles an hour. She got down there, decided to let Jimmy have the stripe. Jimmy, being the gentleman that he is, turned around and said, "Thank you, Caitlin. Thank you very much." So Wayne Taylor and Jerry Jenkins come rolling in next. Jenkins, who dumped on the champ in the last round in the Hemi car. The Cuda out of West Coast Hemis, Wayne Taylor. GTM automatic machine there on the left-hand side. There goes Taylor. Here comes Jerry. Oh, my. Oh, my. Jenkins got the elephant motor humming on the other end. It comes up short. 893 at 143, 1058 by Wayne Taylor. Wow. Jenkins let off a little bit down at the other end of the racetrack. Thought he had Wayne. Came up 21 thousandths of a second short down there at the other end of the racetrack. And that, boys and girls, will put round number 4 of super stock into the record books. Super Gas cutting ready to calm up. We've gone from 11 roadsters, 10 door cars, to 6 door cars and 5 roadsters.
And it's going to change again.
And we're going to cut that in half one more time. Super Gas coming at us. Mike Boner and Lorene Rogers.
Yeah, they're making cars run each other.
990's up on the scoreboard now as the door cars going to claim a victory here in the first pair. I can go out on a large limb and prognosticate the door cars get a win here because, well, there's 2 door cars. Alky Dragster and Alky Funny Car. Need you to lanes, please. Alcohol Dragster, Alcohol Funny Car. Need you to the lanes. If you're not there yet, come one, come all, come on down. Starter says, rock 'em and roll 'em, boys. Burnout's completed. Lorene over here on the right-hand side. The Little Opie Enterprises Pontiac Grand Prix. Mike Boner up on the left. Lake Havasu City, Arizona. Big motored Camaro. Big motored Pontiac. Home of the Yavapai County Jail. Thank you, Rick, for reminding me of that. Which is a very historical place because it includes cells from the old Yuma Territorial Prison. I got the guided tour that night. Well, somewhat of a guided tour. They opened the door and threw me in. Lorene right, Mike on the left. Door car gets the win here. Which door car? Going to be Mikey. 994 to 161. Got there first by 2/10,000ths of a second. That didn't matter, though. Lorene was dead late out of the gate. Runs 989.2 down at the other end of the racetrack, trying to track him down, and just didn't cut it. Ross Childers taking on Ron McKenzie. Childers came up last night in our W.W. Williams Super 8 shootout. There was 1 door car in the Super Gas shootout, taking on 7 roadsters. Ross whooped them all. Trying to do the same thing here again. Can he get around McKenzie's Corvette this time around? Negatory, Myrtle, as it's McKenzie getting the win. 992 at 164 beats a 989.3 by Ross. Gave it a good run. He was in the money last night. He's in the money again today. Steve Parsons rolls in. The roadsters go up 2-1. It's Damon Bustamante and Steve Parsons, a pair of Corvette roadsters, going to make their way down the racetrack. And again, for all of our Super Gas roadster drivers, if a roadster wins, I don't know where Steve was going. Damon said, see ya. Bustamante gets a freebie. 987, 159 miles an hour. Parsons saw a flash of yellow and took off like a rocket ship. Headed for the other end. Let's see, we had 11 cars left. That means we should have 6 when we're all said and done. We've had 2 roadsters win, and we're going to have 2 door cars win. Are we going to be down to 5 cars? Is that what I'm seeing? I think that's what I'm seeing, is we're down to 5. Maybe we didn't have 11. I may have miscounted. We should. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I don't know if I put it down yet or not. Jerry Staten goes 10:02 at 150. Greg Martin gets the window because Jerry was red. So a win for the door cars. And we will have 6. If Joe Galati gets the win here over Ted Seipel, we're going to go into the quarters at 3-3. If Seipel can take out Joe Galati, it's going to be 4-2. And it's going to be 3-3. As Joe gets the win. Ted goes red by 0.02 of a second. Seipel goes through 992 at 128 miles an hour, 10:03 at 142 by Joey. So Galati gets to come back and play, and Steve Schmid rolls in his Roadster. The 67 Camaro over there on the left-hand side. So with 6 cars left, we've got 3 door cars and 3 Roadsters. Did you think it would be this close?
No. Not even this close.
Not even this close. See?
I was comfortable enough as soon as I got here with my allowance money, I would have given
You'd have just given me the money and gone on home?
Yeah. Or I was going to stop at the Golden Arches and bring you in your
My Coke.
beverage of choice.
Yeah. Well, 998 at 155 by Schmidt, so we go with 6 cars left. Quarterfinals in Super Gas. Damon Bustamante, Steve Schmidt, who was my other Roadster? Do you remember? Damon Bustamante, Steve Schmidt, and one other Roadster. One of those drivers has the opportunity of picking up a brand new, fresh, crisp, uncirculated $2 bill, brand new from the bank. Never touched by human hands other than the bank teller and mine.
As long as they didn't touch Reinhardt's hand.
Thankfully, they did not touch Alan Reinhardt's hands. Yes, you're right, Rick. A little racetrack prep, a little drag, a little spray, and alcohol dragster and alcohol funny car qualifying session number 2 going to be coming at us. Top Dragster needs you to the lanes now, please. Top Dragster needs you to the lanes and our Comp Eliminator final round contestants. We will take our Comp Finals to the lanes, please. Tony Mandela and Scotty McClay. We need our Comp Finalists to the lanes, please. Well, 9 dragsters answered the bell for round number 1. Casey Grizel blew the tires off of it. Sure, they've been in contact with Jerry Darian since then, getting a little fresh tune-up inspiration.
Oh, I'm sure they've been burning up the phone lines with JD. JD, I know you're listening. Hope you're feeling better.
Yep. Let's see what Casey can do this time around. I have a feeling that they'll have a whole lot better grasp of the situation. What do you think, Dennis Taylor?
Well, that team's too good not to. How's that grab you?
That's why I went out on such a thick branch there on that one.
Yeah, it's not too tough to go out on that limb.
Yeah, 17:29 is not a run you want to count on hanging in there for that number 8 qualifying spot. Certainly not going to do it, but like you said, they've got the talent. They know how to get it done. Captain sitting at home listening in and going to provide a little tuning assistance.
You know, and I give a big shout out to everybody that helped, last weekend with Jerry's situation. Kim Parker, Carrie Bateman, everybody that, Greg Lawrence and his team. Thank you for all that you did. It just goes to show you that we really are, one big happy family here. Maybe not happy all the time, but we are a family.
Yeah, there has been a little cussing and fussing at times between the family members. All right, Casey's getting ready to lock and load. Let's see what he can do over there on the Toyota side of the racetrack. .546, 264 miles an hour. That moves them up to the number 5 spot. And that gives them something to play with and work with there, Dennis.
Yeah, certainly they wish they would have had that in Q1.
Yep.
But you play the hands that you're dealt. So good job for you guys getting down the racetrack, Casey and Big Mike. Jerry tuning from the phone and the computer at home. I'm sure it wasn't as fast as you'd like it to be, but it was a nice, pretty run down there.
And he's watching at home?
Yes, he is.
Well, then he's got all the numbers right there in front of him.
You're showing those on the screen, too?
I'm showing the numbers. Yeah, numbers are on the screen, too.
Yeah, and the technology here is just incredible. Where have I been?
Sitting on a pond up in Oregon.
Yeah, there's that, too.
Yeah, there is that. I got to come up and go fishing with you one of these days.
Man, the fish have been biting, too.
No, the mosquitoes bit up in Mission.
Boy, did they.
I didn't go this year, but last year they were gnarly.
Oh, I know. My son Justin went up there with Garrett Bateman last year.
Yeah.
And came home just spotted.
Yep. It wasn't pretty. I understand it wasn't quite as bad. It wasn't near as bad this year. Robert Grice, your photographer that shoots down in Division 4 and up in Division 6, said they weren't near as bad. He said he could get winter circle photos done this year without people swatting themselves while the photographs are being taken. This is Bill Dunlap. Jerry Cumry come rolling in. Bill now sitting in the number 8 spot. Jerry now number 9. And again, we talked earlier about the 2 cars and the 2 drivers basically being new to the category. They are not new to the sport. Both of them have been around on the heritage side of things, or the nostalgia side of things, however you want to put it. But for the top alcohol dragster class, both of them basically joining in and all the fun and frivolity now.
Well, Jerry Cumry over here is driving Randy Eakin's car, and gives Randy a chance to stand outside, look at the thing, watch the tune-up, and I think that really helps a guy, that's usually the driver and the tuner.
Do you notice things about the car that you don't from sitting inside of it, since you've been in both places?
Absolutely.
I was just getting ready to say, like what?
Like, oh my gosh, there goes somebody else having fun in my ride. That's the biggest first thought.
And then you look at how the car leaves and go,
Well, I'll give you an example. One time I was early in my alcohol funny car career. I walked to the starting line to watch the cars, and when I got back, the guy says, "Well, what'd you think?" And I said, "Man, them things are darting around all over the place. Ours doesn't do that, right?" And they go, "Yeah, like every run." But some of that you just don't feel.
You don't feel
as a
it,
driver, yeah.
and because you're dealing with it.
You're dealing with it before it registers in your brain, actually. Believe it or not, that's true.
No, I can understand that.
Because if it registers and you got to think about it,
You're in
chances
trouble.
are you've hit something by then.
The Dunlop goes 7:06 earlier. Cumry goes up at a 22nd run. And here we go. See what they can do. We've seen Casey improve. A little puff of expiration down there on Cumry's car. 5:45. 261 miles an hour. Dunlap had a cylinder out all the way down the racetrack.
Yeah,
it just never cleared up.
It's just not going to run good when they drowned out the spark plugs down there. And Jerry Cumry losing some cylinders right before the finish line down there. That slowed him down a little bit as well.
Only 261 for speed, but a 5:45 lap. Move him up to the number 5 spot. It puts Ron Anderson on the bump now to 568. We've dropped precipitously on that bump spot, and we got a long ways to go.
Man, you're using big words. When I used to work with you before, you never used words like that before.
Yeah, well, hey, I keep practicing.
Man,
one of these days,
I'm impressed.
One of these days, I figured I might get this right.
Well, at least Randy Eakins and Jerry Cumry have the data now that they weren't able to get from smoking the tires. So expect that car to run probably a tenth better. Come tonight's session.
That'll put everybody down into the 5:30 zone. I'm still thinking there's 15 out there later on.
It's hard to say. You can go out on a limb and say it, and if Alan Reinhart was here, and it didn't happen, he'd make you feel like a fool because you said it. But the conditions, especially later tonight, are there. Yeah. And according to Crew Chief Central here a few minutes ago, the weather was like 100 feet worse than earlier because of the heat. It's a little bit warmer than it was, 2 hours ago, believe it or not.
Okay, but the track, the sun is going down. The sun's not directly on the track. The track's going to tighten up a little bit. And getting back to your Alan Reinhart comment, if Alan Reinhart made a comment like that, I'd just consider the source and keep on going.
He and I, in the interest of fair reporting, he and I worked together last weekend at Woodburn, and we had a blast. And there was some downtime, and we told some old, stories and what have you. And I had fans coming up to me going, "Man, we sure love those stories that you guys tell." It was really a lot of fun.
Good. Yeah, I forgot Alan had the weekend off last weekend. Ron Anderson comes pulling in now. Ron with a 568 in that opening session. Right now that holds him in the number 8 spot on our 8-car field. Well, like we've talked about, this day's a long ways from being over as far as setting our 8-car field. Garrett Bateman over here on the right-hand side. We kind of danced around Garrett in that opening session, but he threw down a solid 534 lap. Put the Boost Performance machine up into the number 4 spot.
Yeah, running just about how we did last weekend at Woodburn, and they've made some changes to it. They, again, got the data, looked at the data, saw what the car wanted. Quite frankly, it was a pooch down low, and from their vantage point, they said that. So they've wicked it up to make it run harder on the bottom. You got to make the ET up early. You can't make it up from half track on. It's got to run to the 330, fast.
Warren Johnson said it many, many years ago, and it has stayed with me. Drag racing is the continued application of acceleration. If it don't go on this end, you can't make up for it at the other end. Bateman right side, Anderson left lane. We're about to find out.
that's obviously why Bateman's car slowed down to the 545, as he had to give the throttle a whack out there. The thing actually kind of drifted over to the left, and I'm sure it was rattling the tires a little bit. Again, hard to see from our viewpoint here, but he did have to take what we call evasive action and try to help it.
Yep. Ron Anderson with a 551 lap at 264. Improves his numbers. He still sits in that number 8 spot, but he does improve. So Jasmine sits number 1, Johnny Otten number 2, Sean Calley number 3. Garrett stays in the number 4 spot. Cumbria has moved up to 5. Casey Grizel's moved up to number 6. Kim Parker number 7. Ron Anderson number 8. Ron's 551, getting ready to see if they can improve coming up in that next round. As their next pair starting to come to life now. Johnny Otten and Kim Parker. Ran into Kim up here in the tower a little while ago. 27 years, she says, you've been driving a school bus. 27 years putting
That's
up
a
with
long
kids.
time.
That's a long time.
That's a long time putting up with them kids in the bus. You remember how it used to be when you were in the bus, right?
I drove a bus for 5 years. I know, yeah, and that was a long time ago. There's no way on God's green earth I'd do it these days. God bless Kim. Number 2 in the division last year. Number 7 right now. She said she knew it had a hole out, but they wanted numbers, so she just kept her foot in it. Ran that 549 at 260. Be interesting to see what they do. Johnny Otten, though, 524, got everybody's attention with that lap at 275 in the opening session. He's sitting in a number 2 spot. It's going to be interesting.
Yeah, and that was one team that was really, really pleased after Q1, obviously. They ran well, got the data that they're looking for. I mean, you have so much confidence, when it does that on the very first run. So, good job for those guys. Let's see if they can improve.
It is a boost.
Yep. Now watch Kim's car when she lets the clutch out. There we go.
Well, that's not going to improve, but watch Kim Parker's numbers. 536 picks up a 10th plus, 258 miles an hour. Otten's going to coast across, 1247. They got real aggressive on the starting line. Didn't pay off that time, but Kim moves up to the number 5 spot with that run.
That was one of those runs that actually, from our vantage point, looked better than it was. That thing moved really good down low and didn't have any holes out or anything. So they'll take that information and come back, and will we have a teen player tonight?
I do believe so.
You're going to go out on that limb.
I'm going to go out on that limb, yes.
Attention in the pits. Bob Unkerfer is out on the limb. We will see a teen, at least one, in that 9 o'clock session.
No, I'm just saying we'll see a teen before we're done.
I'm just glad you went out on that limb.
I'll go there. Hey, I've been wrong before. But you know what? I've been right before, too. It's part of it. I mean, you just never know what's going to come. I mean, look at the 2 cars we've got sitting here. 524 by Sean Calley earlier. Jasmine came out and threw down that 521 with Art Gallant cranking the numbers up for, and Jasmine only went 250 on that lap. I mean, we could, I don't project it, but we could see a teen out of this pair.
No, you're exactly right. Had she driven it all the way to the finish line, it may have done it, earlier in the session, but 228 miles an hour to half track,
yeah.
And only 250 to the other end, that tells you something.
Tells you Art went back to the trailer and goes, So Jasmine sitting number 1, Sean Cowie sitting number 3. This will be our final pair this session of Alcohol Dragsters. Jasmine in that number 1 spot. Sean would like to be number 1. Like you said earlier, Dennis, that is a team that is on a mission this year. They are out to take a championship. They've taken the points lead away. Ooh, hang on a minute. They've taken the points lead away from Megan Meyer. We'll see Megan and Rachel next week in Topeka, though. But Sean Cowie and gang, they've been hot, really hot.
Yeah, finishing number 2 again this year will not be mission accomplished, not by a long shot.
Nope. So Cowie with a 5:24, 277 miles an hour. And that is top speed of the meet, and that is our lone blown car here this weekend. Everybody else in the injected nitro field.
So let me pose the question to you that Alan posed to me last weekend. If you were building a top alcohol dragster, what would you build? Would you build an A fuel car? Would you build a blown car?
Depends on which crew chief would be available to come tune it.
Big difference in the driving style between these two. The A fuel car, definitely the training ground for top fuel, because most of the control functions of the driver are the same in both cars. Takes a little more talent to drive that blown car, to be able to rev it up, swap feet in one motion, shift it on time, and oh yeah, you got to steer it while you're at it.
That's true. All right, let's see what we got. Number 1 and number 3 qualifiers. .526, 274 by Sean, no improvement. 533 by Jasmine, 264, no improvement. Both of them with some pretty stout 60-foot times.
Yeah, how about a 916 by Sean Cowie? Huh?
Yeah, well, Jasmine's right there at a 921.
And both of them 220 miles an hour at the 8th mile. Jasmine had her hands full there a little bit from the car washed out a little bit to the left. She brought it right back into the center of the groove. And, the thing about the rear engine dragster, since you sit so far forward that, you don't always feel it right away, moving around out there, because the rear end can kind of be swinging around. But you want to be very ginger, with your movements out there.
So Jasmine ends up staying in that number 1 spot after 2 sessions, 2 down and 1 to go. Johnny Otten number 2, Sean stays number 3, Garrett Bateman number 4. Kim Parker moves up to the number 5 spot. Jerry Cumry up to number 6. Casey Grizel now sitting number 7. Ron Anderson in that number 8 spot. A 5:51 bump right now. And Bill Dunlap making his debut, sitting right now at a 669 at 192 miles an hour. And really, you've got to put Bill Dunlap in there as kind of the wild card for this field. Who knows where he's going to end up in that final session?
Yeah, certainly you're right, and it's certainly not on Bill Dunlap and his experience, because he's got more than anybody out here. It's up to the tuner and the crew to get that car turned around and go in the right direction.
So with Alcohol Dragster, 2 sessions in, Alcohol Funny Car going to be coming up to make their laps. Jay Payne and Chris Marshall, both a little off pace in the opening session. Jay with a 599, Marshall with the 789. And as we were reminded during that session, Chris came up yesterday during the test and tune and laid down a pretty good run. Oh, that was Wednesday on the test and tune, yeah. laid down a 550 lap, so they can do it. It's just a matter of putting it together now.
You know, let's not forget, Chris Marshall has a 540 race car, and this thing, you know, has tore up some people over the last couple of years. I remember when he rolled into Chicago a couple of years ago, people were asking, well, who's this guy? And by the time Chicago was over with, everybody knew who this guy was.
Yep, everybody knew, and now they've got rad torque on the side of it, I'm still going to stay with my statement. I think it takes some pressure off of Chris and the rest of the gang, knowing that they've got some room to play, some room to work with, and then they get back a little bit more aggressive with it now. And I'm just wondering if maybe they were a little aggressive with it in that first session, just trying to come out and throw some numbers down.
Remember, he's never been here before. He's never raced here before, you know, and what you can't do with one of these cars is you can't what we call stick the tire. They can't hook up. They've got to slip the tire to get wheel speed to move forward. If they stick the tire, they shake, and that's usually what we call weak shake from sticking the tire. It's hard to believe that you could not have enough power, right?
No, it's very, very true. Seen it on many a lap. Rattled him again. Payne goes through 553, 266 miles an hour. So he rolls into the 550 bunch and all the way to the top with that 553.0. Takes the #1 spot away from Terry Ruckman, Chris Marshall. 10 cars on the property. 2 cars are going to end up not qualified. Right now, those 2 cars that aren't qualified, Sean Bellemere and Chris Marshall. There's a pair.
Yeah, who'd have thunk it, huh? What a great run by Jay Payne, though. That was a picture-perfect, beautiful run from what we can see here in the tower. Great job to Jay and the guys.
Now, is that a new car for Jay, or is that his old car, and he's still got a new car coming?
You know, I'm not really sure,
okay,
other than that's probably the new car that was built late last year.
All right.
That he may have had at the end of the year.
Okay. Need to find Jay and ask him. Or Shelley.
But I can tell you it's a McKinney car. I can tell you that for sure.
Yeah, I'll go along with that. Yep. So Marshall's got 1 session to go to get his ride in. Sean Bellemere just got bumped out. But Sean, like Jay, like Chris, can throw down one of those stout numbers in the opening round. Sean had a 598, 257 mile an hour run, and this is the family car. His dad's machine. Sean looking to get back in. Mikey D is in, but he right now is riding the bump at a 580. 256 mile an hour run, but a good run for Mikey D. Considering it's been a couple of years since he's been in an alcohol funny car.
Yeah, you know, it's like riding a bike. What can I say?
Yeah. You've done it once, you can do it again. Just got to get back in and get reacclimated to everything. Of course, Mikey been running, like you said earlier, pro mods and everything else. So it's a matter of familiarity. I mean, every cockpit's a little bit different. You gotta slide back in and get comfortable in the seat of your car, because you are driving these cars by the seat of your pants, right?
Well, pretty much. Like I said earlier, you know, sometimes things happen and you don't have time to think about it. You already have to react before your brain registers something's wrong.
All right.
Just great to see Sean Bellemere here, the world champ, driving the family funny car, for his dad this weekend, and that number 1 sure looks cool on that Mastercam car.
I can't argue that point at all. Great to see Sean and talk to him earlier today. The Mastercam ride over there on the left-hand side, not in the show. Needs to run better than a 580 to get in at this stage of the game, but there wasn't more than that. 558, 263 miles an hour by Bellemere, so he jumps into the 550 range with that run. 1351 for Mikey D. Sean goes to the middle of the pack in the number 5 spot.
Great job, Greg and Greg Bellemere and the crew down there. Boy, he had that thing really revved up at the gear changes. Oh boy, that was a very pretty run. 973 on 60 feet, 252 to the 330. That's the number we look for. That's the most important number, I think. And 208 miles an hour for Sean Bellemere.
So he makes it down the racetrack, solidifies his spot in the field a little bit better. Mikey D gets bumped out. His 580 on the right-hand side. As Brett Williamson and Steve Gasparelli sitting and we're getting ready to come up next. Meet all of our winners in all of our classes. If you're still in, come on down to the lanes. Top Sportsman needs you to the lanes, please. Top Dragster. Nope, we've already run. Yup, if you're in, you're in. Come on back. Top Sportsman needs you to lanes. Getting down to the short road on all of our fields. If you're in, you're in. We need you to the lanes. By the way, tell your wife I'm disappointed.
Well, she's listening. You tell her yourself.
She's listening? Okay.
That's what she said. She was listening on her phone.
She's listening in. I'm disappointed I did not get my box of Crunch and Munch when Dennis showed up. I mean, I don't need it, trust me. But I'm disappointed I didn't get my box of Crunch and Munch.
I told you, I made a special trip to the Safeway just for you.
There's other stores.
And they didn't
you
have
could have
it.
gone to, like...
Oh, yeah, I could have chased stores all freaking day for you, right? Now I suppose you want me to go have it for tomorrow.
Well, you want to talk about telling stories, old stories. That one goes back to what, the mid-90s?
Oh, I think it was the late 90s. You'd come in my trailer at the races and steal the box.
I did not steal the box.
We bought it for the crew.
Your wife gave it to me because you didn't need it.
Well, you're right. I still don't need it, but... And that's always been the joke with you and her.
I know.
Is the Crunch and
Munch. Yep. And she's sitting at home laughing. Jerry Darian's probably laughing over that one as well. Oh, hey.
Actually, he's probably sitting at home eating Crunch and Munch.
Well, that's not on his doctor's orders, I'm sure.
Do you think he would do what the doctor's ordered? Come on, you don't know JD very well.
No, I know Jerry. He would not be doing that, huh?
And JD, you better not be sitting there having Dr. Pepper and M&Ms right now.
Has he got a smartphone he could take a picture and shoot you a picture of the Dr. Pepper and the M&Ms?
Yeah.
Yep, okay.
I'll probably get a text here before long.
I'm sure. Steve Gasparelli and Brett Williamson come rolling in. Both these guys locked in the 560s on that opening session. And Steve sits number 7. Brett's sitting number 8. They want to join that 550 party. Heck, they'd like to join the 540 party, but let's don't get greedy. Let's go 550 and a step at a time. Put themselves in the field a little bit better.
Why don't you just step right over them? Just do it right now.
561, 254, Williamson. He does improve, but he stays number 8. Gasparelli picks it up, though. He goes 558, 246 miles an hour. Soft on the other end on speed, but He does. He climbs the ladder with the ET.
Interesting that the speed was down. I didn't see anything really wrong with the car down there, and there must have been something going on, because I know Steve. He's not scared.
He ain't scared. He's going to keep his foot planted. 558, 246. Both of them over 205 miles an hour at the half track mark.
Yes, I know. I had one job.
Had one job to do, and he couldn't find the crunching much. We're going to have to fire him.
I don't think you can fire slaves. I think I have to be sold.
Top Sportsman needs you to the lanes, please. Top Sportsman needs you to the lanes. Gentlemen, if you would, come on down. Top Sportsman needs you to the lanes, please. And everybody else. Super Street, Stock, Super Comp, Super Stock, Super Gas. Top Dragster, Sportsman Motorcycle. Needs you to the lanes, please. Come on down. Our Comp Eliminator Final. Jets will take you as well. If you're in, you're in. You've had some cool down times. Time to put some fuel in, check the air pressure, put a fresh charge on the battery. It's time now to rock 'em and roll 'em. Round robin time has arrived. You made it this far, time to earn your keep. Doug Gordon and Nick Janik. Doug would like to get into that 540 range. He's been there. Like you said earlier, he's been 530. Nick Janik there on the left-hand side. Leave the Toyota lane. Plan B Motorsports entry. Gordon here on the right. Out of Fossil Robles and Morro Bay Cabinet. Doug's sitting number 7. Maybe not number 1, but he'd sure like to get in the top half of the field and have lane choice.
Well, I'm pretty sure if he can make it all the way down there without having to take evasive action with the throttle, we'll see that number change an awful lot. How about Adam Rhodes here this weekend helping out Mike and Doug Gordon?
Yep. Those that know Adam Rhodes know his nickname. My wife and I were in Victoria Island, Canada a year ago for the Mission race.
Sure, I remember when you went there.
And I ran across a pair of socks that were Adam Rhodes had his name written all over them. I snapped him a photo, sent it to him. He says, "I'll take them." I got him to him this morning.
A year later?
A year later. It's the first time we've seen each other.
Man, you're Johnny on the spot.
Yeah. Well, no, Adam, I've been there. Adam has been. Here we go. Gordon moving around a little bit. Still goes 555, 555-1, and a 555-3 for Nick. Nick's got a bracket car, 555-2 and 555-3. Doug jumps up to the number 3 spot there.
Nothing wrong with a 550 bracket car, because that sends a message to the rest of the guys, you know.
555-2 and 555-3. I could dial that car.
Well, I got to tell you, you're going to have to run in the mid-50s just to get in this field.
Oh, yeah.
Come tonight's session.
Yep.
You know that.
Brett Williamson is the only car not in the 550s. And he's just on the outside at that 561. He's locking down that number 8 spot right now. There's 2 more to go before we wrap up session number 2 and qualifying. Again, Top Sportsman needs you to the lanes along with everybody else. If you're in, you're in. Come on down. Top Sportsman needs you to the lanes, please, and everyone else. The invitation has been extended. If you're in, you're in. We're down to the short roads. Got 6 cars left in Super Gas. I think about the same number in stock. Maybe an extra pair or 2. Brian Howe and Terry Ruckman. Ruckman, who came up and threw down that great 553-1. And we've only seen 1 car get around him. Ruckman out of Grand Junction, Colorado, isn't exactly a household name in the alcohol funny car ranks as far as being out and about every weekend. But boy, he sure is making his presence known.
Well, you know, they're very calculating about where they go and what they do. And that car, positive burnout. That Ruckman Brothers car over there needs nothing. It has all of the best parts and plenty of them. And I want to correct a statement I made in Q1. You know, Roger Bateman is actually not the crew chief of record there. Greg Vanderwindy is. The entire team came over from Shane Westerfield's World Championship winning team to run this car. And Roger Bateman is there as a consultant to help him find his way a little bit, and I'd say they are definitely on their way. They haven't run very much this year, but what they have done is actually pretty spectacular. Johnny Lindbergh here this weekend, standing behind Brian Haug's car, and he hasn't lost his touch with this alcohol stuff. You know, kind of like me, he's definitely got a passion for these alcohol cars.
Well, Ruckman and Howe, this is a rematch of the final last weekend up in Woodburn.
Oh, there it is. Oh.
5:45.6 and 5:45.9. Say hi to your new number 1 and 2 qualifiers. Wow.
Oh my Lord, spectacular runs by both cars. Both cars. How about Terry Ruckman at 245 to the 330 compared to Brian's 247? Those are stellar numbers to that first or that second orange block out there. That is amazing. Brian Haug at 213 miles an hour to the 8th. Terry Ruckman 211. Outstanding.
I was just getting ready to say, look at their half-track speed. They were marching. Neither one of them was giving up, and 3 thousandths of a difference between them. Ruckman to number 1, back to number 1, and Brian jumping up to number 2 with that missile there. So 2 sessions down, 1 to go. That'll be in the cool of the evening. Terry Ruckman, number 1. Brian Howe, number 2. Jay Payne, 3. Doug Gordon rounds out the top half of the field. Then it's Nick Janik, Steve Gasparelli, Sean Bellemure, and Brett Williamson, with Mikey D and Chris Marshall on the outside looking in with 1 shot left. Mr. Dennis Taylor, thank you very much. Now that you've got some time between sessions, you can go find... Never mind. Dennis, always appreciate you, my friend. Always good to have you in. Always good to be in your company. Our top dragsters getting ready to roll in. They're paired up and ready to go. And again, boys and girls, if you're in, you're in. If you win, do what you got to do and get back here just as quick as you can. If you're out, we'll see you tomorrow when we get started on race number 2. But right now, it's time to work our way down towards crowning our champs. An alcohol dragster and alcohol funny car back for one last qualifier. That'll be coming up about an hour and a half or so from now, as we'll work our way through our eliminations. Should have a few champs crowned by the time we get to that point in the evening. But Super Street, Stock Eliminate, Super Comp, Super Stock, Super Gas. If you're still in, come on down. Need you back to the lanes, please. Guys, if you're still in, come on down. Ron will get you paired up and we're ready to go. Super Street, Stock, Super Comp, Super Gas. Super Stock, and Super Comp. If you're in, you're in. Need you back to the lanes, please.
With customer service and technical support second to none, FTI Performance Converters and Transmission give you the winning edge. Just ask any of our customers, like 2014 IHRA Top Dragster World Champion Kevin Brannon, or the 2014 IHRA Super Rod World Champion Mike Ruff. We are real racers with real experience. Call us today at toll-free at 866-726-8358, or visit us on the web at www.ftiperformance.com.
Racing is a risky sport. Don't take risks with your racing operation. On or off the track, protection from LODRS Motorsports Insurance is not a risk. Get your quote today at LODRS Motorsports Insurance.
Ultronics, the leader in performance electronics. Racers know and depend on their state-of-the-art systems every day. Perform Air Pro and Perform Air Eclipse are the racing industry standard high-tech, easy-to-use weather systems. Power-Light lithium batteries, the super powerful lightweight energy source for your machine. And the Data Quest Power Quest, the most innovative data recorders and touchscreen switch panels you can find. Check out ultronicsinc.com for these products and more. Ultronics, the choice of champions.
Top dragster again, Steve Will, Mike Coughlin. Here we go. Number 2 and 5 qualifiers, both over 220 miles an hour, 230. On the side, he's in the left lane from Fortuna. Supercharged Hemi. He's dialing at 619. Mike Coughlin, supercharged Chevy, dialing at 619. When they dial like that, just figure out who leaves the starting line first, and you'll have a pretty good idea who's going to win and who's not. Wings, blowers. Yeah. They have both been able to run the number all day long. They've coupled that with good reaction times. Mike trying to keep a string going. Steve Will trying to start one of his own. I remember at one time we would have put a bounty out. But between us, we don't have enough $2 bills. Steve Will, Mike Coughlin, a win light comes on for Mike Coughlin, 6:20 at 2:02. Steve Will, 004 reaction time, goes 6:12. He breaks out by 7 hun at 216 miles an hour. He was at the finish line more than a tenth ahead of Mike Coughlin. Coughlin takes the win. Will is going to have to figure out he can step off the throttle or tap the brake. But Coughlin with your win. Dan Lafferty, Jeff Havens, these 6 racers. Coming out of 15 and 30 qualifying spot, Lafferty. You can hear Lopi idle somewhere out there. He's down at 648. Havens at 682. Both cars will go over 200. You can see Havens as he purged the nitrous system somewhere among that crowd that's gathered up around the starting line area. Lafferty and Havens. Whoa, Lafferty, we saw a puff on the left side. But to win, Jeff Havens, 683, a hunt over, 176, 685, 7 off for Lafferty. We saw a puff of smoke out of the right bank. But Havens, 683, 182. Havens, 8-thou advantage off the starting line. Lafferty trying to catch him and finally says, I may push him out, and he did not. Havens just a hunt over. I remember talking to the motorcycle guys and said he left because, well, didn't know if there'd be many of them to run, and he'd spend a little bit less money, he thought, going 4-wheel racing. Well, that's not true. I'm taking a look at that left lane. Havens, we saw a puff, but that was just dust in the right lane as he got up there, but this definitely came out of that right bank, so they'll take a look at it. As they do that, next pair is sitting there ready. Ed Open, defending Division 7 champion out of Utah. He's down at 679 Toyota side. O'Reilly lane, Tanner Theobald, also Utah racer, dialing it to 691. Okay. All right. We'll have an odd number of cars in the semis, so somebody gets a twofer. It's going to be the winner of this pairing. By a twofer, we mean. Win this round, you get to buy into the final, so this is the twofer with Open and Theobald. We're taking a look because we got a group of people out wandering around, somebody on the scooter, waiting for a call as to if there's anything on the track. Remember, all winners, all categories, keep on coming back. Cool 'em, fuel 'em, and head this way. So again, this is the time of night where we have fewer and fewer cars in each category, and that between rounds cooling time is disappearing. It's time to make the run. If you win, just do it quickly as you can. Cool it, fuel it, and then just head on back, and we'll keep pairing you and make our way down until we get to all the finals, complete those. And then we're going to have that final session, we're hoping, by 8:15, because it should be watching and then listening to two of you. Well, the racing part that you talked about, we should expect a lot quicker and faster. An interesting story starting. While sitting in their cars, both of them looking down track, watching the work going on down there, waiting to find out what exactly is happening. How long have I got to sit here? Do we need to push back? Are we good right here? We're going to be ready to go right away. We hear that everybody's heading back home. Safety truck's back to the top end, scooter back to the starting line. I'm talking to Ed and Tanner and see what they need to do. All right, looks like Ed Olpen says, I'm good. Right here. Tanner backs up. Light him up, warm him up again. And he'll back up and be ready. I'll Ed just waiting. There's the engine. Racetrack is now clear. Whatever was there, they cleaned it up or found nothing. It looked like a lot of them to find nothing. .679 for Ed in the left lane. Tanner right side, 691. Following them up the starting line, going to be competition eliminator final. Right now we're going to focus on the starting line. Tanner Ed takes the twofer. It is going to be Ed Olpen, 680 a hunt over. 680 with a 6. 694 for Tanner. He was 003 at this end, but a little farther off the dial. Ed Olpen, 680. He was 12 on the line. 9th out after behind Tanner. So Ed Olpen wins the twofer. We go to the final competition eliminator. Scott McClay, Sea Econo Dragster. Scott McClay Engineering. It's 304 cubic inch Dodge. You could never buy one of those from the factory. And he is paired with Tony Mandela. So we've got Scott McClay Engineering, Phil Mandela Racing, Alpha Omega Switch, Axima, Tony Mandela from Eastvale. 400 cubic inch, super modified automatic, 848. His index, 773. The dragster over a one light head start going to the Camaro. Got there. No breakouts here. Green lights, and whoever gets to the other end first is your winner. Tony moves up. Lights down. Our way down there. Here comes that dragster closing fast. And it will be Tony Mandela. He runs a 796 on his 848 index. He's 52 under, 168 miles an hour on a 773. Scott McClay goes 733. He's 4/10 under. Tony Mandela, race number 1, your competition eliminator champion. Miles Howard, Cody Compton. Miles Howard, division champ from D6. Kamana Island, Washington, 787 dialed for his Suzuki. Cody Compton from Vancouver is boosted, dialing at 9:56. All 3 bikes remaining. Slicks and wheelie bars. No bar bikes are done for this event, but they'll be back tomorrow. Cody out, and chasing his miles. Can the champ beat the other D6 racer? No, he can't. Cody Compton, 9:68. He was a 10th over at 1:33, 8:12 miles an hour. He had problems, slows it down. We look at the reaction times, and Hauer was really off this time. Cody, a good reaction time. So he will come back in the final to meet Gary Oakes out of Las Vegas on his KZ Kawasaki. He dials at 880, pretty much work the reaction time and just clear the track. Got 005, not a bad start. He'll take it through at an 894, so both our finalists have been a 10th off. Gary with a little better reaction time, but both of them O's. Top sportsman rolls out. Doug Crumlich, his Corvette from Irvine. Sorry, Mickey Thompson tires. 691 his dial. And NorCal, Dan Borg, San Francisco, the Monte Carlo with the big Chevy, 800 plus cubic inches. So it's SoCal left side, right side NorCal. Both racers, 680s. The area where they've run, both over 200 miles an hour. Kromlich finished the backup. Letting the smoke out of the car, checking the tires. Krumlich and Borg. Corvette, Monte Carlo. Corvette, Nieder, swoopier. But that Monte Carlo with another 150 cubic inches under the hood. And it will be Dan Borg, 7 flat, 169 miles an hour. Kremlich slowing at about half track. The numbers were good at 60. Started to lose him at 330, and by half track he was dropping well back. Don't know if he's going to make it up the hill or not. Looks like he has stopped. Just as we change the surface, making our way up the hill. And I know if he could fire it, he would be moving. So they're going to fetch him, take him up to the top of the hill, around the corner. While they do that, Monty Green and Jeff Gillette are paired. Interesting. I have not seen Monty Green run in the left lane yet. He is there now. That Ford Fusion from Haxton, Colorado. And Gillette, I have seen in both lanes. Whoever had lane choice, don't know. It's interesting.
May have had it and didn't want.
No, I don't want to use anything like good sense and logic. That would ruin it. I'd rather think of it, there's a devious reason for it to happen. but possibly not wanting to look into the sun would be one of those reasons. Jeff Gillette, that white GTO Indigene Reserve from Benicia. He's dialing at 687. Monty Green, 693. Waiting until we get Matt Kremlick and his Corvette up around the turn, making sure the track is clear. They inch forward, pulling into stage. Monty Green, red light by 2 thou. Jeff Gillette, green by 4 thou. Jeff Gillette, 782 at 121 miles an hour, moves into the semis. Dan Board, Jeff Gillette meet in the semis, and this is the twofer. Steve Galileo from San Francisco, his Corvette, dialing at 691 left side, right side. Joe Meloff, Maple Ridge, BC, the GXP, dialing at 699. Last pairing in the semis, Top Sportsman. Then we're going to Super Street. U stage. No. U stage. No problem. Meloff in. Galileo in. Rolling into that final beam. The stage beam. Corvette or GXP? It's going to be Steve Galileo in that Corvette. Toyota lane, 691 on a 691, an 18 light. That 691 with a 1, a 19 thousandths package, 195 miles an hour, 698. Meloff, too quick, breaks out by 3 thousandths of a second. Reaction time, all advantage to Galileo. Now we go to semifinals in Super Street. Fred Murphy, his Vega wagon. Unc likes that. He is paired with Chris Bracey, her Camaro from Vallejo Coin Exchange, Quarter-Tech.
That's like right over.
Yeah.
An hour away on 37.
On a good day. But you're safe. Once you get through tonight, it's a weekend, and it'll be easier. 45 minutes tops. Red Murphy, Chris Bracey, Pro Tree. Their dial-ins on the scoreboard. It's the index of 1090. Chris Bracey. Whoa. Wow. We'll do wow in just a second. 11:16 for Fred Murphy at 1:13. Chris Bracey having problems with the car. They left the line. Chris Bracey was an 059. Murphy did not leave for almost half a second. He was out of it totally. But Chris Bracey going down the track has the car brake and slow down. Murphy then has the opportunity to drive around, make a run on the good side of the number, and he will move to the finals. Chris Bracey, luck is not following you. Well, not any good luck. James Ernest, his El Camino. Justin Cooper, his Chevelle. D6 champ, yes, Cooper. And that Chevelle you winner, 1095 at 125 to Ernst, 1097 at 118. They were just a hunt apart leaving the line. Cooper ends up closer. So it will be Vega Panel and 67 Chevelle in the final of Super Street. Now we're going to go to Stock Eliminator. Mark Kirby with the bye into the semis. The Wicked Stitch 2, 73 Duster. 1087, index is 1185. He was the number 2 qualifier, the second under 1042. Kirby, good light, good lead. Wheels up, comes down smoothly and continues down track. His bye run wraps up at 11 flat at 116, not pushing it all the way through, saving some for next round. Now it's John Roderick, the G-Stock Automatic 68 Camaro. He's down at 1118, the Thousand Oaks Racer in the Toyota lane. And Larry Gilly from Hilmar, that E-Automatic 340 69 Dart, dialed at 1097. Just about a half bulb difference as the tree will blink down. Wow, wheels up both sides. They hold them up past 60 feet. They come down and continue rolling, not missing a beat. And that black dart in the O'Reilly lane, 1105 will get the win. 111 miles an hour, 1125 for Roderick. Margin of 9 thousandths of a second for Larry Gilly. Justin Land, Karen Comstock, factory shootout B for the Copo Camaro at 984. Factory shootout A for Karen Comstock in the Mustang, 898. And winner here gets the twofer. Late model injector. There goes Darren, and here comes Karen. They have the 3 same digits for each of them. And it is Justin Lamb, 984 on an 84. He was 47 in the reaction time. Karen Comstock, 900 to Hun off. She had an 074 light. So Justin Lamb with the single into the final.
What, you hand me the microphone for Super Gas because you don't want to jinx your door cars?
Yeah. Yes. Uh-huh.
It's interesting that with 6 cars left, we have 3 roadsters and 3 door cars. And in our 3 pairings, we have a door car versus roadster battle in each one of the pairs. Now, either the door cars or the roadsters probably going to clean house this session. It's my prediction.
You may have a point.
I'm a newbie at this. I don't quite have quite as many years as you do.
But I wonder how many other people know what we looked at. And how many other... Is this... You've been here before, right?
I've been here before, yes.
Okay, we all know the situation.
Yep.
We can look at each other and tell part of the situation.
It's Sunny D.
It's the cloud-free sky.
Yep. We are going to face at some point in time here in the very near future about a 20-25 minute window where the sun is going to be an obstacle for the driver in the right-hand lane. We haven't made it to that point yet, but we will shortly. And when we get there, we'll just kind of put everything on hold. And everybody sit back and take a deep breath and charge the batteries and get the fuel ready. And Steve Schmidt and Greg Martin, as we don't go, as advertised, door car versus Roadster. Martin in the door car, the Lumina. Schmidt wheeling the Camaro Roadster there on the left-hand side. The interesting thing about the sun and the tree is the drivers will let us know when it becomes an obstacle. But then we wait for 20 minutes, and if we're in the middle of a category, it's going to put a little bit of added stress on the drivers who finish up of that category. The tournament come back around. And by the way, conditions will change in those 20 minutes drastically. Win going to go to the Roadster. Steve Schmidt picks the win, 988.6 to a 988.3. Rick Carlson can do the math without taking off his right shoe. 0.003 of a second, the margin of victory is Joe Galati. Comes up in his Chevy 2, taking on Ron McKenzie. McKenzie's Roadster, the Sunset Performance, 57 Corvette. One of my favorite cars in all of Supergas here this weekend. Galati's little Nova, neat ride. But I like the early Corvettes. And Ron's got to find one. Galati rocking and rolling out of the number 4 spot. See what he can do with McKenzie over there on the right-hand side. Roadster versus door car once again. McKenzie in the Corvette. Galati out in front of the Nova. Now Ron's going to start using the big block power and gets the win. 9,907 to a 988.0 at 142. And the Roadsters go 2-0. Is this the twofer? Mike Bader and Damon Bustamante, as we will have 3 cars left in the semifinals of Supergas. Damon on the right-hand side, looking to put the Roadsters 3-0. Mikey over on the left out of Lake Havasu City. Didn't earn that number 2 spot in the division last year by being a duck, and he won 989.1 to a 989.0. Damon took the stripe by a foul, broke out by that same thousandth of a second. Talk about a good side-by-side run, both 41 on the tree. So Mike Boehner keeping the hopes alive for the door car gang. He'll be in the final, so it'll be a Roadster door car final. So out of all of that, you got a 50-50 shot, Rick.
I feel much better than I did early this morning.
Okay.
Waking up this morning.
Super stock rolling out at us. And I do believe this is the semifinal. Four cars left. Wayne Taylor, Jimmy DeFrank, Jimmy D, California Car Cover Company team, the 879 dial. Out of the Cobalt on the right-hand side, and Wayne Taylor's. Sebring there on the left. Green light, Wayne. Green light, Jimmy. One of them just a skosh greener than the other. Top end winner picker says give it to DeFrank. Jimmy D at 144 gets the win by 20 thousandths of a second. 1057 by Taylor on his 1054. Jimmy goes 881 on his 879 dial. So Jimmy DeFrank in the finals of Super Stock Going to come back to run either Lynn Schneider's Bird or Mark Madison's Belvedere. Schneider on the left-hand side. Former champ. And Schneider gets the win. Madison, Super Stock B automatic, goes red by way more than he should have. 10:09 by Lynn on the 10:10, so it'll be the GT car on the 10-second dial. Taking on Jimmy DeFrank in the 8-second car. So we're down to 2 in Super Stock. We're down to 3 in Stock. Down to 3 in Super Gas. Down to our final round in Super Street and Sportsman Motorcycle. And if you are a winner, come on back. Need all of our winners back to the lanes, please. All of our winners need you back to the staging lanes, please.
Mark Potts, Cody Weber in Super Comp, 890 the number on the scoreboard. Mark Potts from Las Vegas. In the Toyota lane, Cody Weber from Kingman, Sherway Engine and Machine. Mark Potts Racing. Big Chevys. winners, all categories. Keep returning to the staging lanes as soon as you can. All winners, all categories. Return to the lanes as soon as you can. Somebody's whopping the throttle. Cody Weber takes the win in the O'Reilly right lane. 892 at 164. 893 for Mark Potts at 162. Couple Hun difference as they reach the finish line. Cody goes on. Chris Cannon, the lone roadster left in the field in his Corvette, paired with Zach Mazier Lucas FTI and Allegiance. Dragster be the one in the right lane, of course. Huh. Chris Cannon. Then Zach. They're pre-staged. Zach in. The dragster's ready. Corvette's ready. We're going to stay all dragsters. We're going to have the roadster stay alive. Chris Cannon, Zach Mazier. And it's going to be a roadster move to the finals. 889 in the double breakout for Chris Cannon, under by 5 thou. Zach Mazier, 886, under by 39 thou. Chris with a 12, Zach with a 19. Justin Cooper, Russ Stevenson. And Chris Cannon and Zach Mazier. That was for the twofer. Chris Cannon wins it. He'll have a bye into the final. Justin Cooper and Russ Stevenson paired here. The winner of this comes back for the final. And Justin, for the semifinal, Justin Cooper, alive in a couple of categories. Washington Racer left side, Russ Stevenson from South Jordan, Utah, the right side, and it will be Russ Stevenson. He'll be in the semifinals. Russ Stevenson from Utah. Justin Cooper, now alive in one category, was working on that double up. They are hard to do. Again, all winners, when you can, return to the lanes. Okay, all winners, you can. If you're not ready, we're going to do a little bit of track work while we do a little bit of that cleaning, sweeping. That'll give the sun the opportunity to, as we rotate away from it, for it to be a little easier. So it's going to be about 20 minutes. At this time, everybody that is in the right lane, as they look at the Christmas tree, they can see something of a blur with the sun right behind it. We know this will happen, so as we have that time, we're going to use this opportunity to do a little bit of sweeping and grooming on the track. And as soon as the sun allows us to see, and then we'll continue running. So we're getting those that come back, we're getting everyone paired as we can. Right now, it's just the way we rotate. Sun stays there, and there's just a certain time that cannot see the tree. And I have been here at national events, and we have tried every type of blinder, tape, boards, done everything. And finally, the decision was made, there's a real simple way to fix this. And that's just wait about 15 or 20 minutes. Accept it, give it time, and let it go on. And that's what we're doing right now.
And again, just to keep everybody updated, on hold for a moment now is waiting for Mother Nature to take that bright yellow orb over there and drop it behind that hill that's just right there. So as soon as the orb gets down there a little bit further, we'll get back into it and finish up our race. In the meantime, racers, cool them, fuel them, splash of gas, and get them ready to go. Because once we get back into it, it's round robin time till we crown our champs. We're getting down to the short roads. Semifinals in stock. Semifinals, super stock. Excuse me, finals in super stock. Semis in super comp. Super street finals. Super sportsman motorcycle finals. Top sportsman, we need you to the lanes, please. Top sportsman, need you to the lanes. Missing a couple of you, I understand. Top sportsman, need you to the lanes, please.